Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Tall buildings appeared, and it was said that the 21st century is an era of great technological progress. Modern people were seen in virtual reality glasses, who are able to enjoy only virtual reality. The brain was illuminated inside the skull, and the reason for this was simple, because advanced VR technology began to read the smallest electrical impulses sent by the brain. A rounded back was visible, and it was said that it was so good that people would feel as if they were really moving. The silhouette spread his fingers, and it became clear that then nerve stimulation appeared, enhancing the experience. Virtual reality glasses appeared, and it was said that in the new 5th generation of VR, the speed of nerve stimulation has increased 100-fold, and it goes far beyond simple physical sensations, covering all 5 senses and even thoughts. The young man was lying on the bed and was silent, when suddenly he was told that he would not be able to resist. Moving his hands in different directions, the guy grinned. The protagonist, with his mouth wide open, exclaimed that he definitely couldn't resist. But so what? And then added that the pro gamer Hoyang finally had a free minute. Clenching his fist, the protagonist admitted that he wanted to quit gaming. The splash screen of his favorite game appeared, and the young man said that on the 10th anniversary of the 4th generation of the Labyrinth city that engulfed the entire world, the developers presented the 5th generation VR Labyrinth world. A character inside the game appeared, and the guy said that he was one of 300 million players, also known as Rodrigo Eldrigo, who reached rank 97, for which he had to go through fire, water, and copper pipes. Lying on the bed, the protagonist thought about wanting to quit because he could not play normally. Clenching his teeth, the protagonist did not know what to do with the fact that he could not resist, because even the developers begged him to return to the game and sent him a free VR. Rocky mountains were visible in the distance, and the connection began. Hoyang declared that he was not a simple player at the top of the rating, when suddenly the name of the game appeared and a notification from the system that the connection to the Labyrinth world was successful. The protagonist scratched his neck, and above him was a message that the user identification was complete, and the rating and achievement points would be transferred from the game. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist noted that they say that the server has become 100 times larger and looks different from the very beginning. The artificial intelligence reported that his achievement points in the last game were equal to about 2 billion, and to create the first character he will receive an additional 200,000 experience points, to which Hoyang, with his mouth wide open, asked about the conversion of new points, after which he thought that the creators were cheapskates. With the corners of his mouth lowered, the protagonist did not understand what kind of nonsense this was, and whether this is how the developers treat their best players. The system told him that the player currently did not have any characters and asked him to choose a hero sheet he wanted to buy, after which the protagonist looked at the huge list. The young man pursed his lips and said that they had somehow complicated everything and asked if they thought that the best player would make a mistake and create a terrible character. The guy frowned, not understanding what these moderators were thinking, and said that they could think about it for 100 days. The artificial intelligence notified him that he had chosen an extended premium sheet, to which he winked contentedly and decided that he would choose capitalism. A question appeared asking if Hoyang confirmed the purchase worth 3 billion, to which he, wide-eyed, wondered what else was there to think about, because even as a ranker he was able to earn so much, and then gave an affirmative answer. The game system showed notifications that the protagonist had purchased an extended premium sheet and asked him to create a character, to which he happily closed his eyes. Putting his fingers to his chin, the protagonist decided that since it came down to it, he would choose a cooler name for himself, after which the artificial intelligence reported that the player Hoyang had chosen the name Wilhelm Mayer. Reaching for the screen, the young man thought that it was time for him to spend the experience points he had received for the last game. Baring his teeth, the guy noted that, as he had already said, he was not an ordinary ranker, because for someone who had entered the top of the rating, he had an incredibly low synchronization speed, so there was no talk of normal control over the character. The eyes of his character in the game lit up, and the player said that he had bravely taken a different path, and such pioneers are called non-standard players, and this does not mean strange. Grinning evilly, the protagonist mentally said that a new labyrinth could await him, because he would once again reveal to her his amazing secret about where he would spend all his experience points. Synchronization with the new world was taking place when suddenly small houses appeared, and the system reported that the protagonist entered the area of the city of Bram. The townspeople were walking along the streets. In the distance, a building was visible, rising to the sky. The inhabitants of the city were buying various goods at the market. Suddenly, the men's pupils visibly narrowed in fear. The hero with a large scar opened his mouth. At the same second, the same man in armor appeared. Suddenly, the player glanced at the girl. Grabbing her hand, the knight called the townswoman a woman, to which she loudly asked him to let go. Gritting his teeth, the character ordered the townswoman to answer where the guild was, to which she muttered that she would take him, and begged for mercy, to which he said that if the girl continued to scream, he would kill her. The protagonist looked at the knight in fear. The townspeople stood behind the heroes and did not understand what they were doing in broad daylight, and the newbies were not the same as before. After which someone offered to look at the guy's set and said that he accidentally crossed his gaze, and he already got a warning as if he was the boss of a dungeon, and if he met him in an alley, he would relieve himself. Frowning, the hooded man said that he found out where the guild was, and at the same second a notification appeared that Caesar's notoriety had increased by 1 point. The townspeople stood behind and shouted at the low-level idiot why he needed such a weakling subordinate. Hoyin walked next to the knight, and the other players muttered that they were an odd couple. A white cloth hung on a rope between the houses. Men were sitting in a dark alley. The girl brought a tobacco pipe to her mouth. The knight, the protagonist, and the townswoman came to the slums of the city of Bram. Grinning, the armored character asked what the guy was looking at and whether he wanted to die, which made him wonder at what point he could have screwed up. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips and thought about the fact that this was his slave, who looked like the final boss, the lord of the demon world, and he had spent all his experience points on creating him. An hour ago, while creating the character, Hoyoung stood with his arms folded and said in surprise that of course he had created it himself, but the guy had turned out great. Smiling, the young man said that he had received not only rare skills, but also even rarer talents, and had been able to obtain the ability of a genius for the first time. A picture of the new character appeared, and the guy said that he had also bought unique equipment and rare armor. Crossing his elbows, the player realized that with such a set, everyone would take him for an experienced player. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist realized that he himself was not even a third-rate genius, but he found a way to reach the top of the rating, for which he simply needed to create a competent subordinate and develop him. The system reported the creation of a new subordinate, and the protagonist, wide-eyed, thought that he wanted an unusual game to begin. The player in armor turned around and asked his character to be faster, and the young man did not understand whether those who had money would spend it on small subordinates. In the beams of teleportation, a knight was seen being created. Smiling broadly, the protagonist realized that so far only one great one had succeeded in such a dizzying coup, and that was Hoyin. The artificial intelligence notified that the character sheet was full, after which the subordinate Caesar appeared, and the protagonist exclaimed that everything was ready. The eyes of the 15-year-old man without a class lit up, and the player admired the look like a real sage. All the character sheets were filled in, and the young man, lowering his hands, said that the knight was cool and reliable, although a little creepy, but he was his subordinate and would obey him unquestioningly. Approaching the man's face, the protagonist thought about how much time he had spent on customization and asked if the knight looked too threatening, and decided that he didn't care when suddenly a notification appeared that the journey to the Labyrinth world would soon begin. A moment later, a hint appeared that in the new world, subordinates had a loyalty scale, to which Hoyoung, gritting his teeth, did not understand how to understand this, and the artificial intelligence said that they could stop considering the player their master and leave, to which the protagonist was indignant that this was not the case in the previous version. The protagonist's lips turned down, and he realized that something was clearly wrong, and no matter how he looked at it, his character certainly didn't look like an obedient one. At that very moment, the young man closed his eyes. Imagining the knight stabbing him in the back, he decided that the worst outcome could come from the slightest mistake. The little boy peeked out from around the corner, and the boy realized that he was finished. A moment later, Hoyoung turned around and saw the young man approaching. The townsman crashed into the protagonist's body. The protagonist's mouth opened wide, and he exclaimed that with his stats, he couldn't withstand such an attack. At that very second, the player fell to the ground. His subordinate's robe fluttered in the wind. The boy saw Caesar's legs near his head and thought that everything was bad. An armored hand reached out to him, and the young man realized that the worst outcome had come. Turning his palm over, the subordinate asked if his boss was okay. The protagonist was silent, and beads of sweat appeared on his face. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist answered negatively. The young man rose to his feet when suddenly the system reported that Hoyoung was using a subordinate, and their relationship automatically became normal. The protagonist held his character's hand. Lowering his chin, the guy saw a notification that their relationship would be adjusted over time, and as a result of the help provided, they became at the level of a boss and a subordinate. The player's eyes widened, and the artificial intelligence said that Caesar considered him a charismatic boss. The character smiled, and it was said that he thought the boss must have planned something incredible. The knight knelt before the owner, and it became clear that he felt waves of future success emanating from the protagonist, but if he did not live up to expectations, then the worst outcome could happen. The protagonist anxiously spread his arms to the sides. Beads of sweat appeared on his cheeks, and Hoyoung realized that he was in even more trouble, and it was getting hotter. The players looked away after receiving a message about a new task in which they needed to catch a pickpocket in an alley. The boy ran away, and the system said that if the protagonist did not complete it in 10 minutes, they would lose their starting gold. The boy opened his mouth in fear and began to think about what needed to be done. Gritting his teeth, the young man paused. Frowning, the player called Caesar and ordered him to catch the pickpocket. Grinning evilly, the subordinate began to carry out the order, and the system reported that the character felt the energy of a great man from the boss. A haze was visible behind the protagonist. Caesar abruptly ran forward, and Hoyin muttered that he was his subordinate, but a very creepy one. The protagonist waved his hand, sighing heavily. Suddenly, the boy turned his head to the side. The young man, noticing the girl, turned to her. A moment later, the townswoman looked at the protagonist. Ho-yeon, with sweat on his face, wondered why she was looking at him as if he was trash, but looked at his subordinate differently. Suddenly, the protagonist's pupils narrowed in confusion. The guy lowered his eyebrows and asked if she saw that his subordinate was even more competent than he seemed. The young man raised the corners of his lips menacingly and said that he should try to behave well if she valued her life, and the girl changed in front of him. Spreading his palms, the player said that he despised those who could only talk. The character pulled out a coin and asked to take it. Ho-yeon, looking at one monetary unit, exclaimed that it was only enough for a bitten apple. Lowering his hand, the protagonist thought that he didn't care. Suddenly, the system reported that Caesar's subordinate caught the thief, which saved the protagonist's pupils. A moment later, the guy smiled and muttered that his ward copes with any task so well. The townswoman opened her mouth in fear and asked what it was. The young man looked ahead in surprise. You could see the player's pupils narrow sharply. It seemed like Caesar was moving his legs. The stranger, closing his eyes, began to cry. The man held a sword and told the boss that he had returned. A moment later, the system reported the game Labyrinth world and what would happen if you caught a pickpocket, and you could also see Hoyin open his jaw in bewilderment. The subordinate, throwing down his weapon, said that a pathetic thief dared to covet what belonged to them, and also knocked him down, so he decided to teach him a lesson. Sweat was pouring down the protagonist's face. Raising his palm, the man asked why he was shaking and if something had happened. The protagonist, looking ahead, was very surprised and thought that if he gave in, he would not show himself as a boss and he would stop listening to him. Caesar suddenly lowered his eyebrows. The boy frowned menacingly and asked who solved problems like that. The knight's eyes turned white in confusion. Clenching his fist, the subordinate explained that there were no witnesses and added that if the boss was worried that the boy would talk, he would shut him up right away. Lowering the corners of his lips, the young man asked what the benefit of his death was and what the point of killing him was. Grabbing his chin, the man thought about the benefit. Suddenly, Caesar saved his pupils and exclaimed that he understood. Looking at the young boy, the knight said that the boss wanted to know where he lived and deprive him of everything, and also added that Hoyin was merciless as always and nothing less would satisfy him. Leaning forward, the subordinate apologized for not understanding right away. It was visible how he leaned over along with the thief. The protagonist turned away and muttered that he wanted quests, and the system reported that his notoriety had increased by 1 point. The AI also explained that Caesar had received the pickpocket stash, and a moment later a small bag appeared in the man's hand. The protagonist, his eyes wide, wondered where he got so much from. The boy, through the sweat on his face, said that there were a lot of rich weaklings today and asked if they understood him. The player looked at the little thief and thought that he had dropped starting gold from everyone he came across, and since he was an NPC, he could take a quest from him. The guy, lowering his head, asked if he would continue to lie, to which he received the answer that this would never happen. The young man angrily raised the corners of his lips and said that he had expected a different answer. It seemed like the boy took his mother's hand, and Hoyoung said that he should tell him that he needed money for his mother's treatment or that his brothers and sisters were starving, and also that he should make him sympathize with him. It seemed like the boy was sitting at the table, and the protagonist added that he should tell him how the bandits forced him to steal. Grinning menacingly, the protagonist exclaimed that he would then drag him out of this place and help him find a normal job, and then receive a well-deserved reward. Caesar opened his mouth wide and shouted at the thief that the boss wanted a percentage. The man, fiercely opening his jaw, continued that from this day on, he would be responsible for 90% of the profits. The boy, through tears, replied that he would never steal again and apologized. The subordinate bared his teeth and said that stealing was all he was capable of. Taking up his sword, the knight asked if he dared to apologize after trying to rob the boss, and added that they did not need a pickpocket who could not steal. The boy, his eyes bulging, screamed loudly. The thief fell to the ground and exclaimed that he would do anything and would steal if he was spared. A moment later, Caesar put down his weapon. It seemed like clothes were drying between the houses, and Hoyin wondered what it was. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows, and the system reported that the frightened pickpocket was broken physically and mentally, and also promised to give him part of the earnings, and a new characteristic, charisma, appeared. The townswoman looked at the protagonist in surprise, and he thought that he did not need such charisma. The man walked forward and told the boss that he was incredible, because he realized that the boy had a lot of money, and thanks to him, they now had more than 200 coins. It seemed like the guy narrowed his eyes. The young man opened his mouth and said that half of the coins were his subordinates, to which he was thanked. The player moved his legs and thought that loyalty had not increased, because he thought that his ward would say that he expected nothing less from his boss. The girl turned around and said that they had arrived. Hoyin raised his palm in bewilderment. In front of them was a building in terrible condition. The protagonist, looking forward, wondered if the Adventurers Guild should not be located in a luxurious building right in the center. The townswoman opened the doors, and the protagonist did not believe that such a large city did not have the funds to support the guild. Suddenly, it seemed as if a knife had struck between the fingers of a hand. A moment later, many men were looking towards the entrance. The bartender was seen wiping a glass. Caesar walked past the angry people. The subordinate opened his mouth and asked why they were looking at him and if they were tired of living. Hoyin spread his fingers in fear. The protagonist turned around abruptly and asked the girl where she had brought them. The townswoman, her eyes wide, replied that she had brought them to the Criminals Guild. The protagonist clutched his head and screamed silently. The bartender bit the corners of his lips menacingly, and the guy wondered why he was surprised at all. The man greeted the boys with his jaw open and asked what they wanted. The sun was shining brightly over the slums in Bram. The girl trembled in fear and said that this was a criminal guild. The protagonist covered his face with his hand in displeasure. Caesar stared at him silently. His eyes lit up. The man noticed that his boss was always very meticulous in his affairs and said that now it was time to get rid of this useless girl since they got what they wanted. Hoyin looked at him in horror and mentally called him creepy. The guy pressed his lips together tensely. Suddenly, he frowned menacingly and called out to his subordinate. The young man folded his hands behind his back and explained that the pickpocket was a criminal. But the situation was different now, so the authorities would not be happy if they attacked civilians. The player glanced at his comrade and hoped that he did not need to explain this. The swordsman looked down and said that he understood everything. The warrior opened his mouth wide and ordered the girl to leave and never to be seen again. The girl ran out of the tavern in fear. The adventurer looked after her, upset. She ran into the gateway. The protagonist remembered that until that moment he had felt sorry for only one woman he had met in the game. In the memory, the heroes stood opposite each other. Hoyin decided that he would hardly see her again, since the world had become many times larger. The bartender frowned and asked if the visitors wanted to join the guild. Caesar stepped forward and confirmed this. The guy ran after him. The strangers watched them silently. Someone concluded that now the allies would become even more restless. The guys approached the bar counter. The criminal said that the entry fee was 5 gold. The man leaned towards him. The bandit realized that they had just arrived and that they only had 1 gold coin, and asked them to return when they had money. The swordsman placed a handful of coins on the table. The scoundrel looked at him in surprise. He handed the heroes a wooden token and explained that it was proof that they were in the guild. Gritting his teeth, the warrior asked if this piece of wood was really worth 5 gold coins, and decided that his boss was being robbed. The tavern patrons watched what was happening in bewilderment. The bartender said that he did not understand what they were talking about. The stranger jumped up from the table. The criminal asked why such a brute would listen to a child. The bandit grinned and suggested that he had some incriminating evidence. The young man turned around. The scoundrel asked why he was wearing such rags. His comrade decided that he was trying to pass for a newbie. Caesar approached the drunkard from behind. The visitor turned around. The bandit looked at the man and asked what he wanted. The swordsman immediately hit him in the face. The criminal fell to the floor. Blood flowed from his mouth. Raising his hand, the warrior declared that he was tired of this place and was indignant that someone dared to speak unflatteringly about his boss right behind his back. Caesar clenched his teeth in anger and decided that he would have to kill them all. The man grabbed the hilt of his sword. He turned around when the player called out to him. The adventurer put his hand on the counter and explained that the slums had their own laws. The protagonist frowned menacingly and added that they should respect them. The swordsman gritted his teeth in displeasure. The warrior let go of the sword and reluctantly agreed. The tavern patrons looked after him in fear. The guys silently stared at the bartender. The scoundrel turned pale with horror. Caesar asked if he had any tasks for them. Hoyin said that he wanted to take the job since they were here. The criminal knocked on the table. System windows with tasks appeared above him, among which were rat hunting, debt collection, and patrol. The guy looked closely at the list of tasks. The young man frowned and thought that the rewards for completing them were not the greatest, and the quests themselves took a lot of time. The player touched the system window and stopped at the quest in which you need to knock a debt out of a defaulter and take a large percentage. The adventurer raised his eyebrows and asked where they could find a junk shop. The robber frowned and said that they would be escorted there. Hans approached them and said that he only worked for money. The scoundrel, who owed the guild a lot of money, smiled and said that the first rule was that nothing is free. The protagonist pursed his lips in disappointment and wondered what kind of freeloader of a guide this was. White clouds floated above the city. The heroes came to the market in the slums. The criminal grinned and asked them not to lag behind. The guys went into the gateway. Smiling broadly, the man said that his boss, as always, chose the most profitable case and was surprised that he decided to confiscate and sell all his goods. Hoyin opened his mouth in horror and wondered what they were talking about. The heroes walked along the alley. The guy realized that his subordinate could add to their problems if he was left here. The young man frowned sternly and asked his comrade to behave more respectfully and not to make hasty decisions. A crazy smile shone on the warrior's face. Hans spread his arms and said that they had arrived at the place. A man with dreadlocks was sitting in the room. There were boxes of weapons along the walls. The player noticed that there were too many expensive goods for a junk shop. The adventurer looked around and decided that this was definitely not an ordinary shop. The owner of the shop stood up and asked what brought them here. Smiling widely, Bill doubted that they had brought something to sell and concluded that they were sent by the guild. His hands were dirty. The criminal looked at them with disdain and was indignant that he had not washed them before their visit. The swordsman put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to get out of the way. Caesar smirked and promised the boss to do everything as he was asked, following the local laws. The man stepped forward. The bandit turned to the protagonist and asked what he had just called him. Hoyin asked him to be quiet. The warrior shook the debtor's hand. The mercenary squeezed it hard in his steel glove. The defaulter stared at him in confusion. Suddenly, he closed his eyes. The junkman opened his mouth wide and screamed in pain. His body felt like it was pierced by lightning. Bill fell to his knees. The debtor lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. The guy looked at him in horror. The system reported that the person who owed the guild a lot of money was dead. The young man opened his mouth in shock and thought about how his subordinate killed him with just a handshake. The heroes stood in front of the dead man's corpse. The system reported that the user received 350 gold as interest. Caesar put a pile of coins on the table. The bartender crossed his arms over his chest. The criminal looked at the coins and sighed heavily. The player frowned and said that they hadn't touched anything in the store and the guild could deal with it themselves. The tavern patrons tried not to look at them. The system reported that the tax collection quest had been completed and that the user had received 350 gold. The bandit looked at the adventurer with a tense expression. The notice said that the guild member would now be very wary of him. The protagonist's eyes widened and he wondered why he was looking at them so suspiciously. Hoyin looked away and decided that it was not surprising, since they were given a simple task, and they killed the debtor and took all his money. The scoundrel put his hands on the bar and said that they could be sent to the labyrinth right now and they would cope. The bartender frowned sternly and asked why they were wasting such strength, warning that it would only cause trouble here. The man narrowed his eyes menacingly and said that the boss wanted it, and he did not need any other reasons. Hans spread his arms and asked why he couldn't take another task and leave the easy work to those who needed to feed their families. The guy looked back and explained that he did not like the other tasks. Looking up, the criminal gave in and decided to simply promote them since they had a lot of money. The swordsman looked at him sternly. The bandit asked them to pay 5 gold each. The warrior poured the coins onto the table. The bandit looked at them silently. The scoundrel handed the guys the badges that official members of the guild wear. The medals began to shine. The bartender explained that they were enchanted so that they could recognize each member, and that with their help they could develop the skills of the guild. Covering the badge with his hand, the criminal added that they were spent on the contribution to the guild and asked the newcomer to hide them in case they ran into some vigilant citizen. The young man reached out to take the badge, but the bandit removed it from the table. The bandit said that he simply showed them. The player froze in place. The adventurer gaped in surprise and wondered if he was being mocked. The guild member said that their details should be written on these badges. The protagonist gave him a menacing look. Raising his hand, the bartender was outraged that he was looking at him as if he was ready to tear him to shreds for an innocent joke, and decided to tell them where the guild members could live. Caesar grabbed him by the shirt and asked if this was really a joke for him. The criminal opened his mouth in fear and allowed them to live there for free. Gritting his teeth, the man said that he didn't care and asked if he was laughing at his boss. Hoyin looked at him in horror and thought that he would have loved to hear about free housing. The swordsman's eyes flashed wildly and ordered the offender to apologize if he wanted to live longer. The tavern patrons looked around nervously. The heroes looked at each other in silence. The bandit gritted his teeth and asked if this wasn't too much. The warrior bared his teeth furiously and asked what that meant. The marauder broke the bar with his sword. Clouds of dust rose into the air. People ran from the tavern in fear. The bandit raised his hand and apologized for his rudeness. Caesar opened his mouth wide and ordered him to apologize not to him, but to his boss. The scoundrel looked at the boy and apologized. The man approached him and asked where his sincerity was. The bartender handed him a bag of gold. The young man's mouth dropped open in surprise when he learned that there were 100 gold pieces in the bag. Scratching his chin, The player realized that if people always apologized to him like this, it would be very profitable. A sly grin appeared on his face. The swordsman turned and looked at him. Opening his mouth in anger, the warrior asked if the offender could not see that his boss was in a bad mood, and said that he was angered by his insincerity. The adventurer grabbed his head and decided that his comrade had completely lost his mind. The bartender trembled in fear and wanted to bring something else as a gift. The blade of the crushing broadsword sparkled, and a description of a magical weapon with increased durability appeared. Taking it in his hands, the protagonist realized that it was a pretty good sword and assumed that it would most likely be able to cut through even what he couldn't reach. Hoyin looked at its sharp blade and decided that it was a great weapon for close combat. The heroes watched him carefully as he examined the sword. The guy scratched his chin thoughtfully. The marauder gritted his teeth menacingly. The young man's eyes widened in amazement. Caesar swung his sword and asked if the offender really thought he could buy them off with some kind of weapon. The player, with his mouth open in horror, wondered what his subordinate was doing and thought that he was more than happy with everything. The man frowned furiously and said that it was time for this impudent fellow, who didn't know his place, to say goodbye to his head. The swordsman swung his blade with all his might. At the last moment, someone stopped him with a sharp knife. The warrior looked at the stranger's blade with confusion. The stranger looked out of the hatch in the ceiling and asked what was going on. She widened her eyes in surprise. The marauder lowered his weapon and ordered her to leave. Smiling widely, the girl was glad that there was a real psycho in the guild and asked his name. Caesar gave her a stern look, introduced himself and asked the same thing. The woman put her hand to her chest and said her name. The man looked at his dumbfounded boss. The adventurer broke out in a cold sweat and wondered if she was tired of living. The swordsman frowned and repeated his request one last time. The mercenary put her hand to her head and asked why he asked her name in that case. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in fear and noticed that her subordinate had already warned her twice. Clouds of dust flew around. Hoyin realized that his comrade had been through a lot and should be able to identify a strong opponent with just one look. The guy frowned tensely and concluded that, judging by his behavior, this person was not just strong, but perhaps stronger and more experienced than him. The young man frowned and decided that things were bad for them. The player grabbed his head and assumed that she was from the top of the guild. The adventurer remembered how the woman parried his friend's blow and wondered how much agility she had. The marauder gritted his teeth. He had 20 units of strength and 10 agility, thanks to which his movements were not as slow as other strongmen. The mercenary jumped down. Agility was responsible not only for speed, but also for dynamic visual acuity and reflexes, so with the same speed, the one with higher agility would have an advantage. The assassin stood in front of the warrior. The protagonist thought that he did not want to risk anything in a fight against such an opponent, especially at the very beginning of the game. Hoyin pursed his lips and trembled. The boy looked up and realized that his subordinate's loyalty would fall if he backed down. The young man raised his hand and wanted to ask something, but mixed up the girl's name. The player closed his eyes and decided that he was too nervous. The adventurer looked down and asked who was to blame when a salesperson made a mistake. The woman scratched her chin and hoped that the guest was not going to complicate things. The protagonist raised his hand and explained that if an employee was at fault, the client could complain about him and expect an apology. The mercenary closed her eyes and thought. She struck the ground hard. The guild member's badge flew into the air. The assassin intercepted it in mid-air. Lena smiled broadly and decided that these were guild members since they had said something about badges. The girl squeezed the badge in her hand and asked what all this talk about clients meant. Hoyin stared at her in surprise. The woman reminded them that they had not yet been officially hired and that they were currently probationary workers who would only be trusted to wash floors and windows. The guy frowned and mentally called her logic too flawless. The young man gritted his teeth and thought that her words hurt his pride. The player took out a bag of coins and asked where she had seen a cleaner with 500 gold. The mercenary's eyes widened in shock. With her mouth open in shock, the assassin realized that this was enough for her own store and asked why they needed a part-time job at all. People ran out of the tavern. The adventurer explained that all large stores have their own secrets. Clutching a bag of money in his hand, he said that secrets, experience, knowledge, and wisdom cannot be bought with money. Lena smiled happily, and her cheeks turned red. Clenching her fist, the girl said that she liked everything and asked his name. The protagonist frowned sternly and said his name. The woman covered her mouth and decided that she was starting to like it more and more. The mercenary pointed her sword at Caesar and promised that she would not interfere. The bartender looked at her in horror and asked if she was refusing to fulfill her duties as the guild's protector. The assassin confirmed this. The criminal asked if she really thought she would get away with it. Lena climbed back into the attic and declared that this was exactly how it would be. The girl smiled widely and asked which of them the manager liked more. The hatch slammed shut. The bandit clenched his teeth in fear. The man cut off his head. The system reported that he had killed a criminal guild worker and that his notoriety had increased. The swordsman's eyes lit up. Hoyin looked away, his notoriety had also increased. Looking at his comrade, the guy wondered what it was all about. The warrior said that now his boss would be able to calm his anger. Not long before, the woman was lying on the attic floor, dying of boredom. The tavern patrons had started a fight. They only drank, gambled, and joked every day. Looking at the ceiling, the mercenary could not believe that she had to sit here to protect these scoundrels in case of danger. Drooling, the killer decided that she would never have agreed to this if it were not for her contribution to the guild. Suddenly, a tavern patron chopped the bar with his sword. Lena looked away. The girl looked out the hatch and wondered if this was another brawl. The man fell to the floor. People rushed to run away from the tavern. An ominous aura gathered around the marauder. Bloodlust was visible in his burning eyes. Caesar opened his mouth wide and ordered the bartender to apologize to the boss. The woman's eyes widened and she wondered if such a bloodthirsty creature really had a boss. The member of the criminal guild looked at the young man and asked him for forgiveness. The player rolled his eyes in displeasure. The mercenary noticed that he did not look like a boss at all and looked more like an ordinary person with a tired look. The killer opened the hatch even wider. The bandit handed the guys a bag of money. Lena was surprised that he was giving them 100 gold as an apology. The adventurer thoughtfully put his hand to his chin. His reaction alone exceeded all her expectations. The protagonist pursed his lips in displeasure. The girl wondered what was wrong with him. She expected a completely different reaction when Hoyin took the sword in his hands. A grimace of disgust appeared on his face, and his stern look seemed to say that the scoundrel was trying to buy him off in vain. Then the man swung his sword furiously. The woman's mouth opened in fear and thought that killing a criminal guild worker was the same as committing suicide. The mercenary realized that it was time to intervene and stopped the sword with her dagger. The assassin's mouth opened wide when she saw the bag of gold in the boy's hands. The young man handed her the bag and gave her his fiery speech. Lena smiled and realized how wrong she had been about him. The girl raised her blade and said that she would not interfere, being sure that this man with a tired look had great potential. The player narrowed his eyes. This look was due to poor synchronization. The swordsman cut off the bartender's head. His recklessness led to unpredictable consequences. The adventurer saw blood splashes in the air in front of him. The NPC was dead. The protagonist imagined how all the guild members attacked his subordinate, and realized that he could not even dream of a normal game. The warrior smiled happily. Hoyin realized that everything went wrong from the very beginning. Frowning, the guy was indignant that his friend always did what he wanted, and asked if he realized that this was wrong. The marauder's eyes flashed as he said he should have known that his death would not be enough to calm his anger, and he decided to torture him, find his family, and kill them all. Caesar's mouth dropped open and he apologized for that, promising that it would never happen again. The young man clutched his chest and thought that his comrade had understood that he needed to apologize, but he had gotten everything else completely wrong. The woman peeked out of the hatch and called his boss a monster, saying that it was the first time she had seen someone so cruel. The player looked up at her and wondered if she was reporting them. Gritting his teeth, the man asked why he had to say something that was obvious, and explained that his boss was the greatest man who would soon create a dark organization and destroy this world. The adventurer clutched his head and mentally asked him to shut up, deciding that everyone would think he was crazy. The mercenary smiled and said that it sounded just wonderful. The assassin went down to the floor. Putting her hand to her chest, Lena told him that she specialized in security and assassination and that she had connections in the criminal guild and called herself an assassin who would grow up to be an incredible beauty. The girl extended her hand forward and asked if his boss didn't need such a nugget. The protagonist frowned and wondered what all this monologue was for. Hoyoung crossed his arms over his chest and asked if she could hear what he was saying. The woman confirmed it. The mercenary pointed at the swordsman and said that she understood why this bloodthirsty maniac was following him. The guy covered his face with his hand and decided that they would kill him. The assassin clenched her fists joyfully and asked if what the big guy said about the dark organization and the destruction of the world was true. Lena raised the blade above her head and declared that his organization would be 100 times better than some guild. The girl approached the boy and said that she wanted to work for him. The woman looked him straight in the eyes and added that she had a fixed rate. The player, widening his eyes, said that he would not give her anything and asked her to achieve everything on her own. Smiling widely, the mercenary said that she did not expect anything else and announced that she would become his subordinate from this day on. The warrior smiled widely. The system reported that his loyalty had increased and that the user was able to recruit an assassin despite his current stats. The adventurer rolled his eyes and wondered why Lena was so happy if he had not even told her anything. The girl placed the dagger on her shoulder. The protagonist realized that he now had a crazy maniac and a hired killer. The woman winked at him. Hoyin realized that this was the female version of his comrade. People were walking around the square in Bram. The system suggested that in the labyrinth world, NPCs can voluntarily join the user. The guy walked forward. Looking down, the marauder asked if their new ally would cope. Remembering how the mercenary waved her hand at him and asked the boss to rely on her, the young man asked his friend not to worry and explained that he did not want to worry about trifles. Following him, Caesar apologized. The player realized that he did not do anything special, but was terribly tired. The sword behind the man's back sparkled. The adventurer decided that, given how he behaved in the criminal guild, in the adventurer's guild his subordinate would also wave his sword and shout that his boss was thirsty for blood. The protagonist's eyes widened and realized that then they would definitely be finished off. Hoyang looked away and thought that his character would disappear and the relationship with the swordsman would come to an end. The warrior stared at him blankly. The boy couldn't just watch his comrade, whom he spent $300 million on, turn into an incredible NPC. The boy's eyes widened as the marauder asked what the boss wanted to ask him, since he was looking at him like that. The player looked around. In the middle of the square stood a little girl. She was crying, trying to find her mother. The adventurer turned to his comrade and asked if he saw the crying girl. Standing to the side, the protagonist asked what his friend wanted to do. Looking at her, Caesar frowned menacingly. The child wiped away her tears and called out to her mother. The man raised his hand. Smiling slyly, the swordsman asked if the boss really wanted to make her beg and called him truly cruel. Covering his face with his hand, Hoyang thought that this was not the case at all and realized that his comrade was simply evil incarnate. The guy turned away and explained what he wanted to know so that his subordinate himself would want to do it. The warrior opened his mouth in surprise and thought. The girl closed her eyes, continuing to cry. She looked up and pursed her lips. The marauder watched her tensely. The young woman approached the child. Caesar said that he would not waste his time on her. The young man said that such an answer would suit him. There was a majestic temple near the mountains. People were walking inside it. The Adventurers Guild was located here. The heroes entered inside. People were discussing their tasks and everyday affairs. Walking through the huge hall, the player realized that everything had changed here. The man raised his hand and complained that the line here was too long. The adventurer asked him to be silent. The swordsman gritted his teeth in displeasure. In the end, he joined the line. The protagonist thought that he was beginning to understand how to deal with it. The visitor raised his hand to his mouth and asked his friends if they had seen the man in the starting clothes who had just given the brute orders. The girl assumed that he was probably just pretending to be a newbie. The warrior smiled widely when he heard their conversation. There were people standing in the hall with weapons in their hands. When the heroes approached the window, the guild employee said that the registration fee was 1 gold coin. The woman handed them an adventurer's badge, which could be used in the labyrinth city of Brahm. Hoyan took the badge in his hand and asked how to use it. The metal on the chain sparkled. The girl asked the visitors to drip their blood on them and hand them to her. She raised her eyebrows and said that after that, a window would appear with information about their characteristics, and the system would calculate skills and talents to suggest the optimal class for them. The boy looked back when his companion said that it was just wonderful. The marauder turned to the line and called for people to see what his boss can do. Caesar squeezed the badge in his hands and said that they had never seen anything like it. The young man closed his eyes and asked him to be quiet, explaining that he was not going to waste even a drop of blood on such nonsense. The guild visitors stared at the guys. The player thought that he was actually very interested in finding out his class. People's eyes widened in amazement. The adventurer noticed that there was a heavy silence in the air, as if everyone was afraid of them. He left a cut on his finger and decided that it was due to the fact that his friend had 4 advanced characteristics that ordinary people could not afford. The protagonist raised his bloody finger and remembered that he had charisma. Hoyan smiled widely and said that he was afraid of his own potential. The guy squeezed the badge in his fist and realized that Caesar was subordinate to him, which in itself was proof of his strength. The young man looked back and decided to find out the result. The guild employee stared at him in surprise. The woman opened the system window. The player's eyes widened in shock. The message showed a choice between a swindler, a con man, or a robber. The adventurer trembled in bewilderment. The man's eyes widened in shock. The guys were staring tensely at the system window. The protagonist looked at his subordinate and realized that things were bad for them. Hoyan gritted his teeth and thought that such a list of classes would definitely undermine his authority. The people in line stared at him. The guy wondered what he had been doing all this time. Memories of him and the swordsman threatening civilians and killing NPCs popped into his head. The young man remembered that his subordinate had done all this, but for some reason his notoriety had increased much more. Looking at the selection window, the player realized that everything turned out this way because of his irresponsibility. The warrior smirked and said that this was definitely his boss. The adventurer looked again at the options provided by the system. Suddenly, the selection window changed and there were new classes: boss, assassin, and hitman. The marauder hoped that everyone realized how great his boss was. The protagonist leaned towards the girl and asked why the classes had changed. The guild member raised an eyebrow and explained that the system usually used very limited information to compile a list of classes, but if it calculated based on advanced stats instead of basic stats, it might take a little longer. Hoyang scratched his chin and thought about how these classes were no better than the previous ones. He frowned when Caesar stated that a subordinate must match the greatness of the boss and that his contribution would be the most significant. Without turning around, the boy asked him to shut up. The man agreed that he didn't need to say something so obvious. The young man rolled his eyes when his companion smiled maliciously. The system reported that the user selected the boss class, the highest official in the organization who relies on charisma. The swordsman turned away. The notification said that the player would be able to perform feats that ordinary adventurers are not capable of. The heroes headed for the exit. The adventurer asked his friend to remind him what class he was. The warrior called himself a marauder. The protagonist frowned and decided that this was the most suitable class for him. Moving towards the street, Caesar thanked the boss. Hoyan thought that it was not a compliment at all. People were sitting in the waiting room of the Adventurers Guild. They widened their eyes in fear when someone called them worthless. The man crossed his arms over his chest and declared that they were very lucky. The stranger closed his eyes and thanked him. The boy opened his mouth wide and wondered what he had just thanked him for. With a mad smile on his face, the swordsman said that he would spare those who had a worthy reason to get out of here. The boy looked at him in horror. Gritting his teeth, the player reminded his subordinate that he had asked him to respect others and thought about how he couldn't act like this all the time. The warrior turned to him and apologized. The marauder raised his hand and declared that he would keep his promise and let them leave alive. The adventurer's eyes widened in tension. Imagining the guild members attacking his comrade, the protagonist wondered what was wrong with him and realized that the strongest adventurers would come for them if they did something wrong. The subordinate had a smile on his face. Hoyang guessed that he was acting like this because of his class, which increased his strength based on the number of kills. Looking at his friend, the boy decided that this was too much and wondered how much he liked this class. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened and he mentally wondered if his subordinate really wanted to start killing right now. The player stared at the madman and thought about his promise to leave everyone alive. The stranger held up a bag of coins and exclaimed that he had forgotten to deposit the money. His hand trembled. Caesar asked how much money was in it. The guild member replied that there was 1 silver and 30 bronze. The man's eyes widened and he asked if he really thought that depositing would help him save his savings. The swordsman raised his hand and asked him to leave the matter to him. The adventurer's eyes widened in horror. The adventurer's mouth dropped open in shock and he wondered if his friend was really going to rob him. The boy clutched the bag of money to his chest and shouted that he would never give it up. A throwing knife stabbed him in the back. Holding his hand in front of him, the warrior called him too insolent and asked if he really thought that they would beg him to stay. The marauder declared that he would spare him as he had promised. The protagonist narrowed his eyes in amazement and wondered if that could be called mercy. The wounded stranger fell to the floor. The rest of the people present covered their faces with their hands, trying not to pay attention to what was happening. Hoyang frowned and realized that it was too late. The guild member stood up from the bench. The boy imagined how he called the guards to the waiting room and realized that if that happened, everyone would find out about his subordinate's crimes. The young man imagined his comrade swinging his sword and thought about how they would no longer be allowed into the Adventurers Guild and that they would have even more problems. The player furrowed his brows sternly and realized that he had no other choice. The adventurer widened his eyes and decided that they needed to intimidate everyone. His eyes lit up. The protagonist decided to use his charisma so that people would never report them. Hoyang pouted and trembled from the tension. Jumping to his feet, Caesar called everyone present fools and asked if they could not see that his boss was bored. The man raised his sword and decided to give them a chance to amuse him. The people stared at him. The swordsman promised to chop them into small pieces if they failed. The adventurers frowned in fear. A drop of sweat rolled down the cheek of one of them. The guys looked at each other. Looking at each other, they nodded. The knight frowned and asked his name. The mage said his name. The blonde looked at him with the intention of asking a question. The stranger raised his eyebrows and asked what Nostradamus said before he died. The people in the waiting room watched him in surprise. The guy opened his mouth in amazement. The guild member frowned menacingly and said that Nostradamus said that he was going to die now. The guys sat in the room in complete silence. The warrior clenched his teeth and asked if the adventurer really thought he could make the boss laugh with such a terrible joke. The blonde covered his ears with his hands and said that he did not know anything better. The marauder said that he had just missed his only chance. Caesar swung his sword, indignant that his boss was humiliated, and called on the scoundrel to prepare for death. Suddenly, the young man closed his eyes and laughed sincerely. The player rubbed his chin and thought that he did not want to admit it, but it was actually funny. The man looked at him in shock. Caesar and the protagonist stared at each other. Looking at the frowning face of his subordinate, Hone assumed that he did not like his reaction. He immediately covered his mouth, wondering how he would be in such a sad world where you can't even laugh. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Lowering his hand, he looked at the adventurers with disdain, saying that it was not funny at all, but if he had not laughed, his subordinate would have killed him. Hone began to clap his hands and laugh. The guys covered their ears and faces, feeling fear because of the laughter. The protagonist stopped freezing, stopping clapping his hands. Caesar grinned, saying that he had never heard the boss laugh like that, which meant they were good jokers. He waved his sword, saying that he was sure everyone understood him. Grinning widely, he said that when their lives were at stake, nothing was impossible. The group of adventurers froze in horror. Hoyen trembled when Caesar said that if they wanted something, they would have to earn it and deserve it. Pointing his sword at the people, Caesar said that those who could not do anything would not leave here alive. Everyone froze and did not move. The game had just begun. The guild waiting room turned into a prison cell with Caesar as the jailer. He lowered his sword. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and became despondent. He felt sorry for the people. The events take us to a suburban highway. Lena was walking along a path in the forest. She was shivering from the cold. Raising her head and looking at the sky, she wondered how the boss and the swordsman were there. The wind slightly increased as if to give an answer. Lena smiled widely. She was sure that the boss was doing something incredible. Someone was juggling daggers. The adventurer stood in front of Caesar juggling weapons. The protagonist, who was sitting next to the marauder, was silent. Suddenly, the guy's hand trembled. The daggers immediately hit, wounding him in several places. Hoyen and his subordinate laughed creepily upon seeing this. Lena smiled with her eyes closed. She imagined the boss's face, mentally saying that his gaze was like that of a person who was indifferent to any danger. To her, her boss had an invisible charisma around his body. She remembered how Caesar, who was standing next to him, said that their boss was creating a dark organization to destroy the world. The girl's eye opened wide. She realized that the dark organization not controlled by the criminal guild was like an army of demons, and Hoyen stood at its head. She imagined the guy's face again, saying that his gaze was the gaze of someone who had rejected everything human. The events take us to the protagonist. The girl was kneeling and crying, saying that she couldn't take it anymore because she had to earn money to pay for her mother's treatment. Hoyen, who was sitting opposite her, closed his eyes and thought. Lowering his hand, he said with a grimace on his face that it was a terrible performance and that she needed to come up with something better. Lena clenched her fists, saying to herself that their boss was the quintessence of evil. She began to happily raise her hands, rejoicing for herself and the boss. Her joyful cries were heard throughout the forest. Closing her eyes, she happily said that she was Hoyang's subordinate. Remembering her failure, how people burst in on her and felt ashamed, she couldn't handle even the simplest task and ran away. The girl coughed and covered her mouth with her hand and asked the boss for forgiveness. Opening her eyes, she mentally said that although the boss was strong, even he would have a hard time fighting against everyone now. The girl suddenly ran, deciding that Hoyen couldn't do without her help. A moment later, only dust remained in her place. The events take us to the labyrinth city of Brahm. The protagonist and Caesar were walking along the streets of the city. Standing next to the boss, the marauder asked him if he wanted to say something. He, shivering from the cold, asked the servant how he felt in such cold. The man frowned, saying that a warrior is not afraid of even the most severe cold. Hoyen's face immediately froze. He also frowned. A moment later, he began to shiver again, deciding not to admit that he was cold. Caesar turned around telling the boss that he was incredible. Looking at the guy who dropped his hands, the marauder said that his clothes were so shabby and the cold didn't seem to bother him. Snot flowed out of the guy's nose. He cursed in his mind, saying that it was obvious from his appearance that he was frozen. Hoyang decided not to talk anymore and followed the servant. He cursed looking at the expensive equipment bought with his opus. The protagonist got angry and frowned, wanting the marauder to give him his cloak. Looking at the trash can, the protagonist mentally said that he wondered what Lena, who had been missing for a long time, was doing. The guy suddenly kicked the trash can out of anger. The lid of the trash can flew off. The girl herself fell out of it. When Caesar approached, Hoyang asked the girl what she was doing there. Sticking out her tongue and smiling, she said that now she was finished. The group froze in this position for a couple of seconds. Lena started to fidget, saying that it was so cold outside, she had already searched for them, even the guild. Adventurers looked through. Tired, she decided to hide. Squinting, the evil guy asked her if she was serious. She could have just waited in the guild. Lena hit her fist on her palm and admired the idea. A moment later, she rose up on her hands, asking if they were there the whole time. Hanging her head and bowing, Lena said that she waited in a cold, smelly trash can. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and said that they were sitting in a comfortable waiting room and had a pretty good time. Closing her eyes, the sad girl said that they were quite brave, because some members of the criminal guild were members of the adventurers guild. The guy's eyes widened and he froze. The group froze again and fell silent. Hoyen frowned and asked Lena if they managed to cover their tracks. The girl hit herself on the head, saying that she screwed up. Caesar and Hoyang did not move, looking at the girl. The guy's face distorted in anger. Veins appeared on his face as he ordered Caesar to put the trash where it belonged. The marauder stepped forward and did not pay attention to the girl's screams. The man forcibly closed the lid of the trash can. With a grin on his face, he threw a stone on the lid. The protagonist and the man looked at the trash can for a while. Turning around and starting to leave, the guy said that he felt much better now. The gloomy protagonist noted that he was starting to look more and more like Caesar. The events take us to the streets of the Night City. Lena approached the boss and said that as soon as they left, the first thing she did was collect everything valuable. Raising her hand, she said that if she carried everything with her, she could run into trouble. There was a subspace bag in the manager's office, so she put everything in it. The group walked through the entertainment district. Lena said with a wide smile that she wanted to blame the mercenary guild next, and to do this, she needed to work with the corpse. Unfortunately, it was at that moment that the manager returned to the house. The protagonist looked at the girl saying that not only did she not get rid of the evidence, but she was also caught red-handed. Lena happily confirmed this. It was as if a ray of light pierced Hoyen in the darkness. Now Lena took the blame for Caesar. The protagonist walked away leaving the girl and told her that she was useless. Lena froze, barely holding back her tears. She cried, telling the boss that he was too cruel. Hoyen turned around abruptly upon hearing this. He closed his eyes. The guy was powerless before his tears. Stroking the girl's head, Hoyen told her that she was good for getting out safe and sound, although she could have escaped, taking the subspace bag. The girl opened her eyes wide. Her cheeks turned red with embarrassment when Hoyong asked her why she stayed. The protagonist removed his hand when the girl told him that she didn't want to set him up, and she needed a protector, sponsor, or helmsman. The guy squinted at the girl. He realized that the girl herself was confused in her explanations. Turning around, he told her that the main thing was that she was with them. After dinner, she should wash up and go to bed. The events take us to another part of the city. The group approached the tavern. Putting a coin on the counter, the protagonist said that they needed one room for two and one room for one with a bath. The man behind the counter closed his eyes, saying that all the places were already taken. Now there were only 2 single rooms left. Lena clenched her fists and happily asked the boss if he was really so worried about her. Since he ordered a bath, he answered saying that it just stinks. The girl bowed her head and left. The group headed to the second floor. Having climbed to the second floor, the protagonist thought that Lena should sleep alone since she was a girl. Looking at Caesar's back, he mentally said that if he did not want to lose his loyalty, he could not leave him without a room. Suddenly, the guy stopped. He remembered how the marauder killed a man with a simple handshake. He could have accidentally kicked him in his sleep and killed him. Lena went into her room and said goodbye to them. The protagonist stood by the door and told Caesar that this was his room, he would find another. The man silently stared at the guy. Yawning, he asked if it was worth killing the tavern owner. The protagonist mentally grabbed his head and told his subordinate that his precious sleep should not be disturbed. Caesar turned around, saying that it was strange that the most terrible boss in the world suddenly refused to give him a room and kill the tavern owner. Grinning, the man asked if he was really worried about this killer Lena. The guy shook his head, saying that he didn't understand what he was talking about. Caesar waved his hand and said that Lena was a nobody and couldn't even settle things with the criminal guild. The marauder's eyes lit up when he asked the boss if he really wanted to lull the killer's vigilance and strangle her in her sleep without witnesses. The protagonist, standing opposite the man, froze. Turning away, he told the marauder that he would rent a room in a normal tavern. Looking at the man, he told him to be patient, because Lena would still be useful. After that, he walked away. Caesar grinned as he looked after him. The system gave the protagonist a hint about stamina with its full description and 3 system windows. The events take us to a luxury hotel. Hoyen was lying in one of the rooms. Turning on his side, he muttered something indistinctly. The guy's eyes opened a little. Caesar stood next to him, telling him to wake up. Standing up, Hoyong asked his subordinate what he was doing here. The guy frowned at the window, realizing that the sun had just risen and he hadn't even slept for 3 hours. Suddenly, he turned his head. Caesar stood next to him, wiping blood from his sword. The guy froze, looking at the man. His eyes widened and his pupils shrank. Frowning, he asked him if he had killed someone. Caesar grinned, saying that he had killed 7 people and there were no witnesses. Afterwards, he handed the sheet to the boss. Hoyong involuntarily remembered how Caesar had grinned yesterday, saying that Lena was absolutely useless and it would have been better to kill her. He looked at his subordinate again in anger. His fingers clenched the blanket. Suddenly, the hatch on the ceiling began to move. A moment later, Lena climbed out of it. The guy glanced at her and asked how she had ended up there. The girl smiled, telling the boss that he had become an important person, but she was worried that he might be killed in his sleep, so he decided to keep an eye on him. The marauder waved his hand, brushing away the dust. The protagonist watched as the couple quarreled, looking at each other. Putting his hand to his chest, he said that it was even cute to watch them. A moment later, he came to his senses and frowned. He looked at the scuffs on the floor. Then he looked at the broken vase and spilled blood. Many areas of the floor were completely dirty. The guy squinted, not believing that he had gotten involved with such people. The guy frowned again and said that it was time for them to leave. The events take us to the Adventurers Guild. A group of adventurers with injuries were leaving the dungeon. The man, dragging his comrade, cursed. The girl walking next to them said that this time the dungeon had become much more difficult. Although her reaction and speed had improved, the monsters had completely unreadable attacks. Remembering how the monsters surrounded the man said that they had to organize a full raid on small mobs. He turned his head in anger and shouted, saying that this dungeon is too difficult for the beginner level. He turned his head back sharply. There he saw Caesar's back. He looked at him angrily, asking if he wanted to die since he was looking at the boss. The guy immediately looked at the guy in the middle of the group. Lena smiled and said that a pervert was staring at her. The guy abandoned his comrade and ran away. The protagonist, standing in the middle of two creepy people, heard the system notify him of Caesar's reputation being damaged. Raising his hand and stopping, he said that they didn't need to waste time on such an important day. Lena clenched her fists and asked if they were really going to act now. The protagonist, closing his eyes, said that for now they would just go into the labyrinth. Lena stopped smiling and shuddered. The marauder frowned and asked what they cared about such trifles. Lena also knitted her eyebrows, expressing agreement with her partners. Hoyang squinted at the two people. The guy became serious and calm and said that they needed records of completing tasks and then they would not have to kill to demonstrate strength. Caesar grinned when he heard his words. Lena stroked her chin and thoughtfully asked why tasks for beginners. Frowning at the girl, Caesar said that it was in order to finally break those who considered them too difficult. Hoyan, who was watching the quarrel from the side, said that they get along quite well. The marauder with a grin on his face had 20 strength points, and the girl had terrifying muscles for her and an endless inventory. The guy understood that two people rushing at monsters would easily kill more than a couple of hundred enemies. The system issued a task to kill goblins. The protagonist stood carefully reading the terms of the task. Thanks to his partners, he would be able to quickly and effortlessly increase his level. His lips stretched into a grin. Turning, he led the group behind him. Events take us to the Labyrinth City. If you follow the center of the city, you can run into a solid wall. There, near the wall, was an entrance to the labyrinth guarded by guards. The wall did not allow the monsters inside to break out. Thus, right in the center, an octagonal barrier for monsters was created. The events take us inside the labyrinth. The protagonist's group stopped, seeing numerous corpses. Caesar, smiling, said that it looked like some idiots died here. He scared Hoyan by saying that there might be a giant or a minotaur, or even a troll. Frightened, Hoyan straightened up, saying that if such monsters were found here, the guild would stop letting newcomers in. The man only smiled wider, saying that it was unfortunate. Lena pointed to the goblins to the side. They were two marauder goblins with simple weapons in their hands. The protagonist, turning to them, ordered them to be killed. The marauder raised his sword and began to threaten the monsters. Lena suddenly threw two daggers. After killing two monsters, she asked Caesar what he had done here. The man's face was distorted with anger. He told the girl not to dare steal his victim. She responded by saying that he was too slow. The man clenched his teeth, barely holding back his anger. He raised his sword, saying that he would make her regret this. The protagonist opened his mouth in horror and froze. Suddenly, a crowd of goblins appeared. They opened their mouths. The monsters surrounded the group and attacked them. Hoyan looked back and mentally began to curse. He involuntarily remembered how the adventurers at the entrance were talking about the increase in monsters in the labyrinth. Lena reflected the enemy's sword. The protagonist grabbed his face in horror. The girl rushed at the enemy. In an instant, she was able to dodge the blow, which struck the goblins instead of her. Lena smiled, taking the daggers in her hand. Caesar easily dodged the daggers. The blades flew past and hit the monsters. During their battle, the two did not notice how they were killing goblins around them. The protagonist looked out from behind cover. His eyes widened when the system notified him of gaining experience. The guy saw how all the monsters around the couple died. The difference between Hoyan and the other players was that they died, but he did not. He was accompanied by servants that he could use without straining himself. Smiling, the guy called Lena a good boy. The girl immediately pointed at Caesar, saying that the boss complimented her, but not him. Hoyan raised his hand, saying that he wanted to say that she finally did something. In the future, she needs to learn to work in a team. Lena smiled widely, saying that she was even embarrassed by how good she was, so the next targets are for Caesar. The man's face distorted with anger. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest and ordered them to stop fighting. He closed his eyes and said that if they continued like this, they would not advance any further, and that he himself would not even be able to hunt. Lena glanced at the boss and asked him if he would also hunt. The guy sighed and made the girl happy by saying that as the boss, he should take the initiative. Suddenly, he almost screamed with his mouth wide open. Caesar approached him, asking if he was sure about that. The protagonist involuntarily looked at the system panel. His synchronization had only reached 40%. The man thoughtfully turned away. Lena raised her hand, saying that she would finally see the boss in action, and he must be incredibly strong. The guy began to sweat heavily, realizing that he was a weakling. Looking into the distance, Caesar said that they had just met a goblin. This goblin was old and had a cane instead of a weapon. Hoyin, in a terrible mood, walked forward. He stood in front of the old goblin. The girl still raised her hand, encouraging him. The protagonist's sword was enveloped in mana. He himself did not know how well he fought. Putting the sword in front of him, the guy began to pour mana into it. A moment later, he lunged. The goblin's eyes flashed. The old man leaned to the side. Jumping up, he hit the guy with his cane. The protagonist grabbed his head and realized that the enemy was fast. The guy got into a stance with his sword. The goblin dodged his attack again. Unexpectedly, Hoyin's next attack hit the monster's side. The monster flew over the protagonist, bleeding. The guy turned around, sweating heavily. The old goblin landed calmly. He sweated heavily and covered his wound, looking at the enemy. A moment later, he turned around and ran away. Hoyin raised his sword, not wanting to let go of his prey. He threw his blade after the monster. The goblin turned around sharply, feeling it. The sword landed surprisingly after 2 meters of flight. The protagonist froze, realizing that his subordinates were watching him. The goblin meanwhile ran away. Hoyin walked forward. He raised his sword. Then he turned and walked towards Caesar. The guy raised his head when the man addressed him. He said with a deep frown that he fought better than he expected with such a body. Lena raised her hand and asked what his words meant. The protagonist plunged into darkness, realizing that he was too bad. He passed by the couple, saying to forget everything. Lena silently watched him go. The girl frowned with alarm and asked the boss if he was sick. Now her head seemed to be illuminated by a thought when she looked at the leaving boss. She clenched her fists and screamed, asking if it was true. A fire was burning in the labyrinth. The group sat around the fire. The girl kept looking at Caesar. She turned her gaze to the boss. Afterwards, she looked at the marauder again. Raising her hand, she happily said that she was a young growing organism, so she needed sleep. Caesar gritted his teeth, telling the girl not to talk nonsense. Besides, the boss would not be on duty. The protagonist, who was watching the argument, raised his head, saying not to worry about him. He suddenly calmed down and shocked Lin by saying that Caesar was only 15 years old. The girl covered her smile with her hand, saying that this marauder was under 30 and would not give it. Caesar clenched his fist, saying that he did not care about age. The protagonist frowned, ordering them to stop arguing. Looking at Lin, he asked Lin because of whom they were in this situation. The girl awkwardly pointed to herself when the protagonist said that she was lost, and they were with her. Although the killer is the best subclass of a bandit, so first he had to learn the basic skills of a bandit. The girl smiled widely, saying that she did not teach anything like that. The guy raised his hand, asking her if she had taught him anything at all. She replied by saying that a killer wouldn't need some bandit skills. Hoyang frowned, asking the girl what skills she had developed. She stretched out her fingers and started counting all the killer skills. Caesar's face twisted in anger when he said that unlike the girl, he was trying to pull them out. The guy immediately remembered how the thug was trying to destroy the entire labyrinth. He involuntarily narrowed his eyes again, starting to watch the couple's argument. Raising his hand, he ordered them to stop arguing, and he also took food for 2 days just in case. The couple immediately turned to him. The girl clenched her fists and was happy, so the group continued to sit around the fire. The guy bowed his head. He had no unnecessary words. After a while, only he was standing on his feet. The guy personally remained on guard and was now looking into the distance. Hoyang sighed. He was forced to stand guard even though he was the boss. The guy didn't get enough sleep yesterday because of his subordinates, and now these subordinates were sleeping. He involuntarily looked back. Looking at the girl's blanket, he didn't see her. He got very angry remembering how the girl wanted to skip her shift. Suddenly, Lena appeared next to him and scared the guy. The girl smiled widely in admiration, saying that the boss was guarding her while everyone was sleeping, despite the illness. The girl's cheeks turned red. Extending her hand to the guy, she said that she had gone a bit too far. The protagonist looked at her, saying that everything was fine. The girl leaned over slightly, saying that she was very ashamed, so she decided to teach him the skill. The guy froze in surprise when the system notified that Lena wanted to teach him the skill. A system window appeared describing what would happen if he agreed to the training. The system notified that if he studied the transferred skill on his own without a teacher, the learning speed would be reduced. The couple froze while the protagonist thought about training. He rubbed his chin, realizing that such a chance was extremely rare. Removing his hand from his face, he asked the girl what skill she decided to teach him. Lena smiled broadly, asking the boss what skill he thought was the most important for an assassin. The guy held out his finger, saying it was the art of assassination. A moment later, the system reported that he had started learning the art of assassination skill. Licking the blade, Lena said that the trick was to quickly get close to the target and aim for vital points. The girl was behind the guy in an instant. She put her finger to his lips, saying that speed and accuracy were important because the target shouldn't even realize something had happened. Stepping back, she said that she would teach him something now. She held the blade out in front of her, saying to watch carefully. Her blade rushed forward. Pointing to a hole in the wall, she told the protagonist that he should do this 1,000 times. The guy froze, looking at the blade. His eyes widened in horror. His sword couldn't withstand that. Giving the sword to the guy, Lena told him that he shouldn't hit with all his strength. She adjusted the guy's stance, saying that he should hone his accuracy. Aiming the sword at the hole, Lena said that he needed to keep a sufficient distance, then the sword would not wear out. The sword flew towards the hole in the wall. Lena clapped her hands. The guy turned his head to the girl, asking her what would happen if he accidentally miscalculated the force. The girl ran her hand across her throat. She said that in that case, blood would spurt in all directions, and he would need to hide, otherwise he would be caught. The veins on the guy's face bulged. He looked at the sword in his hand. The guy poured mana into his sword. A moment later, he struck. The sound of a collision spread throughout the cave. Soon, the system reported the completion of the skill training. The protagonist's body trembled from fatigue. Lena looked at him with a smile on her face. She hit him on the back a couple of times and laughed. The protagonist's achieved process had reached 3%. Hoyoung gritted his teeth, unable to hold back his tears. He lost more in the labyrinth than he gained. Caesar suddenly appeared behind the protagonist. The protagonist turned around, telling him that if he had nothing important, he should continue sleeping. Caesar pointed to the side, saying that there were adventurers. The two guys shuddered, turning their heads. There they saw 3 terrifying people with glowing eyes. The guys immediately turned around and ran away. Hoyoung froze with his hand outstretched. He wanted to ask the guys to tell him the way. The system gave him the task to catch the adventurers. The system told him that he must catch the guys in 30 minutes to ask them for directions or ask them to take him outside. The protagonist ordered Caesar, who was standing next to him, to catch the escapees. Turning his head, he told the man that this was the only chance to get out of here. The marauder dropped to one knee. A moment later, he rushed from the spot. He ran forward at great speed. The remaining couple looked after him. Lena clapped her hands and said that with such a skill you can run much faster. Then she turned to the boss, asking if he was worried. Turning to the girl, the guy asked her what he should be worried about. She answered by saying that Caesar could have gotten lost himself. The guy's whole world plunged into darkness. The girl raised her hand again, reminded him that Caesar had poor spatial orientation. Extending her finger, she said that if he ran far, he would not return. The guy was struck by electricity and his face distorted with horror. He immediately extended his hand, ordering Lena to run after Caesar. The couple ran after the marauder. The protagonist fell to his knees from fatigue after 3 minutes. Lena, standing next to him, called him. Rubbing her chin, she asked the guy if his illness was such that if he overexerts himself, his heart will explode. Hoyoung stood up and said that he would not die from such a thing. Lena crossed her arms and said that they could only hope that Caesar would find them himself. The protagonist looked up when the system reported that Caesar had caught the adventurers. He smiled and said that when it came to manual labor, the marauder had no equal. Lena turned to the guy and told the guy that if they didn't find this psycho, they would be finished. She clenched her fists when the protagonist told her that the adventurers should be good at navigating, so they would help him. Lena smiled widely and clenched her fists. Hoyoung turned away, asking the girl what he wanted to do when they got out of here. Raising his hand, he said that her eagerness to teach him the skill was commendable, so he wanted to thank her. Lena froze when she heard his words. She smiled widely again, telling the boss that he was the best. The guy turned to her. Coming very close, the girl said that she wanted to eat something delicious. A bright shine from the girl illuminated the protagonist. He froze, standing next to the girl. He did not believe that she just wanted to eat food. He covered his mouth, assuming that she was a poor thing. The guy mentally grinned, telling Lena that he would buy her a lot of goodies. The girl raised her hands and rejoiced. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of the protagonist. He sweated heavily when the system reported that Caesar killed one adventurer. The guy clenched his teeth in anger. Suddenly, a group of people appeared in the passage. 3 people froze when they saw them. They paid attention to the angry face of the protagonist. One of them immediately pulled out his blades. The girl took a bow in her hands. The tank lowered his shield. The tank stepped forward, telling Hoyoung to let the girl go. The couple froze hearing his words. The man frowned and screamed, accusing Hoyoung of kidnapping. The 2 groups froze, looking at each other. The protagonist looked at the group in horror. He had no time for this now. At this time, Caesar lifted the second adventurer by the throat. Hoyoung looked at Lena, who clenched her fists. She barely managed to cover her mouth and not laugh. She pressed herself against the boss, saying that she was a sweet and fragile girl, and he was a scary thug. Something flew over their heads. The girl who released the arrow told Hoyoung to let the captive go. While the group ran towards them, the protagonist began to scold his subordinate. The guy in the mask threw daggers. Lena pushed the boss away, dodging the attack. The tank standing in the middle screamed and was surprised by this. Hyolyn frowned, saying that they would not defeat the enemy, and now luck had turned away from them. The group stopped while Hyolyn said that he would lay down his life but would not abandon them. The man frowned upon hearing his words. He looked sharply at his partner and embarrassed her by confessing his love. Carly blushed with embarrassment and said that they needed to survive first. The protagonist and his subordinate opened their mouths wide at this drama. The boy glanced at Lena, who said that she had had enough fun. Then he looked at the approaching group. His eyes were wide open. The system horrified him by informing him that Caesar had killed the second adventurer. A moment later, the system reported a level increase. Mana enveloped the protagonist's body, and he now had access to the boss spirit skill. The protagonist grinned upon receiving this skill. Boss spirit was a normal rank class skill. This skill enhanced the boss's greatness. Lena looked at the boss with admiration. She smiled widely, telling the boss that he now had a face like he killed 50 people every day. The boy looked at the girl incredulously. He gritted his teeth, wanting to look at himself in the mirror. The boy grinned again, wanting to try out the new skill. The space lost its color for a moment. Hoyoung's eye glowed brightly. A moment later, its pupil shrank significantly. The group found themselves near it without feeling anything. Lena moved forward, screaming in alarm. She immediately stood in front of the protagonist. The guy himself opened his mouth in fear and froze. The tank's sword rushed forward. The sword flew past the protagonist's head. A moment later, the sword froze. The guy himself was sweating heavily, looking at the sword. Looking at the group trembling in fear, he assumed that the skill had finally worked. The guy could not notice the huge figure behind him. Caesar's eyes glowed as he told the man that he had a toy sword. The group retreated back in fear. The man screamed, saying that they would not retreat. With one blow, Caesar knocked the weapon out. After that, he stood up and did not move. Lena sniffed him. Waving her hand, she said that she smelled blood. Patting the marauder on the back, she asked the boss what he thought about it. Caesar raised his hand and said that those two guys turned out to be the adventurer's killers. He clenched his fist and said that he took care of everything and even grabbed all their weapons. The protagonist froze in horror upon hearing his words. He frowned, asking why those guys ran when they saw them. Caesar turned away slightly, saying that it was because the boss had a face like he killed 50 people every day. The protagonist was struck by electricity again. He glared at the group, saying that he needed them to answer one question. His face distorted as he asked what they thought looking at his face. The man in the middle opened his mouth and froze. Caesar raised his sword, calling the group ungrateful. He frowned deeply, saying that there was no sincerity in their words. Did they think they were safe now? The protagonist stood in front of the marauder, trying to calm him down. People noticed the blood on the weapon behind the man. The protagonist, unable to hold back his tears, screamed, saying that they must accept their punishment, so they must wash the blood off all the weapons. For a couple of seconds, everyone froze in their positions. The cave was as quiet as a cemetery. Lena straightened up. She looked into the distance of the labyrinth. Lena, catching up with the boss, said that it was a good idea, and she had not filled a bag for a long time. The protagonist looked at her and said that there was no other way to deal with the stolen goods. He sighed and looked back. Turning to Hyolyn, he told him that he had tried well. Hyolyn, walking behind, nodded. The guy, sweating heavily, said that the guards at the gate themselves were worse than any bandits, and at the entrance they would take 10% of the loot. The protagonist opened his mouth in amazement. Looking at the guy walking behind, he asked what would happen if they did not give anything. Lena smiled and said that they could use her beauty. Soon Hyolyn was brought forward. Caesar threateningly told him that if he failed, he would die. Soon the group found themselves at the gate. A guard in armor asked them if they had returned. Hyolyn approached the guards and began to explain the situation. Two guards looked at him thoughtfully. The guy received approval and walked past them. The protagonist followed him and looked back all the time. Soon the group left the labyrinth. Caesar scared Hyolyn by saying that he acted as if they were going to be robbed, but in the end they left without problems. He gritted his teeth, asking the guy if he really told them about the adventurer's killers. The protagonist closed his eyes, telling his subordinate to calm down. At this time, Hyolyn's comrades scolded him as they approached him. The system informed Hoyen that the adventurers were in a panic. Caesar grinned widely. Now the intimidation skill was available to him. The boss and the subordinate stopped and started laughing. The system immediately informed them that their notoriety had increased by 15 points. Lena raised her hand, saying goodbye to the group. The system informed the protagonist that the guild's task had been completed. For this, he received 1 silver and 5 coppers. For eliminating the adventurer's killers, he also received 10 gold. The protagonist's group entered the guild building. The system informed the guy that his reputation in the guild had increased. Standing in the middle of the crowd, he heard some people rejoicing. At the counter, a girl smiling at the protagonist told him that he shouldn't call the guards thieves. The guy chuckled, saying that they wouldn't have any problems. The girl extended her finger and interrupted the guy, saying that the guild was also due 10%. The protagonist's group froze in shock. They realized that everyone here was a thief. The girl put her hand to her chest and said that she had the most wonderful offer for them and she could become their confidant. The protagonist's eyes widened and he himself was puzzled. Errol put her hand to her face, saying that she thought that adventurers should help each other. The moon brightly illuminated the sky. Suddenly, lightning appeared in the sky. The events take us to a church. The cross was placed on the walls of the church. A priest stood in front of the statue, reading a prayer. He raised his hands and screamed. A moment later, an explosion occurred. The man turned his head. Caesar entered the door, breaking down. The two men stared at each other. Caesar gritted his teeth, asking the man if he was a priest. The man looked at him sullenly and asked how he could help him. Caesar's eyes flashed. He frowned deeply and screamed, saying that his boss was seriously ill a few hours earlier at a luxury hotel. The protagonist smiled, saying that they would be staying at this luxurious hotel. Lena raised her hands in joy. She began to circle around the boss, asking where their miserly boss had gone. The protagonist grinned. He had gotten some money and he was not going to stop there. He remembered how Errol smiled at him and told him that they had made the right choice by choosing him. Lena looked at the boss's face and said that he was too ugly. Smiling, the girl said that sometimes the boss turns into a real freak. Lena raised her hands again in joy when Hoyen said that they did not only come here to sleep, but also to drink and relax, although he had a condition. Both subordinates looked at Hoyen in confusion. He closed his eyes, saying that while they were here, they needed to behave decently. Lena and Caesar opened their mouths in amazement. Caesar immediately looked at the girl angrily. The two partners gritted their teeth and began to argue, trying to figure out whose fault it was. The protagonist grabbed his head watching the argument. Soon the group found themselves in a restaurant. They clinked glasses of beer. The group sat at the table taking off their gear. Lena was trembling with pleasure. She raised her glass, saying that she now understood how adults clink glasses. The protagonist raised his glass, drinking it. He hadn't had a drink in the game for a long time. Caesar was watching him the whole time. His eyes involuntarily widened in shock when his boss asked him how much they usually drank. The protagonist lowered his glass when his subordinates said that since they were underage, they couldn't drink alcohol. Hoyang froze, looking at the two people who had cold water in their glasses. Raising his hand, he said that they wouldn't be able to explore the labyrinth if they didn't know how to navigate it, so Lena better learn some skill for that. The girl smiled for some reason, saying that it was not cool at all. The protagonist sighed and closed his eyes, saying that then they would have to look for the bandit in the group, and if they didn't find him, they would just buy a card. The guy stared at the beer in his hand. A moment later, he raised the mug, drinking the drink. Caesar's body shook with anger. He suddenly jumped up, telling Hoyang that he drank too much beer when he was only allowed one sip. Hoyang, with the mug in his hand, looked at the guy in confusion. The marauder's body shook while he said in anger that forcing himself to celebrate with them while his illness was progressing every day was unacceptable. The guy involuntarily looked at the system health panel. Everything was normal there. The guy's head seemed to be struck by electricity. He did not understand what Caesar was talking about. He turned his head, trying to understand from Lena what was happening here. The girl covered her mouth and cried, asking the boss if he really, despite the pain, decided to throw them a party. She suddenly jumped up and started hitting the big guy, telling him to do something instead of standing there. In an instant, Caesar put on his gear and rushed away, intending to bring the priest. The protagonist, who was in Lin's arms, extended his trembling hand. Soon, the priest arrived with the marauder. The man with a stern expression on his face introduced himself as a member of the clan of witnesses to the end. The protagonist, lying on the bed, looked at Luverick. The guy was slightly puzzled as he greeted the guest. He looked closely at the book in the priest's hand. He had never heard of such a clan. Leaning slightly, he said the name of the Luverick clan. Frowning, Hoyen asked the man what he preached. Luverick frowned, saying that they preached the end of the world. Lena and Hoyen opened their mouths wide in shock. The boy sweated heavily, realizing that the priest was from some dark sect. Lightning flashed outside the window. The protagonist, lying on the bed, asked the priest if he could cure him. Mana was released from the priest's body when he said that he could do it. First, they would cut off the affected part of the body to cure him. The man's eye flashed when he said that it was impossible to avoid the end with the help of illness. Hoyang's eyes widened. Sweating, he said that his words were unconvincing. Starting to approach the boy, the priest said that they still needed to do something. He was told that he was on the verge of death due to alcohol poisoning his blood. Squinting, the protagonist said that his subordinates overdid it and in fact he was not sick, but since he came, he could not let him go empty-handed. Luveric's body trembled when he heard this. Hoyun held out a bag of money. The man stared at the bag in his hand in disbelief. It was shaking and his eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. A moment later, he held up the bag saying that this was the first time he had been paid to be the word of their church. Unable to hold back a tear, the joyful Luveric said that he did not know how to thank him in return. His mana was released again, after which he began to read a prayer to the dark god. The protagonist, hearing his words, opened his mouth in horror. The mad priest laughed, looking at the sky, said that right here and now he would perform the ritual of the end of life. The pages of the book began to turn over. The man raised his hand. His mana rose up. The protagonist, sitting by the window, froze in horror. A moment later, Luveric pointed his hand at the protagonist. Lightning flashed in the sky. Hoyun closed his eyes in fear. After a while, he opened his eyes. He and Lena stared at the man next to him. Lowering his hands, he said that nothing happened. Caesar, angry, approached Luveric. The priest bowed his head and asked them to look out the window. Everyone immediately approached the window. Outside, one person was pinned to the ground. The protagonist turned his head, addressing the priest. Pointing at the man below, he wanted to ask something, but the priest interrupted him by calling the shadows. He abruptly flew to the window. A moment later, he jumped out of the window, breaking it. The man calmly landed on the ground. He straightened up, looking at the man on the ground. Luveric brought his hand to the back of the man's head. Smiling, he said that he was dead. Passers-by shuddered when they heard his words. The protagonist sweated in horror, looking at the priest. His pupils greatly diminished. He tried to understand why he was saying such a thing while looking at him, and so loudly. Caesar, who was standing behind him, called the boss. Starting to walk forward, the marauder asked for permission to deal with Luveric. Without waiting for an answer, he jumped out the window. He began to fall down with a sword in his hand. Soon, Caesar landed behind the priest. Frowning, he told him that he was doing a good job of casting spells, but it definitely wasn't healing. Luveric turned around, glaring at him. Caesar pointed his sword at the priest, asking what his ritual did. Concentrating mana in his hand, Luveric said that his ritual was reducing life force until the disease died. Frowning, the marauder told the priest that he had made too much noise, and now because of him, the boss would get in trouble. Luveric turned away from the man, not listening to him anymore. Hoyun, who was standing by the window, narrowed his eyes. Luveric turned around and asked Caesar if he had threatened the clan by pointing his weapon at them. The brute smirked. A moment later, he bared his teeth, saying that he would cut him into pieces. The protagonist stuck his head out, not believing that the two had decided to fight. Luveric opened his grimoire, saying that threatening the priest was unforgivable. Caesar swung his sword without saying anything. His opponent was behind him in an instant. The brute swung his sword with a spin. The priest smirked, blocking the blow with a barrier. While the light of the barrier illuminated his face, Luveric said that his sacred power was able to absorb damage proportional to the amount of power that the god bestowed upon him. Lena took out popcorn, while the protagonist worried about the battle. Caesar gritted his teeth, looking at the sword. The system informed the protagonist that his subordinate had entered into combat with the priest, a witness to the end. Caesar swung to strike. Each of his attacks was repelled by the barrier. He raised his sword above himself. The man frowned, realizing that he had to dodge. Caesar brought the blade down with all his might. The sword crashed into the ground at great speed. Caesar froze for a few seconds. He gritted his teeth in anger again. The brute carefully looked at the destroyed ground. Streams of mana rushed towards him from behind. Caesar barely managed to dodge them. The marauder began to turn around. Behind him was Luveric, with mana whips on his back. Shadow spears rushed forward. They were approaching Caesar at great speed. The marauder frowned, looking at them. Having spun around, he reflected all the attacks. The protagonist opened his mouth wide in shock. He realized that his subordinate reflected all the attacks with a stream of air from the wave of the cloak. Caesar rushed towards the enemy. He smiled widely, looking at him. Luveric, being dissatisfied, clenched his jaw. In an instant, Caesar with a grin on his face appeared in front of him. The priest, using a barrier, blocked the attack. Caesar smiled, not going to retreat. His opponent frowned, seeing this. Lena and Hoyun leaned in, assuming that the priest had little sacred power left. The guy shuddered, his mouth involuntarily opened wider. He saw a shadow spear behind the priest. The closer the enemy was, the easier it was to hit the weak points. The priest was going to pierce Caesar at an opportune moment. The priest's aura around his body was terrifying. He could always heal himself, and he was also quite agile. The protagonist clenched his fists. Luveric smiled widely. The protagonist began to sweat heavily, wanting to think of something. His pupil shrank to the size of a pea from concentration. A moment later, the spear pierced the clothes. The priest with the book in his hand was an enemy with strong spells that usually appeared in the second half of the game. The priest's eyes glowed scarlet. Now he continued to restrain Caesar with his barrier. The protagonist, watching everything from the window, was worried. Lena pointed her hand at the brute and left. Looking at the barrier, Hoyan understood that even with Lena, Caesar would not be able to do anything. Looking closely at the spear behind Luverick, the boy tried to think of a way to save Caesar. He looked at the book in the magic caster's hand. The man's eyes were shining and a smile never left his face. Hoyan was sweating and cursing in his mind. He suddenly shouted, saying that the guards had arrived. Luverick turned around abruptly. At that moment, the clothes were pierced. Caesar froze in midair. The shadow spear stood between him and Luverick. The priest stared at his opponent in disbelief. The marauder grinned, not paying attention to anything. He managed to dodge the spear of darkness at the last moment. The brute's hand fell on the enemy's chest. He rushed forward with the priest's body in his hand. A moment later, he threw the body to the ground. Using all his strength, he slammed the enemy's body into the ground. Luverick coughed in pain and lost consciousness. Caesar stood motionless for a while. Suddenly, the ground beneath him deepened and cracked. Caesar straightened up. He started laughing and said with a grin on his face that he had dealt with the upstart. The man raised his hand looking at the boss. The people behind him stepped back. They all froze in horror. The protagonist hit the window frame. His head suddenly shook. Uniformed police officers ran towards them. Caesar turned around looking at them. One of the women pointed to the broken window saying that there were accomplices there too. The protagonist was very nervous watching his subordinate being tied up. Lena closed her eyes and said that she would not escape with the thug. The protagonist looked at the girl and tensing all his muscles mentally said that they themselves needed to escape. Soon the guy was sitting in the department. The events take us to the police station. Looking at the tied-up Caesar, the investigator told the protagonist that it was he who gave him the order, but he had not been noticed in criminal activity before. The man sitting opposite the boy said that he had a clean past. He frowned, saying that he understood the reason for their fight. Putting the photo of the dead man on the table, he asked Hoyan what was about him. Raising his hand, he said that the evidence collected was enough to bring charges against him. The protagonist sighed. Looking at the shackles, he said that although it was not visible, he was seriously ill, so Caesar brought him to the priest. Remembering the lightning in the sky, the boy said that he asked the priest to leave, but he did not listen. The investigator frowned deeply upon hearing his words. Remembering the appearance of Luverick, he said that they have a witness who claims that in fact the priest ordered the death of this man. Slightly squinting, the man told the protagonist that he tried to recruit the priest, but everything did not go according to plan. The protagonist sweated, feeling horror. He closed his eyes, realizing that the police were already sure that they were guilty. Lanny asked the boss, crying, "What about their demon army?" Hoyung felt the hammer of justice above him, mentally said that if he couldn't find someone who would confirm their innocence, he would have to take a long break from the game. The guy bowed his head and thought. The investigator smiled, realizing that the guy had almost given up. Clasping his fingers, he said that he would now call a witness whose testimony would prove his guilt. With a smirk on his face, he told the guest to come in. Errol walked inside with a smile on her face. The protagonist opened his mouth wide in shock upon seeing her. The girl closed her eyes, saying that she was glad to see him again. The investigator frowned, looking at Errol. The girl slightly opened her eyes and smirked. Sharply turning to the policeman, she apologized to him for the misunderstanding that had occurred. The protagonist was shocked, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The investigator almost jumped up saying that she had previously claimed that they had heard the priest's words. The girl smiling said that they had misunderstood each other. The girl told the shocked guy that he had helped the guild deal with the adventurers' killers and had received a reward. Errol raised her hand saying that she had written a report about it, so she was completely sure. The investigator frowned deeply looking at the girl. She slightly opened her eyes, asking the man if he really wanted to just falsely accuse the guy to increase the detection rate. The man clenched his fist, barely holding back his anger. He covered his mouth with his hand and thought. The protagonist grinned, realizing that they were very lucky. The events take us to the streets of the city. The system informed the guy that all charges against him were dropped. A moment later, it reported that for the false accusation and arrest, the police will cover the damage. Hoyan sighed and smiled standing in the middle of the street. He closed his eyes when he heard the system inform him of receiving 50 gold to cover medical expenses. Errol put her hand to her cheek and said that this was the first time she had encountered this in all her time working in the guild. The protagonist opened his eyes and said that now he owed him. Errol opened her eyes, saying that they would definitely become a special member of the guild. After she waved and said goodbye, Lena immediately asked the boss if he saw her strange expression. The guy rubbed his eyes saying that he didn't know anything, because he hadn't slept enough in this mess. Caesar trembled when the boss yawned saying that he was too tired. The brute frowned in fear looking at the boss. He bared his teeth saying that it was time to seriously take care of his health. The protagonist, feeling fear, turned around. Clouds were floating above the temple of the Order of Healers. The protagonist was lying on a bed in front of the healers. One of them raised his eyebrows and asked why his magic wasn't working. His comrade frowned and called it strange, since usually the severity of the disease is determined depending on the expenditure of divine power. Hoyen's face was covered with a towel. The healer opened his mouth in amazement and suggested that a high-level curse had been cast on him, which novice priests would not even be able to recognize. The boy pushed the towel aside and wondered what it could mean. The boy's eyes widened and decided that there was nothing to recognize. A few minutes ago, Caesar had carried his boss in his arms. The player opened his mouth in fear and said that he was fine and that he just needed to sleep. The man smirked and promised to cure him at any cost. The healer trembled tensely in front of the patient. The adventurer thought that he did not want this, but he had to pretend to be sick. Holding his hands over his chest, the healer said that this could not be. The swordsman clenched his teeth and asked what they were talking about. The protagonist was lying on the bed and trying not to move. The warrior approached the priest from behind and asked if this was all that a member of the powerful order of healers who worked without days off and breaks could say. The boy looked back and explained that he needed a little more time. The marauder grabbed him by the shirt and reminded him that he was dealing with a patient with a high-level curse. Gritting his teeth in anger, Caesar said that they did not have time for this and ordered him to bring the high priest here. The man remembered the smoking crater and asked if he had heard about what happened to the man from the witnesses of the end. The swordsman promised to destroy the order if he did not hurry. Hoyen removed the towel from his face and decided that his friend was complicating things again. Someone entered the room and asked if this was the patient with the powerful curse that they could not identify. The warrior frowned menacingly and asked who it was. The healer walked to the bed and asked the others to step aside. The boy looked at him in surprise. The youth frowned tensely when the healer noticed his terrible state. The priest extended his hand to him. Streams of light energy burst out of it. Suddenly, the stranger opened his mouth in fear and asked what it was. His hand shook. The marauder gritted his teeth and asked what he was talking about. Elaine turned to him and introduced himself. The player's eyes widened and he wondered if this man had actually found something. The healer frowned and explained that his curse was so strong that even he couldn't feel it. Lena pressed her hands to her chest and asked if their boss was going to die. The adventurer burst into tears and wondered why no one was listening to him. The order member opened his mouth wide and suggested that this would change all ideas about curses, since the patient was only disfigured on his face despite such a powerful disease. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought about how he didn't have any strange curse. The girl began to hit her comrade on the shoulder and asked him to do something already. The healer realized that he would have to call the high priest. Hoyen realized that this would only make things worse. The guy pursed his lips and swallowed nervously. The young man turned to the priest and asked him to speak with him alone about the disease. Elaine looked back. It was sunset outside. The heroes were in the temple library. Standing behind a desk, the healer asked what the patient wanted to talk to him about. Sitting on a chair, the player stated that he did not want to disturb the high priest. Raising his hand, the healer promised to cover all expenses and explained that the opportunity to study such a rare curse would greatly help their order. The adventurer frowned and asked what would happen if they only made things worse. Introducing his crazy subordinates, the protagonist expressed confidence that the order member already knew about their reputation and stated that even the Brahm police were powerless to stop them. The man's mouth dropped open in amazement when Hoyen asked where chaos and destruction would come first after his death. Elaine turned away in thought. The healer covered his mouth with his hand and was surprised that the one who was entrusted with such a monumental task was so disfigured that he no longer resembled a normal person. The boy's eyes widened in confusion and he wondered why no one liked his appearance. Suddenly, the priest looked up. He placed his hands on the table. The healer looked at the patient and asked if he really knew from the beginning what had really happened to him. The young man frowned in confusion, not understanding what was being discussed. The man clutched his heart and was amazed that his patient was suffering a curse that even a high priest would be hard-pressed to overcome, and was condemning himself to a quick death just to hold back these bandits and protect his loved ones. Elaine raised his hands and asked if the readiness for self-sacrifice was not the main human virtue. The player closed his eyes and thought that he was tired of talking to himself. The adventurer headed for the exit and said he had nothing more to say. The healer asked him to stop. The priest extended his hand and said that he could at least slow down the spread of the curse, no matter how strong it was. Light energy lit up in his hand. The protagonist looked at his hands. The system reported that inspiration was cast on him. A bright aura shone around him. The notification said that all negative effects were removed. Hoyen looked back and asked what just happened. The healer clutched his cross in his hand and explained that his task was to serve the great mission of healing. The boy looked at him in amazement when the man asked for permission to join his party. The young man opened his mouth in surprise and wondered what he was talking about. Elaine looked at his cross and said that he did not need money or fame. A drop of cold sweat rolled down the player's cheek. The healer smiled widely and said that he wanted to follow him. A while ago, a light lit up in his hand. Any party needed a healer, but in a normal situation, the boss would have to pay a lot of money to hire one. The player looked at the inspired priest and thought that it was quite difficult to fill this need at the early stages of the game. The healer was clutching a cross in his hand. The system reported that he wanted to join the party and that special conditions allowed him to be hired completely free of charge. The adventurer opened his mouth in shock when he realized that this was all true. An image of the people he met along the way appeared in his head. Sweat appeared on his face. The protagonist decided that his incredible luck was hard to explain with charisma alone. The man was standing at his desk. Hoyen realized that in a normal situation, a newbie would join him who just wanted to gain experience and train. Elaine smiled happily. The guy realized that he skipped several stages at once thanks to his incredible luck. The healer opened his mouth wide and asked if he really wasn't suitable for them. The young man remembered that this was far from the first strange thing in the game. The player introduced his past avatar and suggested that former rankers were treated specially in the game. The priest raised his hand and asked if he really doubted the abilities of the order. Gritting his teeth, the adventurer thought that he would be happy to agree. But this could be the work of the developers, and decided that they would definitely want to benefit if he managed to become a ranker with their help. The healer shuddered in surprise. The main character frowned menacingly and explained that in his group, everyone was putting their lives on the line, so his determination was not enough even for simple survival. The sun went down below the horizon. A bright light was shining through the window. The members of the order gathered in the office. The students looked at their senior comrade in fear. The man closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. Looking at the boss, Lena noticed that his face looked much better now and asked what he had done to this priest. Elaine frowned and called his patient a deeply unhappy person. The healer placed his hands on the table and invited his comrades to pray for him. Night had fallen, and a full moon had risen over the city. A shield with an image of a wolf hung above the door of the tavern. Hoyen narrowed his eyes in displeasure. The heroes were sitting at the table. The girl pointed at the boss and asked why his face was shining, but remained so ugly. Taking a bite of meat, Caesar agreed with her and asked what had made him so angry. The guy covered his face with his hands and said that he did not want to blame anyone. The young man frowned menacingly and said that they could not cope with even the simplest tasks. The subordinates stared at him in surprise. They turned to each other and started arguing. The heroes clenched their teeth in anger. The player asked them to stop and repeated that he was not blaming anyone. The adventurer closed his eyes and explained that he had not thought of it right away, but they had a better solution. His companions looked at him again. The protagonist made an okay sign and said that he meant eloquence. The system suggested that this skill allows you to get something out of nothing. The woman called it simple stupidity. Hoyen opened his mouth wide and said that high-level bandits like her are obliged to have it. The boy put his hand to his face and asked them to look at him carefully. The young man looked back and called the innkeeper. The brute immediately approached him. The man looked down at the customer and asked what he wanted. The player frowned and asked him to look at how much food they ordered. There were several plates with delicious dishes on the table. The innkeeper looked down and decided that there was quite a lot of food. Looking at him, the adventurer confirmed this and added that thanks to them, he made a pretty good profit. Frowning sternly, the protagonist activated eloquence and asked if they could count on some kind of bonus. His subordinates widened their eyes in surprise. The man raised his eyebrows and thought about it. The brute raised his hand and agreed to give everyone a mug of beer on the house. The heroes opened their mouths in shock. The innkeeper looked back and asked the bartender to bring drinks. Hoyen explained that eloquence opened up many opportunities and that they could even do without violence. Caesar slammed his hand on the table. The innkeeper turned around. The swordsman smiled broadly and was glad that they had new opportunities. The warrior flashed his crazy eyes and declared that he understood everything. The marauder grinned and called out to the innkeeper. The man looked at him in fear. Caesar said that he did not understand what the boss really wanted. The boy shook his head and thought that his subordinate was wrong again. The heroes looked at each other in silence. The brute furrowed his brows sternly and said that he would call the guards if the customers started to riot. The swordsman raised his hand and asked if he didn't know that they had just arrived from the police station. The warrior grinned and told him that his boss had destroyed half the city, and not only had he been let go, but they had also apologized to him. The young man opened his mouth in horror and thought that everything was wrong. The tavern owner frowned and called it strange. The player's eyes turned white when the man suggested that they were part of some new criminal organization that he knew nothing about. The brute smiled and concluded that they had come here for a reason and had known from the very beginning how important this tavern was for the existence of other organizations. People appeared from a hatch in the ceiling. The bandits jumped down, weapons in hand. They filled the entire tavern. The owner of the establishment asked the customers to show their true colors as they had a suitable treat for them. The adventurer opened his mouth in shock, but his subordinates were only happy about the upcoming fight. The marauder smiled widely, and his eyes lit up. Caesar raised his sword and declared that with the help of eloquence, you can get anything. The swordsman swung his weapon and shouted that he would take the entire tavern. Lena shouted that she wanted to participate too. Hoyen thought that they misunderstood him again. The warrior rushed forward. The man clenched his teeth in fear. The marauder knocked him and the other people off their feet. The system reported that the user encountered a secret group hiding in the tavern and offered him to show his skills. Caesar continued to destroy the tavern, swinging his sword. The man looked back and noticed that half of the guys did not withstand even one blow. He waved his hand and ordered them to disperse, explaining that they would be killed if they stood in a group. The girl was behind him, hoping that she had not been forgotten. The woman licked her blade, and the innkeeper asked her to stop. The guy's mouth opened in shock when he heard screams. The young man silently watched his subordinates fight the bandits. The system told him that if he won, the tavern would belong to him. Some time later, a strong wind blew in front of the entrance to the tavern. The man frowned tensely. The player sat down opposite him. The tied-up thug apologized for his mistake and decided that his face alone could tell how cruel he was. The adventurer pouted in displeasure and wondered what was wrong with his face. Sitting on a chair, the protagonist declared that it was too late to regret anything. The mercenary smiled happily. Hoyen said that she was his subordinate and asked how they knew each other. The innkeeper looked up and told her that she was a member of their organization and was a high-class fighter. The man's eyes widened as he recalled how the assassin had single-handedly destroyed one of their units and disappeared, adding that now everyone was hunting her. Lena pointed at herself and asked if this was true. The guy couldn't believe that she was wanted. The young man dropped his hands and realized that they had been pursued by a criminal organization all this time. The player looked at his ally and decided that everyone around them considered them criminals. The adventurer frowned and realized that they had crossed the line a long time ago. He lowered his head and thought that there was no turning back. The protagonist stood up from his chair, confident that he would not be able to change anything. Hoyoung frowned menacingly and asked if the bandits had been stalking them and hunting his subordinate all this time. The tied-up scoundrels were sitting on the floor in front of him. The guy gave them a wild look and said that he saw no point in leaving the members of the criminal organization alive and thought that he needed to act in accordance with his reputation. The tavern owner's mouth dropped open in horror. The young man turned away and asked his girlfriend to clean up more thoroughly this time. The man's eyes widened and he decided to hand over the tavern to him and promised that the entire group would obey him. The player stopped. Looking back, the adventurer said that they would say anything to save their lives now, adding that it wouldn't work with him. The thug frowned pitifully and said that it wasn't just that and explained that things weren't going so smoothly in their organization. The girl leaned towards him and asked if they couldn't handle it without her help. The tavern owner explained that their organization was no longer what it used to be. He closed his eyes and said that it was all because of the new guy. He imagined a strange but smart boy with a snake tongue who had ingratiated himself with the gang leaders and offered them a new business plan. The tavern was full of people. Then the tavern emptied because it stopped making money. The man explained that this happened when the kid's idea started paying off. The bully shed a tear and added that they had already come off badly because of the security issues and had lost everything. The tavern owner explained that the boy was rumored to be a common pickpocket. The man's eyes widened and he declared that if the main character became their leader, great things would await them. Caesar frowned sternly. Hoyen gritted his teeth in displeasure as the brute explained that their inn would be able to form an unknown synergy with such a devastating power and the boss's charisma. The woman swung her blade and asked him to shut up, saying that their leader could not stand those who only knew how to talk. The boy opened his mouth wide and asked her to stop. The mercenary looked back in surprise. The young man clenched his fist and accepted the innkeeper's offer. Frowning in displeasure, the assassin asked what this meant and explained that the criminals would betray him at the first opportunity. The man's face began to sweat, and the player replied that this would not happen because the organization itself would kill this gang if they found out that they had submitted to someone else. The adventurer spread his arms and concluded that they simply had no other choice. The protagonist's eyes flashed and he offered the bandits to be reborn and swear allegiance to him if they wanted to prolong their miserable lives. The brute opened his mouth in amazement. The system reported that the tavern's criminals were now subordinate to the user. Broken tables and chairs lay on the floor of the tavern. The tavern owner fell at the feet of his new boss. He kissed his boot. The notification said that the boss could now collect a portion of the profits and take protection money. Hoyen and his subordinates grinned maliciously. They had fulfilled all the conditions for becoming an organization. The guy frowned and said that from now on his group would be called the Black Mountain Association. Lena looked at him and said that it was a stupid name. The young man clenched his fist. The system suggested that the organization was a key element of the game for the boss class. The player headed for the exit and asked the others to remember their new motto, loyalty or death. The swordsman smiled and asked what their plans were for the future. The adventurer frowned and said that the main goal of the Black Mountain Association was to conquer the labyrinth. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise and noted that this did not look like criminals. The innkeeper opened his mouth in amazement. The protagonist explained that power and wealth were also necessary, but he wanted to achieve much more. Hoyan introduced many different monsters and said that the labyrinth was filled with powerful creatures that no human could match in strength. The boy smiled widely and asked why they should bother with small things when they could fight the strongest. His team ran forward to meet adventurers. The man and his comrades looked after them with puzzled eyes. Meanwhile, clouds were gathering over the eastern district of Bram. The slums were illuminated by a full moon. The boy read the contents of the parchment. The child's eyes widened in fear and said that someone had captured the tavern in just half a day. Standing next to his companion, the pickpocket assumed that some new powerful organization had appeared in the city. The warrior narrowed his eyes sadly. The scoundrel concluded that it was time to intervene. The sun rose over the city. The young man frowned and declared that he was not interested in any titles. The player spread his arms and declared that he wanted to become the best and personally conquer the labyrinth. A mad smile appeared on his face. The system reported that the user had determined the goal of the Black Mountain Association and stated his intentions. The innkeeper sat on a chair, looking down. All his employees came under the command of the adventurer, and the values of their notoriety were summed up. The bully frowned in confusion and sighed heavily. His companion's eyes widened in fear and asked what would happen to them now. The man looked away and decided that the boy had already found out about it. The child walked down the street and looked around. The tavern owner said that, according to rumors, he hired a real monster as his guard. A guard ran up to them and asked them to stop. The guard spread his arms and explained that large weapons were now prohibited in the area. The pickpocket frowned and asked why. The man adjusted his cap and explained that a man with a rapidly growing reputation had appeared in the area. Tama looked down when the guard added that he was described as carrying a large sword. The scoundrel raised his eyebrows in confusion when the guard explained that the man had been released without charges even when caught red-handed, and that it was not so clear-cut since he was an official member of the Adventurers Guild. The boy looked away thoughtfully. The guard raised his hand and said that because of this, they had to limit themselves to enhanced precautions, so his companion should hand over his weapon. The mercenary clenched his teeth tensely. The child smiled broadly and agreed. The pickpocket looked at his companion and asked what was going on. The brute swung his axe furiously. The villain opened his mouth wide and shouted that this was not allowed. The protagonist stood with his subordinates in the main square. The system reported that his organization had exceeded the set notoriety value. Sitting in the tavern, the innkeeper said that they had at least bought some time. The notification said that when the reputation reached a certain value, the organization would move up in the criminal world. Hoyang smiled and asked what the passersby were staring at. The system warned that the user could become a target for other criminal groups. The boy frowned and thought about how much things changed when he became the boss of a group with high notoriety and how people began to look at them with distrust. Lena crossed her arms and asked why they were looking at them like that. The boy decided that in real life, he had never even dreamed of such a thing and that it was not so bad. The player smiled and realized that he could quickly develop the organization and start rolling in gold, since he had been the center of attention from the very beginning of the game. His subordinates smiled, enjoying their fame. The adventurer realized that he would be able to control them without a problem if things continued like this. The protagonist's eyes widened and he thought that he did not want to repeat the failure of his previous avatar. Standing in the middle of a busy street, Hoyang decided to postpone conquering the labyrinth and stay in the city for a while. The guy gritted his teeth and wondered what he was even thinking. Standing next to his subordinates, the young man wanted to achieve what Rodrigo could not. In the memory, a dark portal appeared in the sky. The character frowned sternly. The girl smiled in surprise when the player said that the Black Mountain Association would conquer the labyrinth. The man's eyes widened in amazement when his boss said that they were on a one-way trip straight into the abyss of their fears. The heroes walked forward. The adventurer looked back and said that only a miracle could save them. His companions looked at him in shock. The protagonist clenched his fist and asked if they were ready to perform this miracle with him. A cloud of dust rose around him. The swordsman crossed his arms and refused. The woman supported him. The mercenary smiled and said that this was too much. The warrior frowned and reminded that their game had just begun and that there was no need to rush. Hoyan wondered when they had become so rational. The boy closed his eyes and agreed and said that their time had not yet come. The young man decided to finish developing the organization first. The assassin raised her hands and asked him to buy her some treats, but the boss refused, saying that they needed to buy a map of the labyrinth first. The player's eyes widened as a red warning appeared. A system window appeared in front of him with a message about an invasion threat. The adventurer's mouth opened in shock when he learned that the Black Mountain Association Inn was under attack. The door of the tavern was broken down. Dust rose up around it. Wounded bandits were lying on the floor. Tables and chairs were smashed to pieces. Many of the criminals were unconscious. The boy spread his arms and said that they would have looked in here earlier if they had not encountered difficulties on the way. The innkeeper sat in front of him, leaning on the bar. The man frowned and asked where the enemy was going in such a hurry. The child's eyes widened in confusion when the thug asked if he was acting without permission from the organization. The pickpocket put his hand to his head and called him smart. The tavern owner smiled and asked what else could be expected from a child. Broken boards lay on the floor. The innkeeper reminded him that this place used to belong to the organization. The man frowned and explained that everything would have been solved very easily if the enemy had simply lured the invaders out and dealt with them, instead of destroying the entire tavern. The scoundrel's eyes lit up. The brute guessed that he had some personal score to settle with them. The boy and his companion frowned menacingly when the innkeeper noticed that he, like his new leader, always walked around with a bodyguard. The child's eyes widened with madness when the innkeeper asked if all weaklings did that. The pickpocket lowered his head and called out to his comrade. Tama looked at him sternly. The scoundrel declared that the man sitting right in front of him had betrayed his comrades. The guard frowned in disappointment. Tears ran down his cheek. The mercenary swung his axe with all his might. With tears in his eyes, the warrior called his opponent trash. Caesar's eyes lit up. A shower of sparks appeared in the air. The man lunged forward and knocked the weapon out of the bandit's hands. The scoundrel's eyes widened in fear. The innkeeper and the boy opened their mouths in shock. The swordsman turned around. He gritted his teeth and noticed the child. The pickpocket trembled with fear. The scoundrel raised his hand and sighed heavily. The bandit pointed at the warrior and said he knew it was all their fault. Holding his sword, the marauder asked who he was. The thug's hands trembled. The boy smiled broadly and asked how the enemy could forget him. With tears in his eyes, the child said he would never forget that day. In his memory, the pickpocket gritted his teeth and cried. Caesar tied him to a sword upside down and carried him down the street like that. The man looked at him menacingly and said nothing. The thief, covered in cold sweat, was breathing heavily. The swordsman gritted his teeth and remembered that this was the man who robbed and humiliated his boss. The scoundrel confirmed this. The protagonist and Lena burst into the tavern. The boy looked back when the girl was indignant that their comrade ran much faster than them. Suddenly, Hoyen opened his mouth in fear. Tama jumped up and swung his hand. The guy's eyes widened and he called out to his subordinate. The warrior gritted his teeth. The enemy pressed his body into the wall. A powerful blow destroyed it into pieces. The rubble fell onto the grass. The marauder rolled down the wall. The mercenary approached him. The guard frowned sadly. The child looked back. The pickpocket smiled broadly and asked if his sworn enemy liked the power of his subordinate. The young man lowered his head and agreed that it was not bad. The player frowned menacingly. The thief pursed his lips in fear. The woman kicked a piece of wall aside. The adventurer noticed that the bandit had thoroughly destroyed his base. The protagonist promised to finish him off with her own hands. The killer grabbed the boss by the arms and asked him to calm down. The scoundrel asked if he didn't care about his comrade. Hoyen opened his mouth wide and declared that his friend was much stronger and that such a blow would not kill him. The boy grinned and asked where he was so sure, since he knew nothing about his companion. The child spread his arms and told him that his guard was an adventurer who managed to reach the depths of the labyrinth. In the past, the thug fell to his knees and spat out a clot of blood. A dead girl lay next to him. The pickpocket explained that like many other rankers, Tama had lost all his comrades and was defeated at the threshold of the abyss. Someone had descended to him from the sky. The stranger extended her hand to him. Piercing wind simply could not come to terms with death. His eyes were bloodshot. People were standing at the fortress gates. The mercenary walked forward, leaning on an axe. He had to escape alone in order to survive. The guard gritted his teeth and cried. After leaving the labyrinth, a burden of guilt fell upon him, which drove him crazy. Now, tears were streaming down his cheeks too. Clouds of dust were crawling along the ground. Standing in front of his opponent, the brute asked him to stand up, otherwise his comrades would die. Caesar silently pursed his lips. Clenching his fist, the scoundrel said that this was what opened up his incredible possibilities, and reminded him that he had already failed when he could not become a great thief. Tama was locked in a dungeon. He raised his tear-filled eyes. The boy was surprised that he had managed to tame a maniac that even criminal guilds could not cope with. Standing in the middle of a ruined tavern, the child realized that he had talked too much. The boy raised his eyebrows and said that he had stopped listening during the first half. The pickpocket clenched his fist and shouted that his subordinate would come to an end. The young man's eyes widened. Smiling widely, the player asked if he hadn't heard the rumors and told him that even a priest from the witnesses of the end could not harm him. Lena took a step forward. Holding a blade in her hand, the girl decided that their enemy had misunderstood something. The woman leaned towards him and noticed that there was no one here who could protect him now. The thief opened his mouth in fear. The mercenary smiled madly and asked who cared about his subordinate if he was all alone. The assassin brandished her blade and said that their boss hated those who talked too much. The adventurer looked at her in horror and remembered how she herself tried to stop him. Suddenly, Lena raised her eyebrows. The guard rushed towards her. The brute stretched out his hand forward and screamed loudly. The protagonist's eyes widened and called out to his girlfriend. The bandit approached her. He managed to grab her right by the face. The girl opened her mouth wide. Throwing up his hands, the boy laughed and shouted that his comrade would never abandon his comrades again. Suddenly, something made him frown tensely. The child turned around in fear. Caesar grabbed the enemy by the leg. A grin shone on his face. Tama looked back. The man urged him to never let his guard down. The swordsman threw the enemy over himself. He managed to throw him back. A cloud of dust rose into the air. The warrior turned to the enemy and declared that no matter what happened to his comrades, it no longer mattered. Piercing Wind looked down. The marauder spat out a clot of blood. He assumed a fighting stance and called for his opponent to raise his weapon. Caesar's eyes flashed and he declared that he wanted to fight him one-on-one. Huoyin and his ally stared at him in surprise. At this time, the mercenary was sitting against the wall. His eyes lit up. The guard stood up. The brute clutched his axe in his hands, projecting his fear of the labyrinth onto his opponent. The man grinned and laughed. Tama swung the axe, confident that victory would help him get rid of the heavy burden of guilt. Tears streamed down his cheeks. The boys raised their eyebrows in amazement. The system reported that their enemy had never experienced such despair before, which is why he exceeded the limits of his body. The system called the user to survive the berserker's furious hail of blows filled with his life force. The boy opened his mouth and wondered if it sounded too ominous. The blade of the warrior's sword flashed. A piercing wind cut the air with an axe. The young man watched their fight from the side. The player covered his face with his hand and said that he could not believe that such a gust of wind could call for a simple swing of a sword. The adventurer turned around and asked if his friend wanted to help. The heroes crossed their swords in battle. Lena, spreading her arms, reminded him that she specializes in stealth assassinations and asked if the boss really wanted to lose all his subordinates at once. The protagonist asked her not to shirk. The mercenary blocked the enemy's blow. The swordsman swung his weapon. The guard held the shaft of the axe in front of him like a shield. The brute frowned tensely. The marauder's eyes widened, thirsting for blood. Tama threw him back. The girl hid behind her boss. Hoyoung's mouth opened in shock, amazed at the enemy's abilities. Caesar appeared in the air. Piercing Wind raised his head and swung his axe. The boy watched them carefully, standing to the side. The man gritted his teeth. An ominous aura appeared around his opponent. Veins appeared on his arms. The system reported that the character was using his deadly move. The mercenary raised the axe above his head. A powerful wave of energy fell on the swordsman. An explosion was heard in the tavern. The guard lowered his hands. The young man frowned and called out to his comrade. Hiding under the rubble, the boy laughed. The child rose to his feet and asked if his subordinate would definitely not die from such a blow. A giant hole appeared in the wall of the tavern. The pickpocket decided that the enemy was definitely cut in half. The thief looked at his enemies and asked his subordinate to look at how they were shaking in fear of his unimaginable power. The brute looked back. He walked towards the player and his friend. The villain said that they were just watching their comrade die. With tears in his eyes, Tom called them trash. The adventurer's mouth fell open in confusion and wondered how this even happened. The boy smiled widely. The protagonist wondered who would have thought that the initial quests that seemed completely useless to him would affect his future so much. Lena stepped forward and declared that it was her turn. Hoyin asked if she couldn't speak up earlier. The girl smiled and used the illusion skill. The boy wondered why the subordinate didn't use it right away. Piercing Wind looked up. The woman was rapidly moving from side to side. The assassin smiled slyly and asked if the enemy couldn't follow her. Lena continued to run around him at incredible speed. Suddenly she was behind the enemy and declared that he had no chance of winning. The girl confidently knitted her brows and realized that she just needed to hit a vital point. The mercenary clenched his teeth and looked back. Caesar's sword flew into the air. He knocked the weapon out of the guard's hands. His axe spun in mid-air. The woman fell to the floor and asked what happened. The brute looked at his hand in bewilderment. Two burning eyes flashed in the darkness, and the man asked who had given his ally permission to interfere. The swordsman smiled broadly and reminded him that this was his fight. He suddenly made a dash forward, leaving a cloud of dust behind. The marauder approached the enemy. They clasped their hands together. The opponents glared at each other furiously. Their eyes burned with a bright flame. Caesar squeezed his enemy's hand even tighter. With a smirk on his face, the swordsman asked why he was so obsessed with his fallen comrades. The warrior gave him a sly look and suggested that he had been betrayed at the most crucial moment by the one he trusted most. Tama frowned in disappointment. The marauder narrowed his eyes and asked why he was even holding on to such a pathetic idea. Piercing Wind opened his mouth in shock when his opponent called him weak and useless. Caesar's eyes flashed and asked if he couldn't understand how this world worked even after going through the entire labyrinth. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock when his subordinate said that there was no place for weaklings here. Lena approached him and asked if their comrade was talking about him. The man took a step forward. Putting pressure on his opponent's arms, the swordsman said that a weakling would never be able to surpass him. The mercenary began to cry again. The warrior shouted that he had already missed his chance. The guard's eyes turned white. Blood began to ooze out of them. In the past, the sorceress protected herself with a force field. She sadly knitted her brows and asked her friend to survive. Veins appeared on the thug's neck. The maddened berserker opened his mouth wide. Tama raised his head and screamed piercingly. The heroes watched in amazement. The boy called out to his subordinate with tears in his eyes. Blood gushed from Tom's mouth. His rage exceeded the limit he could handle. Waves of crimson energy swirled around him. Hoyin raised his eyebrows in surprise and thought about how he had spent all his character points on his comrade, but he still couldn't believe it. Piercing Wind looked menacingly at the enemy. The boy remembered that Enraged Berserker was the most difficult quest of the initial stage of the game, which his companion was unlikely to cope with now. The swordsman grinned. He managed to do it. The mercenary clenched his teeth. The warrior realized that his last strength was gone. The marauder narrowed his eyes slyly and asked if he realized that he had been wrong all this time. The child's eyes widened in shock. Caesar approached the enemy and declared that the only thing they needed to avoid such a humiliating defeat was the boss. The young man opened his mouth in amazement. The guard fell to his knees. The man explained that comrades are always on the same level, so in the most difficult situations such relationships will be instantly destroyed. The brute narrowed his eyes and began to breathe heavily. The swordsman said that in such a situation only a strong leader could save them. The warrior furiously opened his mouth and shouted that only for him can you put your life on the line. His pupils narrowed. The marauder explained that the boss, unlike comrades, cannot be betrayed. Blood flowed from Tom's eyes. The player grabbed his head, not understanding what kind of logic his subordinate was following. Piercing Wind spread his arms and screamed loudly. His body fell to the ground. A pool of blood formed under him. The system reported that the user had completed the task. A red haze appeared around Caesar's hand. His strength indicator increased. A malicious grin appeared on his face. A notification announced that he had a new talent, Fortitude. Lena raised her hands and rejoiced at the victory. The adventurer put his finger to his lips and wondered why they were given such a small reward for a quest of such a level. The man approached the pickpocket, who was shaking with fear. The thief's face was covered in beads of sweat. The swordsman spat out blood. The protagonist smirked and thought that they won thanks to his insanely competent subordinate. The girl pointed her finger at the mercenary and called out to the boss. The guys were scared when the warrior collapsed on the floor. The marauder took a step forward. His body was shaking. The system announced the beginning of a special event called Nightmare. Caesar opened his mouth and said that he tore all the enemies to pieces this time too. Hoyin turned around. The guy gave his comrade an indifferent look and asked if he was so sure of it. The man's eyes widened in confusion. There was a giant wound on his chest. The swordsman frowned, but remained silent. The young man turned away and asked if this could be called a victory. The player squeezed his hand and said that a true victory must be flawless and without fault. The adventurer raised his hand and told his friend that his skills, improper behavior, and dirty work were not suitable for his magnificent organization. The marauder looked down and addressed him. The protagonist frowned sternly and dismissed him. Lightning flashed between them. Caesar clenched his teeth angrily. The man's red eyes flashed and he realized that this was just a dream. He swung his sword and shouted that the boss would never test his loyalty like this. The swordsman pounced on the illusion. Hoyin turned around and looked at him silently. The warrior opened his mouth in rage and screamed. His eyes snapped open. The marauder woke up in a hospital bed. The brute sat up and put his hand on his bandaged wound. Nearby, on the nightstand, there were flowers and a note. There was a message from the boss asking the boy to come to the town hall upon awakening. Caesar took the note in his hand and read the contents. The man clenched the piece of paper into a fist. There were mountains beyond the fortress walls. The sun was shining on the town hall in the eastern district of Bram. The boy's eyes widened in surprise and asked what it meant. Tama was chained. Piercing Wind squinted. It turned out that he was the owner of the slums of the Eastern District. Holding the documents in her hands, the girl confirmed that this man had been very influential in the past. Plaid squinted and called the visitor lucky, since, according to the rules of the Labyrinth world, part of the territory had passed to his organization. Standing behind the counter, the city hall employee explained that they were very tired of this mercenary, and added that the situation was only aggravated by rumors of his skirmishes with the crime syndicate. The player gritted his teeth and said that their enemy had said something about comrades, but he wanted to take what belonged to his guard. The adventurer frowned and asked if, according to the rules, he should have gotten all the property. The civil servant held a pen in her hands. She smiled and said that it was very simple, since half of the slums already belonged to the boy. The child broke out in a cold sweat. The protagonist grabbed his sword and wanted to deal with him, but Lena stopped him. The pickpocket covered his head with his hands and asked to spare his life at least as a slave. Hoyin's mouth opened in amazement. Tom's mansion in the Eastern District was almost completely destroyed. The heroes went inside. The boy looked around and asked if this dump was really the property of Piercing Wind. The young man narrowed his eyes in disdain and asked Rave to explain everything. The thief looked at him in confusion. The villain frowned in confusion and said that calling him that was wrong. The player raised his fists and shouted that he would call him whatever he wanted. The boy screamed in fear, but agreed. The adventurer urged him to look at the state of the mansion and promised to kill him on the spot. Clad looked around and noticed something strange. A teddy bear was impaled on a sharp spike. The sunlight illuminated the toy. The woman wondered where such a thing could have come from. The child looked up and explained that these were Tom's things, connected with his memories and fears. The girl smiled broadly and decided that it was simply terrible. Arrows were stuck into the wall. The pickpocket said that they should be on guard, as there could be dangerous traps in such places. The protagonist frowned. His subordinate asked how much such a mansion could cost. Hoyoung scratched his chin and thought that having a territory was better than nothing. But the mansion was in such a state that it could not be used for its intended purpose. Standing in the middle of the empty room, the boy wondered what he should do now. The city hall employee adjusted her glasses and suggested that they just demolish the building. The boy stared at her in surprise. The player raised his eyebrows and wondered if it could be that simple. Stalactites hung from the ceiling of the cave. The adventurer remembered his first visit to the labyrinth. Even in the early stages of the game, there were many traps everywhere, but Caesar confidently walked forward, so they did not even notice them. The protagonist crossed his arms and decided to build a shelter here since the mansion was in such a disgusting state. Hoyoung smiled and imagined the new base of the Black Mountain Association. Coins fell from the sky. The boy realized that money would not be a problem for him. The guys looked at him with puzzlement. The young man laughed and thought that he would have to save every coin to build a good and reliable base. The civil servant covered his mouth with a piece of paper and asked if he always made such a face. The mercenary confirmed it. The player clenched his fist and hoped for the quick return of his subordinate. The adventurer spread his arms and realized that his abilities would be very useful to them. Clad noticed that he was not all right in the head. The killer agreed with her. Loud laughter rolled over the ruined mansion. Clouds floated over the city. The system reported that the shelter building allows you to improve the characteristics of each member of the group and give them buffs. People walked around the central square of the city. Among them was Caesar. The man walked forward, heading towards the town hall. He gritted his teeth and remembered how the boss in his dream had said that a true victory was flawless and flawless. Someone came up behind him and called out to him. The swordsman looked back and asked who it was. The stranger raised his hand and grinned. The warrior gritted his teeth and asked him to leave if he was not tired of living. The fighter smiled broadly and said that he would not be able to kill him anyway. The marauder approached him and asked what kind of jokes these were. The martial artist frowned and said that in the eastern district there had been a duel between two mercenaries with huge swords. The brute furrowed his brows sternly. The adventurer clenched his fists and said that rumors spread very quickly, even though there were few witnesses. The innkeeper stood by a huge hole in the wall. According to rumors, only a great master could leave such a mark. Caesar looked thoughtfully at the passerby. The stranger, with his mouth wide open, disagreed and suggested that it was just a mere brawl. The man grinned furiously. He raised his hand and asked why the passerby thought that. The fighter swung his leg and replied that there was no martial arts involved. Holding his leg in the air, the master explained that they aimed for weak points and delivered effective strikes. The adventurer assumed a fighting stance and stated that flexibility and maneuverability would easily lead a person to victory. The stranger spread his arms and explained that this was the grace of martial arts and the art of 100 steps. The fighter glanced at the swordsman and asked if he would like to challenge him. A blue haze appeared around his hands. The martial artist offered him the chance to fight him so that their names would be remembered for a long time. The adventurer raised his index finger and asked him not to miss the chance and register now to receive a valuable prize. The warrior called him too noisy. The stranger frowned in displeasure. The marauder grinned and agreed, asking where the registration was taking place. At the same time, in the eastern district, a rope was stretched between the buildings, on which things were drying. The setting sun illuminated the ruined mansion of Tom. Someone hit a stone column. Lena clapped her hands and said that Rave was a real talent. The system reported that his skill training was complete. The girl pointed at the protagonist and said that their slave fought much better than him. Sitting on a bench, Clad asked when his subordinate would come and reminded him that her workday had long since ended. Hoyoung frowned angrily and wondered where his comrade had disappeared. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy apologized and said that he had a few questions. The woman smiled and promised to answer them. There were no people on the street at all. The young man said that upon arriving here, he noticed that the situation in the eastern district left much to be desired. Behind the boy stood Piercing Wind. The player remembered that the town hall could do nothing about the fact that a crazy adventurer was walking around the city. The city hall employee lowered her gaze. The adventurer stated that the situation did not improve at all when a previously unknown organization appeared and removed some of the problems. The protagonist frowned and explained that he was worried that an ordinary government employee agreed to accompany him after hours. Hoyoung narrowed his eyes and assumed that she saw the potential of his subordinate and wanted to use him to her advantage in the future. Clad smirked. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and called it unsurprising that he was the boss of an organization that was now on everyone's lips. The woman blushed embarrassedly and asked if the criminal hadn't thought about the fact that her desire to help after hours could be personal interest. The guy turned pale from shock, and Lena's mouth fell open in amazement. The young man blushed and wondered what her words could mean. The party of adventurers attacked the goblins in the 5th generation VR game Labyrinth world. The difficulty of the dungeon levels increased very quickly. In the chest lay a mountain of gold coins. In the air in front of the man hung a sword. For completing the dungeon, players were given items that increased the basic characteristics of the character and eventually became indispensable. The knight pointed his finger to the side. In front of him in the chest lay the sword of an ancient lord. As a result, such a system led to the fact that many players began to enjoy farming and various events. While some people were in shining armor, others walked in rags. A gap appeared between the players, the size of which depended on the items they had. The martial artist put his hand forward. Such people rejected by society tried to overcome this gap with their hard work and chose martial arts for this. Players honed their skills together under one roof. The stranger opened his mouth wide. The effect of improving character control from training was not bad. On the building hung a sign that said Hall of the Art of 100 Steps. The students opened their mouths in surprise. Beads of sweat were running down the fighter's face. His comrade's head broke through the wooden floor. Caesar raised his hand. The man smiled and asked if this was really the martial arts. The adventurer waved his hand and said that such an ignorant fight was very far from the art of 100 steps. The swordsman narrowed his eyes slyly and laughed at such a ridiculous name. The martial artist's eyes widened in shock. Grabbing him by the robe, the warrior said that he was starting to get tired of this and asked him to bring a worthy opponent. The marauder's eyes flashed and promised to quickly shut down their society of interests. The students trembled with fear. One of them shouted that the coach promised to bring a newbie, not a monster. Someone approached Caesar from behind. The bully opened his mouth in anger and asked who dared to commit mayhem within the sacred hall. The man looked back. The stranger crossed his arms. The swordsman threw the fighter aside and said that this was a different matter. The warrior approached the martial artist. The marauder grinned and asked if he was really the strongest man here. The sun set behind the mountains, illuminating the city with its last rays. The adventurer's eyes lit up. Caesar smiled widely. The sign at the entrance to the building shook. The fighter trembled with fear and began to cry. The bully ran away in tears. The students hugged him and tried to calm him down, saying that the mentor would sort everything out. The man gritted his teeth and asked if this was some kind of joke. The boys looked back. The swordsman's eyes flashed and said that he had high hopes for this place, but now it seemed like a complete disappointment to him. The stranger's eyes widened in fear. The warrior was indignant that he had wasted so much of his time and lied that martial arts allowed one not to die. The marauder approached the fighter and asked if they understood what he was talking about. Caesar raised his hand and explained that they would have to not die to prove his words. The students trembled in horror. The boy clenched his fist in anger. The martial arts master threw his badge on the floor and screamed. His comrade frowned menacingly and said that they should not throw away the sacred tablet, which is a confirmation of their path. The stranger burst into tears and explained that all this time he thought that he could overcome any obstacles with his own efforts. The adventurer pointed his finger at the man and invited his comrades to look at the status window of this monster. The swordsman smiled widely. It was an ordinary beginner of level 15. The warrior stood in the middle of the hall. The fighter said that at least 1 billion character points were spent on him, and his equipment would allow him to deal with them in a matter of seconds. A drop of sweat fell from the chin of the martial artist. The marauder's eyes widened in madness. The students noticed that he was just a subordinate of some player. Squeezing his eyes shut, the boy asked how strong his master was, and assumed that he was probably some crazy ranker who enjoyed killing weak players. The protagonist scratched his ear. The adventurer's mouth opened in surprise. His comrade said that they were doomed to die from the start. The students trembled. The stranger looked away and noticed that all of his comrades were starting to doubt. Looking at the figure in the robe, the fighter thought that he had never seen such a monster before, and wondered who his master could be. Caesar grabbed the student by the robe. The boy begged for mercy. The man narrowed his eyes and asked why he was so desperate. The swordsman slapped him in the face. The martial artist began to cry, and blood flowed from his mouth. The warrior looked down at him and said that it was only natural that mere hard work would not allow one to go beyond one's capabilities. The marauder leaned toward the martial artist and said that denying this, clinging to something useless and running away from oneself was the act of a pathetic coward. The students' mouths dropped open in shock. The brute looked at them and asked if they really thought they would deserve salvation this way. Caesar clenched his fist and explained that they only needed to prove their immortality. The adventurer spread his arms, mentally calling him crazy and wondering what kind of crazy devil he had brought here. The wooden badge fell to the floor. The fighters closed their eyes and shouted that martial arts would not help them in any way. The students threw their badges on the floor, indignant at wasting their time when they could be farming. The stranger looked around and thought about how few participants they had left. The mentor opened his mouth wide and ordered the man not to touch his students. The swordsman looked back. A man with a black belt around his waist walked out of the door. At the same time, in Tom's mansion, Lena pointed at Clad and asked the boss to move away from her. The protagonist blushed in embarrassment. Hoyoung looked at his friend and wondered why he would move away from her. The woman smiled and asked if she had done something wrong. The girl made a sharp dash forward. Clutching the blade in her hands, the mercenary asked if she was being too bold and called her very suspicious. The assassin asked if the city hall employee really wanted to seduce her leader just because she had bigger breasts. The guy spread his arms and wondered why they started arguing in the first place. Lena smirked and asked what kind of personal interest they were talking about a few moments ago. The girl swung the blade and decided to tell her the reason why their association was gaining power so quickly. The guy asked her to stop. The mercenary looked back and asked if he really liked girls like that more. The player shouted that it was none of her business. The assassin put her hand to her chest and urged him to make a choice right now. The adventurer opened his mouth wide and wondered what they were talking about. Looking at the enraged subordinate, the protagonist thought that he did not know what they were talking about, but decided not to aggravate the situation. The civil servant smiled. Hoyoung realized that this was an argument to sort out the relationship between the group members. The guy looked away and decided that her sudden words that sowed discord were the first decisive blow. The young man closed his eyes and admitted to himself that his heart actually began to beat faster. The player cast a crazy look at Clad and thought that with his body and charisma, such a conflict was only a matter of time. The adventurer rolled his eyes and realized that he did not want this to happen at all. While the woman smiled, Lena continued to yell at her boss. The protagonist decided that this required the ability to make firm decisions and insight. The man covered his face with his hand. Insight allowed him to see what was hidden from the eyes. Only truly strong people had such a skill. Looking at his subordinate, Hoyoung thought that he initially wanted to succeed in the argument, impressing the city hall employee with charisma, and only then turn on insight. The boy closed his eyes and pursed his lips. In his eyes, the girls looked 100 times more attractive and sweet. The young man wondered why everything looked so strange. Rave greedily ate popcorn. At the same time, in the 100 Steps Art Hall, Caesar froze in amazement. The martial artist opened his mouth in fear and reminded that his leader had not yet recovered from his illness. An old man came out of the next room. Clutching his black belt, the stranger was surprised that the owner of such great power came here and caused such chaos. Kato frowned furiously and asked what he wanted. Strong gusts of wind raised dust into the air. The student closed his eyes, not understanding how only the power of the spirit could generate such a wind. The man smiled broadly. The swordsman raised his leg and asked if the fighter still did not understand. The marauder broke the boards with his foot. Cracks spread all over the floor. The student covered his face with his hands and called on his comrades to be more careful. Caesar's eyes widened in madness and declared that torturing the weak was great fun. The mentor summoned a wave of green energy in his hand. It spread smoothly through the air. The trainer moved his leg to the side. The martial artist concentrated the energy in front of him. Kato frowned sternly and urged his opponent not to expect mercy from him. The old man spread his arms and used the power of 100 steps. 2 cross waves of energy were sent towards his opponent. The man gritted his teeth and wondered if he could win by dirty means. The image of the boss from the dream appeared in front of him. The swordsman smirked and decided that his victory must be flawless and elegant. An explosion was heard in the Hall of the Art of 100 Steps. The mentor trembled and coughed. He gritted his teeth and sighed heavily. A dark silhouette appeared behind a cloud of smoke. The trainer's eyes widened in fear. The warrior blocked his attack, raising his student's body in front of him. His eyes lit up. The marauder called it a flawless victory. The martial artist opened his mouth wide and asked him not to hurt the students. Caesar raised his hand and declared that he would not stop until the fighter got what he deserved. Kato picked up Peksu's body and asked him to come to his senses. The man said that no one would die from something like that. The old man turned around and asked where such a bloodthirsty monster came from and ordered him to state his name. Without turning around, the swordsman introduced himself as a member of the Black Mountain Association. The mentor, wide-eyed, said that he had never heard of it and assumed that every member of the organization had sold their souls to the devil. The warrior gritted his teeth and ordered him to shut up, as it was none of his business. Sitting in front of the injured student, the trainer said that they were not finished yet. Raising his hand, the marauder called him pathetic and explained that he wanted to learn the perfect fight, but his teacher was not suitable. Caesar looked back and declared that he was not going to waste his time on them. The martial artist flinched. His hands began to shake. The setting sun was shining over the 100 Steps Art Hall. Kato lowered his head and asked the scoundrel to leave in peace and never come back here again. The man grinned and asked what world he was talking about. The old man opened his mouth in fear. The sun's rays illuminated the swordsman's face. He said that the lighting was very good here and declared himself the owner of this place. The mentor pointed at him and shouted that he would have to kill him to do so. The students rushed into battle. The trainer ordered them to finish off this scoundrel at all costs. The sun illuminated Tom's abandoned mansion. Luna crossed her arms over her chest and suggested that the boss have fun with this town hall employee for whom he had such a big heart. Scratching his chin, the protagonist thanked her and said that he was very lucky to have such an attentive and caring subordinate. The girl spread her arms and asked if her leader was really a titan of loneliness. Since she could not understand such hints, Hoyan asked her to speak frankly. Clyde crossed her arms. The boy asked her opinion and said that his personal affairs should not concern his subordinates at all. The woman smiled and called him not so bad. The boy's mouth opened in shock when the system explained that it considered him a very ordinary person. The player grabbed his head and screamed. The mercenary said that it was too cruel. The notification told him that their interest dropped by 1. The adventurer raised his head and thought that it was about to explode. Caesar hit his opponent. The man swung his leg. Then he raised his fist to strike. Cracks appeared on the floor. Smoke poured out of the doors of the art hall 100 steps away. The board above them shook. Finally, it broke in half. A cloud of dust crawled along the ground. The swordsman grabbed Kato by the throat. There was a smirk on his face. The system declared him the winner of the duel. The innkeeper looked around when a notification appeared stating that the Black Mountain Association's fame had increased. There was junk in the empty room of the mansion. The protagonist looked up in surprise when he saw the notification. Hoyang frowned and wondered what his subordinate was doing. The man walked up to the broken sign. The boy looked ahead and squinted. In front of him were the open doors of the 100 Steps Arts Hall. The disciple's head had broken through the floor of the room. The battered fighters were sitting on the floor. Lena raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked why there was such a mess. The boy's eyes widened in fear and asked what had happened. The youth frowned and explained that according to the reports, this building now belonged to them. The player turned to Pex and asked him what had happened. The martial artist widened his eyes and asked if this was a black goat's penis. The adventurer gave him a disdainful look and stated that it was a black mountain, not a goat. Kato raised his shaking hand and declared that there was not a scratch on it. The old man closed his eyes and wondered why he was such a loser and complained that his training hall was now the worst in the area. The mentor threw up his hands and said that he had no more strength or hope, and the student rushed towards him screaming. The protagonist shrugged and asked what he had to do with it. Hoyang flinched when the girl expressed surprise at his behavior. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and declared that he had no business being here. The fighter frowned and asked what brought him here then. The young man looked back and introduced himself as the boss of the Black Mountain Association and asked him to remember that name. Raising his hand, the player apologized for what happened here and explained that his subordinate did it of his own free will. The students opened their mouths in surprise. The adventurer furrowed his brows sternly and called himself a very busy man with great ambitions. The woman showed horns with her fingers and called him a demon. The protagonist asked her to be quiet. Closing his eyes, Hoyang explained that he did not have the time to devote to unprofitable places and said that they could continue to do their business despite the fact that the owner of the building had changed. The coach and his student stared at him in amazement. Kato gritted his teeth. The old man raised his hand and asked why the head of the Black Mountain was speaking to him so carefree. The boy frowned and asked what he was talking about. The martial artist closed his eyes and explained that the reason the gym was in such a state was because the other gyms had changed their students. The young man suggested that they were better encouraged there. The instructor frowned and said that there was more to the problem. The trainer introduced a man in a fighting stance and explained that martial arts were by nature related to both the spirit and the body, but here they only taught brutal killing techniques, pursuing so-called practicality. The students looked down. Kato added that not everyone could withstand such training. The old man lowered his head and said that the fate of this hall would be sealed if people found out that all his fighters had been defeated by some bandit. The player covered his face with his hand and wondered why his subordinate always got into trouble. The martial artist fell at his feet and asked for help. Lena smiled and noted that her leader did not understand anything about women, but sweaty men were chasing him. The adventurer frowned and asked her not to say such nonsense. The protagonist shuddered in fear and screamed when the mentor said he was ready to kiss his feet. Rave widened his eyes in confusion and said that their reputation would be reduced to that of losers if word spread that this place belonged to the Black Mountains. Hoyan opened his mouth in anger and thought that all this was really annoying to him. The boy looked down. The coach crawled under his feet. The boy promised to think about how to help them. Hexu cried and said that he could not believe that their leader was going through such humiliation to save them. The girl stuck out her tongue in disgust. The students lined up to crawl under the player's feet. The woman noticed that at least these people were united. Night fell. The stars shone above the city. The heroes were training in the dilapidated 100-step art hall. The adventurer leaned against a column and asked where his subordinate had gone. The mercenary punched the air and explained that he always had a lot of things to do. The fighter raised an eyebrow and said that if he were in his place, he would destroy everything and immediately return. In the memory, the swordsman was standing right in front of him. Then the warrior smirked and said that his thirst was still not quenched and that this was exactly what he needed to become flawless. The protagonist looked back. Peksu explained that they never thought that such a person would be so interested in martial arts. The man clenched his fist and said that this was why their leader advised him to go to the Jeonghak gym. Hoyoung frowned and wondered why he needed to do this. Kato crossed his arms over his chest. The boy wondered why he wanted to help the man who destroyed his life's work and decided that something was definitely wrong. The young man narrowed his eyes and used the class skill Insight. Suddenly, the player's eyes widened. The adventurer opened his mouth wide and shouted that they needed to run to the Jeonghak Hall right now. The assassin asked what that meant. The protagonist frowned tensely and said that their friend was in danger. The center of Labyrinth City. It was evening, and people were walking past the dojo. Students were fighting with swords, and their teacher was watching them. Others were practicing their striking techniques. The main building of the Jeonghak Dojo. There were 3 katanas hanging on the wall. Yegam, the manager of the Jeonghak Dojo, was standing next to him. Barden ran up to him and greeted him. The leader looked ahead gloomily and said that he already knew about everything. He couldn't believe that such a commotion had happened while he was gone. The man bowed and apologized for the security gaps. He said that they didn't expect that they would come across such a strong person. Yegam turned around abruptly and said that it was strange. He narrowed his eyes and said that he was told that it was some kind of bandit. Barden bowed and said that apparently the report was not entirely accurate. Suddenly, the boss slapped him in the face. He raised his hand, which emitted magic. He told the subordinate that he was pathetic. Then he asked if he understood the humiliation he suffered at the guild meeting. Barden looked at the boss in shock when he said that he could not even do the most basic things, as expected of an illegitimate child. He bowed and said that he wanted to reiterate the aftermath. The guy said that an unknown person attacked the training hall, beat up several students and 1 teacher. They received minor to moderate injuries, after which the man was detained. Barden looked up and said that they were surprised that the man used the 100 Steps dojo style. Egom looked forward, asked if this was the same style, then noted that it seemed like they were still passing on their teachings. He looked into space with a grim expression and said that he finally had a reason to meet Kato. The man raised his hand and said that he would give him another chance. They should guard this bastard until he returned. Egom, without turning around, told his subordinate that there would be no second chance. This time he would forgive him, so he had no right to disappoint him. The moon rose over the city. Caesar smiled. His eyes glowed red. The guy looked at him in shock and asked if this was true. The big guy smiled madly and looked at him. The white-haired man looked at his friends and said that he was the one who killed Tom in the Eastern District. Such a person would be useful to the guild. The red-haired man raised his eyebrows indignantly and said that this can't be true. How could they have captured him then? Only the manager could have resisted Tom. Caesar looked at them and asked if this was true. If so, he was very disappointed. The white-haired man frowned and shouted at him to shut up. He was just a prisoner. He gritted his teeth and said that if this was true, then what happened to the boy who was dragging Tom around with him? Caesar smiled and said that it was obvious. He remembered how the pickpocket asked the hero to take him to the toilet. He looked at him with disdain and asked if he really looked so soft that he was asking him for such a trifle. The man bared his teeth and said darkly that after cruel torture, the boss brainwashed him and made him a slave. Everyone looked at him in shock. The warriors screamed how could they do this to a child. He pulled the katana out of its sheath and screamed that there would be no mercy for him. The guy rushed forward and screamed that he must die. Caesar laughed and said that he was too reckless. The white-haired man froze in shock. Suddenly, his katana was good-naturedly cut in half by Lena. She kicked the guy. The marauder laughed. The girl said that the mission was accomplished. The pink-haired girl turned around and asked why he was laughing. Caesar smiled, said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and he was glad that she dealt with those annoying people and asked if she had really decided to submit to him. Lena looked at him contentedly and said that she was not the one who was tied up now. She frowned and asked what kind of pathetic sight this was. If she put a knife to his throat now, he would not be able to do anything. Caesar smiled and suggested that they fight in perfection. The girl turned around and asked if he meant no injuries. She smiled, turned her shoulder and said that she did not have a scratch. For her this was the most ordinary thing. There were many victims in the corridor. Lena asked what he was going to learn here. There was nothing special here. She smiled and advised him to stop pestering sweaty men. Just learn from her. She was a whole year older. Caesar tensed up and shouted what kind of insolence was this. The pink-haired girl looked at him and noticed that he had lost his temper again. He replied that it was all because of her. The man broke the rope and offered her a perfect fight. Lena flew over and agreed. Her pupils narrowed and she offered the loser to become the winner's dog. They turned around in shock to see the guy who called them and said that he had not given up yet. He imbued his sword with magic and said that he would not allow their dojo to be desecrated anymore. The white-haired man covered himself in mana and said that he was a fencing teacher nicknamed Speed Sword, and he would destroy the intruders even at the cost of his life. An awkward pause hung in the room. Lena and Caesar smiled madly. They were glad that a scapegoat had been found. The white-haired man sweated from fear. The assassins rushed towards him. The peaceful night was broken by a shrill scream. After some time, the city of the Labyrinth, the dojo of 100 steps. Lena clenched her fists and shouted indignantly, "Is this really true?" The hero froze in panic and thought that they were in trouble. The girl pretended to be a fool, hit herself on the head and said who would have thought that the Jeonghak dojo was the largest criminal guild. She herself had been in one and forgot. Suddenly, she all glowed and turned to Caesar. She gently touched his nose and said that she felt like they had stirred up a hornet's nest. What a problem. Hoyoung looked at them in shock and asked when they had time to get close. Lena snapped her fingers playfully and said that something happened to them here. She pointed her finger at the big guy's new wound and said that he lost a bet to her. The hero stared at them in confusion. The girl scratched the man under the chin and babbled how good he was. He reminded her that it was only for one day. The guys were impressed by this picture and thought how complicated everything was. A special event had begun, the reconstruction of the tavern. A new sign was already hanging on the door. The employees were working hard after the construction of the tavern was completed. The man came up to the counter and was happy for everyone. The owner closed his stern eyes and nodded. He could not contain his feelings because they did everything with their own hands. Huge pumped-up hands grabbed the employees. The old man shouted that they worked hard. The owner and the guys, some laughed, some cried. The man said that he had wanted to build his own business for a long time. The guy blew his nose into a handkerchief. Who would have thought that that bandit would destroy everything here? It was terrible. The big guy wiped a tear and agreed and noted that with the previous guild they would not have achieved this. He looked at the beautiful interior and said that not only should they pay less, but they would also have independent management. He remembered the faces of his evil partners and said that Caesar's face reminded him of some fairy, which was a little strange. The owner looked at everything again and said that every cloud has a silver lining. He flexed his fingers and smiled slyly. Who knew that his dream would come true like this? Before that they had only done what they cleaned up the ends of the criminal guild, and now they could become a cool tavern where they cooked delicious food. The mountain of muscles made ballroom movements, shining with happiness. He smiled and said loudly that they would follow the spirit of the Black Mountain. A hall filled with guests appeared in his head. The mustachioed man said that now they would definitely live well and many people would come to them. At that moment the door swung open. The big guy shuddered and shouted that this was their first visitor. He began to greet the stranger and say that they had delicious food and a cool owner. But the visitor did not react. He stood and breathed heavily. The man shuddered, recognizing the person who entered his tavern. The boy shouted that Wilhelm Mayer, the boss of the Black Mountain, ordered to gather all the members of the organization. The owner looked at the messenger in surprise and asked, "What is the hurry?" Rave raised his breathless gaze and conveyed that the boss ordered to go, and then sorted out on the spot. Some time later in Tama's mansion, the man noticed a piece of paper nailed to one of the walls. The inscription was addressed to the owner of the tavern. This place had to be destroyed before the hero returned. The gentleman froze in confusion with the order in his hands. The building began to collapse. Subordinates shouted that they were trapped. The lonely building stood out gloomily against the rest of the landscape. The man asked himself, were they really laborers? At this time, Lena caressed the big guy's chin and complimented him, and he irritably said that it was only for today. At this time, Rave and Hone, understandingly and not quite, watched this from the side. Suddenly, the hero shuddered, having received a warning from the system about the intruder. A bright light began to fill the room. Peksu looked questioningly at his teacher, recognizing the energy penetrating them. An unknown person in a kimono was standing on the street. The old man came out into the street and recognized the Jeonghak dojo. The dark-haired man looked at him and said that they had not seen his blood enemy for a long time. Egom looked down at him and asked if he knew why he came here. Kato clenched his teeth. The villain said that he could not make excuses. He spread his arms to the sides, emitting energy. He noted that this was all just funny. At first he left the dojo of his own free will, declaring that he was a master of martial arts. The others watched what was happening with curiosity from around the corner. Jeonghak noted that Kato had become a pawn in the hands of all sorts of rabble. From these words, everyone except Lin's face twisted with anger. The man adjusted his belt and admitted that the years had taken their toll and he was no longer the same. He looked angrily at his enemy and said that he didn't have much time left, but hadn't he already been surpassed? The dark-haired man's eyes lit up. First he stole the master's secret weapon and improved it, and then recruited real criminals into the dojo. The man's pupils turned bestial. He told the old man to shut up, because the master didn't want to pass it on to anyone after his escape. Everything had happened because of him in the first place. Kato gritted his teeth and asked him not to make fun of him, because the only reason he hadn't been given anything was his wild lifestyle. Jianghak pointed his finger at him and asked, wasn't he the one running after women? The traitor's face turned red. He shouted that he was tired of putting up with it, so he offered to fight. The teacher shouted, and the rabble behind him took out popcorn. The hero assumed that they were filming a soap opera here. The two fighters stood opposite each other. Purple energy emanated from the dark one. He immediately made a swing. The slash flew at the white fighter. The gray-haired man watched closely as it approached him. At the last moment, he created a blue slash, and his energy dispersed the enemies. He used Baekpo's counter fist. On the other side of the street, an explosion of pink light was heard. The enemy looked at the old man in surprise, dispersing the smoke. He looked at him indignantly and said that this is what he dedicated his life to, betraying his brother. Kato backed away and began to clear his throat. His brother slowly raised his hand and asked what happened there. Hone craned his neck to see what his shocked partners were seeing. Sweat began to roll off his face. He called the alien incredible. Caesar indignantly squeezed a box of popcorn, which the mercenary did not like very much. The guards at this time were drawn to the battle site. They began to whistle and give orders to stop, because battles between players are prohibited on the streets of the city. Fog rose around. The leader of the squad ordered to look around and seize the guilty. A silhouette appeared among the raised wall of steam. The intruder looked angrily at everyone around. The guards shuddered with fear, having learned that the man was from the Jianghak dojo. The swordsman smiled contentedly. He was told that this also concerned him. The policeman looked pathetically at everyone from under his cap and called the villain the head of the largest criminal guild. He also addressed the boss of a budding organization, whose fame exceeded 1,000 in the first hours. He gritted his teeth and said that the situation was very dangerous, so they could just watch. Curious citizens began to flock to the battle site. An enterprising old man began to sell popcorn. Caesar took a step forward. He suddenly became very interested. Hone did not appreciate that the whole city decided to watch the fight. The guard turned around abruptly and shouted that they had problems here. He ordered to ensure the safety of the citizens who came to watch the fight. The boss shuddered, realizing that this was definitely out of control. The two sworn enemies froze, preparing for battle, and because there were many people gathered there, the reputation of the Black Mountain will change depending on the course of the battle. Cat looked tiredly ahead and breathed heavily. He was not in the best condition. His hair stuck out in different directions. The young man noted that his martial art had weakened. Their situation was so-so. The psycho laughed and turned to the people who had gathered here. He said that now they would see the perfect fight of the century. His eloquent skill was activated. The master turned back in surprise. Hone looked at the mercenary in shock, not understanding what came over him. The crowd froze. Everyone was touched by these words. One of the guards bowed his head. People asked, is he really doing this to them? The hero's mouth was open in indignation. He didn't know what to do with it. More people began to gather at the battle site. Everyone wanted to see a worthwhile spectacle. Lena looked at her dog happily and said that he had chosen the right words. The master's face was still stunned. He did not agree with this. The guards turned to the crowd and tried to calm the crowd. Jianghak looked ahead gloomily and gloomily said that he came here to end this. He declared that there should be only one left. Kato froze. The moon appeared in the sky. He sighed. He looked seriously at his enemy. He did not care which of them died, but now it was his turn to attack. He waved his hand and shouted, using the first technique of Baekpo. He jumped on the enemy, trying to cut him with valiant zeal. The intruder's eyes opened wide. The blow turned him into smoke. Kato looked around, but there was only smoke around. He peered into the white steam. It became clear to him why he was there. The old man shook his head sharply, trying to understand where his opponent was. The dark-haired man appeared behind him. The man felt him nearby. The hero screamed, warning of danger from behind. The master managed to put his hand to block. Jianghak moved behind him again while he was coughing. The excited onlookers began to shout, saying that it was unfair to prompt. Caesar looked at the crowd, which demanded that they leave. He told the master that he did it in vain. Hone, not paying attention, looked at the fighters and asked if the swordsman saw it. The gray-haired man looked closely and noticed something. Kato looked at his hand in horror. Purple smoke was reaching for it. The hero said that the attack that their friend reflected was somehow strange. Kato turned around abruptly and asked what Jianghak had done to the master. The dark-haired man looked at him darkly and said that the master's power had always been antinomic. He slowly moved his hand and asked if he himself didn't know, because he was a stubborn man who clung to tradition. The white fighter pointed at him and said that this was nonsense. He had simply made some kind of abomination out of martial arts. The intruder looked at him indignantly and shouted that he had been able to know infinity. A sly smile appeared on his face. He decided that it would be better to show visually. He used his fourth technique, a point discharge. The man shuddered. A purple shot hit his chest. The hero screamed in fear for his friend, and the crowd mockingly rejoiced. The master staggered, clutching his wound. He asked what kind of technique this was. Smoke crept up to his face. Jianghak appeared from it and said that he was not finished yet. He hit his opponent on the back. Lena smiled happily and noticed that this was the end. The old man's back was glowing and oozing smoke. Caesar smiled. Now he understood what his master was talking about. Hone looked at him angrily and said that it was not important now because if Kato was defeated. But the mercenary smiled and said that this weakling had just tried to dodge the blow. The girl turned sharply and said that he would have definitely dodged because the timing was perfect. The boss looked at her in confusion and asked why he was injured then. The big guy's eyes sparkled. He said that in the end this flawless fight was much more interesting than he thought. The guy recoiled in confusion. The man said that they needed to watch a little more here, but he did not understand why they needed to watch here. The old man took a few uncertain steps and spat out blood. Jeonghak looked at him intently and noticed that his body was not in the best condition, and there was very little time left. He smiled and said that it was all because he got involved with the bandits from the Black Mountain. Kato broke out in a sweat. He didn't want things to turn out like this. The dark-haired man smiled and shouted that he, in turn, was very happy because his enemy's end had finally come. Kato stepped back and agreed that their conflict should have been resolved a long time ago. The man looked at him questioningly. Kato summoned his energy, stood in a stance and said that he wanted to fight to the very end. The mercenaries showed with their looks that they approved of this, unlike their boss. The old man's disciple ran out into the street and asked him not to do this. But a blue flash was already burning in the gray-haired man's hands. He moved his hands gracefully. Jeonghak's eyes opened wide. He instinctively put his hand forward. He saw such a meditation technique for the first time. The light grew stronger. The intruder tried to understand if he was trying to create a wave. The villain made a dash to the side, and he rushed to attack, deciding that in this case he would strike first. Kato looked at him madly and said thank you for coming to him. The man's pupils narrowed. He realized that he was falling under the influence of a sacrificial technique. It was Bekpo's deadly technique. There was a bright flash of light. The technique was called ultimatum. Peksu screamed with tears in his eyes. The guards began to cover themselves from the bright light, and the crowd could not tear their frightened eyes from this fight. Caesar began to laugh joyfully. The hero decided that he had gone crazy. Smoke spread from the square along the streets. Hone shuddered at what he saw. The crowd froze. The guards looked at the fighters in amazement. There was a purple swing. Unharmed Jeonghak smiled devilishly and said that his opponent was only annoying him. He looked at the others with satisfaction and asked who would be next. He pointed at the excited mercenary and asked, "Is it really him?" Peksu clenched his fists and shook his head. He screamed that he, Kato's student, would be next. He was not going to forgive the teacher's enemy. Suddenly, the gray-haired man punched him in the face, demanding that the little one leave here. Caesar looked at the villain with a crazy look and asked how he did it. Jeonghak looked at him silently. The psycho asked why he was completely fine after that attack. The man frowned. A breeze blew through the street. The dark-haired man remembered that the gray-haired man was sent to them by that bandit. Lena suddenly scratched his chin and said that it was she who helped him escape back then. He smiled nervously and said that she was disappointed because her previous criminal guild was no different. She remembered the captured fighter. She thought that they had a lot of strong people, but they could not even touch her hair. The girl waved her hand contentedly and said that they were no better than the old man. Their lair can hardly be called a dojo, an ordinary preparatory school at most. Jeonghak bit his lips in indignation. He asked if the girl understood what she said. Hone screamed and blushed. He demanded that they both calm down and shut up. The fighter looked at him questioningly. The young man looked away. He understood that if he left everything as it was, the event would begin to develop in an unexpected direction. He put his hand on his chest and asked if he was Jeonghak, who was from the Jeonghak dojo, and then introduced himself in response. However, the dark-haired man looked at him angrily and demanded that the pot-bellied small fry shut up, because he did not want to listen to some weaklings. The guy's face could not withstand such words. Caesar indignantly clenched his teeth and cursed. The mercenaries mechanically pointed their fingers at the villain. The big guy asked how he dared to call his boss a small fry. Did he understand what he just said? The fighter looked at the three in surprise and asked if the hero really had Juweipma, that is, the inability to control energy. Hone blushed, not understanding where he got that from. The man scratched his chin thoughtfully. Now it all became clear to him. This old man gave his life for the sake of his sick master. Hone grabbed his head. A thunderstorm raged inside him. He called everyone idiots. The smoke cleared on the street, and Jeonghak declared that the story of the three ends here anyway. He smiled menacingly and declared that he was declaring war on them on behalf of his dojo. The warriors were only happy about this news, and their boss even aged from this news. The crowd around began to scream with joy. The guards looked at them angrily and demanded that they calm down. Peksu lay on the cold ground and cried, noting how cool it all was. The system reported a new event and told about what happened. She said that events between organizations, especially battles, can become key factors in capturing the enemy faction. Most of the lights in the windows had already gone out during the events of the organizations. The supervision of the territories was reduced. The beginning of the permission of criminal activity was announced. After a while, the gentleman thoughtfully looked ahead, thinking about the words of the system. It called on everyone to capture enemy factions to become the lords of the slums. The hero was sitting at the table. Everything around resembled the Last Supper. At this moment, the opening of the Black Mountain Tavern was taking place. The guy looked ahead and demanded that the mercenary explain why he went so far. The warrior in response smiled menacingly and said that all this was because of the flawless fight. Hone looked at him questioningly. His face began to tense up. He asked if this was all. Lena said that its essence is not to receive damage. Caesar slowly raised his hands and said that this is not so. He said that the flawless fight is not just a cowardly dodge. The wind blew. The man said that Jeonghak clearly showed everything. He remembered the formidable opponent and reminded that he took that desperate attack of Kato and did not receive a scratch. The swordsman smiled. He said that if they fight with the Jeonghak dojo, he was sure that they will be able to find out their secret. The boss wilted, and the fighter began to laugh loudly. He laughed louder and crazier. The guy did not understand. Is it possible for subordinates to interfere with the master like that? Hone watched him with fear. In the end, he decided that everything was better than it could be. His whole head was filled with the face of a psycho. He understood that all his plans were destroyed because of this thug. The headman's pupils narrowed. He understood that if the killer continued in the same spirit, he would achieve almost nothing. The hero wilted again. He looked ahead gloomily and said that he needed to leave. He told the others to just wait here. There was an exit from the world of the labyrinth and the system. The guy with glasses sighed tiredly. His flabby body lay on the bed. He sat up, slowly took off his glasses and sighed. His hand ruffled his overgrown hair. His head ached. The young man dangled his legs and noted that there were 10 days left until the War of Organizations, but in real life it was only one. It was a bright day outside. It was best to take a walk for now. Hone changed the block and ordered a burger for himself. Yildong, who was sitting next to him, took a closer look and said that this did not look like a champion's breakfast. What upset him so much? The guy continued to madly absorb carbohydrates. Tears appeared in the corners of his eyes. He began to cry. The fat man asked, was his game life really ruined? He looked ahead understandingly and said that recently at work they often talk about new games. Characters appeared in his head and he said that not only the labyrinth itself was updated, but many other things as well, and bandits have been prowling around everywhere since the start. The blonde sadly looked down. He wasn't sure, but it looked like the moderation had decided to just wait it out. The fat man suddenly shuddered. He said that there were rumors that the hero had decided to give up his ranker's place. Hone froze, sipping his soda. They asked him if he had really decided to start all over again. Yildong narrowed his eyebrows and asked if he really thought it was fun. The dark-haired man slowly pulled the straw out of his mouth and asked to repeat what his friend had said. Were the moderation just waiting it out? There was an uncertain pause at the table. The guy stoically pressed his lips together. He thought for a moment and said that as a person who loved the labyrinth more than anyone else, the hero had a very high influence on the calm flow of the game. He remembered the game landscape and said that in the rapidly darkening world, Rodrius Eldergo rose to the top thanks to his dedication. A friend said that everyone needs the good influence of home. The young man looked ahead thoughtfully. His eyes became serious. He remembered the character in the labyrinth city of the 97th rank. The player's name was Rodrius Eldergo. He looked ahead seriously. His class was the director of the shelter. People can achieve a lot if necessary. There was a bunch of pills on the table. There were food packages, training packages, health packages, and much more. The man was lying on the bed with glasses. Now there was no need to lift a finger to play virtual games. Humanity completely covered the needs of basic nutrition, exercise, and sleep. A man appeared in a new world. With the advent of limitless possibilities, it was necessary to find new challenges. Thus, the idea was born to create a new, perfect world, and the hero managed to experience all its possibilities. Now Hone was walking around the city. The reason why he decided to quit the game in the past, he got distracted and noticed that a lot had changed since his last walk. Yildong was looking at him closely, and the reason was that he was collecting information that he could only get in real life. His friend was the same age, being an intern at a branch of the developer company of the Labyrinth world. The two guys were sitting at the table and eating. The black-haired looked ahead and thought that the developers let everything slide and hoped that this did not mean that they wanted to close the game. He assumed that they had something in mind. The fat man sighed. The hero noted that he liked this game and he was trying very hard. So a smile appeared on the hero's face. He noted that this guy, he imagined his game team and mentally said that he was the one who would ruin all the fun. He smiled, looked at his friend and asked him not to worry too much. He knew that he could handle everything. Yildong looked at his friend questioningly. The hero asked him how he was doing in the game. The guy brought his palm to his face and whispered a secret about him being a member of a criminal guild. Chubby spread his hands and said that he had just joined and was on the right path. Anxiety appeared on his face. He said that suddenly their leader, a real idiot, intervened. Jiang Hak appeared in the blonde's head. The guy understood that the leader of a criminal guild must have a bad character, but how can you put your dojo on the line? Hone shuddered from realization. His friend added that their leader had contacted some newcomers from the Black Mountain. Pain appeared on the blonde's face. He plaintively told that he had just decided that he could quit everything and start making a living there. The hero's hand trembled. He smiled nervously, realizing that this was the information he needed. Meanwhile, in the main building of the Jeonghak dojo, the trio gathered in front of the blonde. He stretched his arms and thanked Barden, otherwise he thought he would die of shame. The man looked at him sullenly and demanded not to be so carefree. He asked if he knew what such a mistake cost them. Yulmu shouted that now was not the time. They had to fix everything before the chief found out. They had to think about what to do with that bandit. Barden cast a stern look at him and said that Kato was dead, the chief had dealt with him personally, and that the guy who had escaped was there. The blonde man trembled and said that now they would definitely be killed. But his comrade added that that was not all. The chief had declared war, dragging the dojo into it. The guy smiled and said that at least they were alive. The fat man shook his head and called him crazy. At night, the moon rose. Barden walked slowly along the empty street. He looked ahead sullenly, realizing that they could not lose. He remembered the boss's fight and thought that in order for no one to find out about the secret weapon of Jeonghak, they must win. Short eyebrows frowned on a plump face. He remembered how he was hit. A question arose in his head, will it work? Smoke suddenly appeared on the street. The man looked around. Lena jumped out from behind him and said hello. The long-haired man looked at the bandit in fear. A scream echoed through the block. After a while, he was sitting tied up. Player Yildong appeared above his head. The Black Mountain team stood in front of him. The girl smiled madly. She did not want to do the same to him as she did to the others, so it was better to tell him what the secret of the Jeonghak weapon was. Hone stared at the chubby man. Barden glared at them, cursed, and asked if they understood who he was. The mercenary leaned towards him and asked what kind of nonsense this pig was talking. She would have known if he was someone important. The boss suddenly screamed and demanded to stop. The pink-haired girl switched to him. She was furious. She asked why they didn't just kill him, why all these subtleties. Hone pushed the killer away and said that he heard about Barden and he was very sorry that he had to capture him. He looked at him intently and said that he was also upset. Jeonghak appeared in his head. The leader said that the martial art that he had seen before was like some kind of mirage that reflected all physical attacks. The fat man shuddered. They asked him how much he knew about this martial art. The man froze in fear. The hero asked him if he thought that their leader spat on the others because he was blinded by strength and power. Caesar screamed. He was his subordinate. The hero said that it was so easy for him to deal with their people that he constantly yawned. The thug continued to scream, feigning a yawn. Barden looked at him in fear. He looked down and retorted that a martial artist must strive for unbridled strength, otherwise it would be hard to survive in this world. The leader looked questioningly at his friend, who asked if he really thought he was any different from their leader. Yildong looked at the big guy in armor. He realized that he could compete in strength with famous players. The man shuddered and said that even the best rankers could not invest so much CP into him. He glared at the hero and said that he had lost the spirit of a gamer and was riding the bus. Hone looked at him in amazement. Lena smiled. She liked such a bold answer. Caesar shouted, pretending to yawn, while the boy thought about what he heard. The mercenary pointed a sword at the player's throat and called him a pathetic capitalist pig. He glared at him. He was no longer interested in martial arts or secret weapons. Barden shuddered. The mob said that they could only be pacified by war. Yilden's face turned red. He yelled at the psycho and said that nothing could be done and he would tell them about the secret weapon of Jeonghak. Hone quietly cried to the side, mentally asking his friend for forgiveness. They returned to the dojo in the afternoon. Barden looked at the huge figure of the mercenary. He looked gloomily at his round figure. The man was covered in purple light. He said that the main principle of the martial art of the Jeonghak martial art. He put his palm forward and added that he was talking about a strong concentration of Kai in a specific part of the body, due to which the hand turns into a blade. He waved his hand and the floor of the dojo shattered into pieces. A cut appeared under his feet. The warrior said that this is one of the reasons why it is very difficult for the enemy to predict the range of their attack. Home looked at the prisoner in surprise, who said that usually a person who focuses on using Kai energy very quickly loses strength, and his mobility also decreases. Everyone remembered Jeonghak. With him everything was different. He smiled, because he had excellent reflexes and he dodged well, so he was able to overcome his shortcomings with the help of innate. Suddenly Peksu screamed and demanded to stop, because he could not listen to this anymore. He waved his hands and asked if this was too much, because if not for the teacher, all this would be impossible. The thug knocked him out again, demanding not to interfere. Caesar looked angrily at the fighter and asked if their leader really had no shortcomings. Barden waved his fingers and asked again, after which he agreed. He remembered training in the dojo and said that the heroes saw his most ordinary attacks and all the people who encountered him and tried to fight. Jianghak smiled. His opponents always felt very sorry for him. The leader bypassed the mercenary with his deceptive technique, so they couldn't even touch him with a finger. The fat man looked at the Black Mountain and said that there was a way to defeat him. Caesar looked at him carefully. Everyone was silent. Barden said that for this you need to be faster than Jianghak. Lena smiled madly and said that it was about her. Yildong scratched his beard, fought and decided that they could handle it since they captured his best student. The mercenary beamed and demanded that the big guy call her Nuna. Home looked at his friend in surprise and asked, should Lena really fight their leader and not Caesar? The hero shuddered. He understood that this was very bad. He thought about the mercenary and noted that she was already wanted by a criminal guild, and a public duel would attract a lot of attention. And Caesar was also angry. The master froze in anxiety. He asked himself, what should he do? The girl turned around cheerfully and demanded to look at her. Home looked up in confusion, when suddenly Lena began to study the skill Jianghak. She was training, but the guy could not understand why she was so excited. The bandit smiled cheerfully and asked if she was good. Yildong noted that she grasped everything quickly. The boss looked at her in amazement. Sweat was pouring down his face. He said that she was doing well, but Caesar should fight. The pink-haired girl approached him and said that he himself saw everything perfectly well, that she could do everything. She made a pleading face and coquettishly said that the big guy could not do that. The trio froze. The mercenary silently glanced at the master. The young man opened his mouth and turned to the girl. He leaned towards her and said that Jianghak was very strong. He surpassed even famous players, and this was very dangerous. Was she sure that she wanted to take the risk? A smile appeared on the face of the subordinate. She danced and said that she was not afraid when something threatened her life. She made a dash for the guy, pressed herself closer to him and whispered that she would do everything for the boss. Could she then become the #1 subordinate? Hone looked at her in amazement. His face froze. He said to himself, oh, this Lena. The mercenary made one of her faces. It seemed that she was worried about the fact that she had not yet shown herself to the fullest. The hero remembered the battle of Caesar, who was very close to perfection. He remembered Rodriguez, who emphasized the improvement and development of the character. Hone thought, and the gray-haired man turned away. The guy shuddered, remembering the accusation of losing the spirit of a gamer. The hand slowly began to descend. The girl's cheeks turned red. A question arose in her head. Is it worth the risk and use her? Suddenly, blood splashed. Caesar cut Brandon down. The man began to fall dead. The mercenary smiled contentedly, and the boss looked at all this in shock. He shuddered. A huge carcass blocked the view of his friend's corpse. Peksu lay on the floor and groaned. Meanwhile, in the Eastern District, the second base of Black Mountain, construction was underway. The task was 80% complete. Clad watched the process. She touched her temple and reported that she had prepared a report on the new base of the mountain. The mysterious man was silent. The girl reported that everything was heading towards the heroes fighting and capturing criminal guilds. The man looked at the stack of papers and chuckled. Clad looked away and smiled. She was told to continue watching. The unknown looked forward and repeated what he had heard. He clenched his teeth and angrily said that he could not allow this. Bright stars shone above the main dojo building. There was no light in the room. There was 1 day left before the war with the Black Mountain Association. The sign read Chonhak. During the first attack, one of the instructors was seriously injured, and after the second, most of Yulmu's students died, while Barden was missing. There was a rack of swords on the wall. The dojo had lost a large number of warriors. The hooded man bowed his head and said that he had no doubt in their victory. The head of the dojo looked at him sternly. The unknown man explained that everything changed dramatically if Barden betrayed them. The heroes were standing on the balcony of the second floor. The man turned his head and realized that his comrade did not believe in his strength either. The martial artist frowned sternly and said that his departure would not affect the outcome of the war. The fighter introduced a grinning Barden and explained that the appointment to the post was a purely political decision and had nothing to do with martial arts. He remembered how the girls surrounded him and added that this man had witnessed his shameful past. The head of the Jianghak dojo lowered his head and said that he felt furious every time he saw him or thought of him. The man raised his hand and promised to get rid of the mistakes of the past himself. The martial artist narrowed his eyes and said that he was ready to do anything, even execute his brother with his own hands. The fighter clenched his fist. He waved his hand and asked if the man named Caesar could defeat Tom. The villain looked at the swords tensely. The head of the dojo extended his hand to them and said that in that case, they cannot treat him too lightly. A crescent moon shone in the sky. Stars shone above the Black Mountain Association base. The protagonist stood in front of Kato's students. Hoyoung frowned and declared that they wanted to destroy the Jianghak dojo. The fighters stared at him in amazement. With his mouth wide open, Peksu asked if the war would really start tomorrow, and said that they would lose if they went against them because the Jianghaks were so strong. The boy frowned menacingly, saying that it didn't matter and suggested using a surprise strategy. The man approached him and asked what they were talking about. With beads of sweat running down his face, the student said that in that case, their master had given his life in vain. The boy scratched his chin thoughtfully. The player knelt down and decided that his comrade had misunderstood something. With his eyes wide and glowing, the adventurer asked if he had forgotten what the Black Mountains were and said that they would win no matter what. Frowning, the protagonist explained that their dojo was a criminal guild and asked why they had to follow the rules in that case. Activating the eloquence skill, Hoyoung spread his arms and called on Kato's students to listen carefully. The boy opened his mouth wide and said that the mentor who looked after them had died and left the dojo to him. The boy raised his hand and shouted that the fighters should follow him, regardless of whether they liked the Black Mountains or not. The boys opened their mouths in shock. The player waved his hand and said that he understood that it was difficult for them to accept this situation. Bixu's eyes widened in amazement when the adventurer gave them a chance to leave here. The man frowned in confusion and explained that if they left here, Jeonghak would have a huge advantage in strength. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked if the students really thought they would be of much use and said that one competent subordinate would be enough for him. Tears appeared in the fighter's eyes. Hoyoung looked down at him and said that the Black Mountains did not need them. The boy opened his mouth in anger and shouted that they had been wasting their energy in the dojo all this time and explained that those who did not want to act would only hinder them. The heroes looked at the boy in silence. Lena smiled and praised him for such a fiery speech. The student began to run, calling himself a real weakling. His comrades tried to dissuade him. Caesar waved his hand. A throwing knife flew into the fugitive's back. His body fell to the ground. Smirking, the swordsman assumed that he had misinterpreted the boss's words and said that no one said that leaving would be easy. The fighter looked around in fear. The warrior explained that if they could not be useful and refused to fight themselves, then it was the same as being dead. The marauder added that his boss wanted to say that they would die if they tried to leave. The boy's eyes widened and he thought that he had not meant that at all. Kato's students looked at him in horror. The player looked down and concluded that his subordinate's words worked even better. The boys ran up to their wounded comrade. Caesar spread his arms and laughed loudly. The adventurer decided that if they could use this hurt at least a little, there would be less trouble. The protagonist scratched his chin and wondered if they had done everything right. The sun rose over the city. Residents walked around the busy square. Law enforcement officers patrolled the streets. People from the Jeonghak dojo gathered in Brahm Square. The system announced the day the war began. The heroes held their katanas in their hands. Yulmu turned to his comrade and noticed that the Black Mountain Association was late. Yegem frowned menacingly. Some time ago, the stranger lowered her gaze and said that, in the guild's opinion, her ally had bet the dojo in vain. The man looked at her carefully. The girl said that she did not understand why he was so obsessed with the Bekpo dojo and asked if they had not finished it off when they killed Kato. The martial artist frowned sternly. His eyes lit up when his friend asked what was bothering him so much. The fighter clutched the sheath in his hand. The woman of the city pointed to the side and shouted that they were members of the Black Mountain Association. The people were walking forward. The students were dressed in black robes with red belts. Lena and Caesar followed their boss. Pointing at them, Yulmu called them cowards and asked how they could start a war without warning. The protagonist said the name of his subordinate, and the girl immediately rushed forward. She approached the villain and swung her blade. The opponents looked into each other's eyes. Yegem dodged the mercenary's attack. He frowned sternly and said that such petty tricks would not work. The woman looked back and declared that everything worked. A deep cut appeared on the man's chest. Blood gushed out from the mouth of the head of Jeonghak. His comrade opened his mouth in fear and called out to the captain. Hoyoung tensely pursed his lips. The assassin stood behind her opponent. Without turning around, the martial artist said that this was the Jeonghak style. The fighter gritted his teeth and concluded that Barden had betrayed them. Lena smiled widely and noticed his snake eyes. She swung her blade and asked him not to be distracted. The blade of the knife flashed in the air. The girl cut her opponent's cloak in half. The villain lunged forward, leaving a trail of bright light behind him. He approached the enemy and reached out to grab her. The woman parried his attack with her dagger. The villain jumped back, increasing the distance between them. Suddenly, the mercenary fell to the ground. The assassin clutched the wound on her stomach. The boy opened his mouth in fear and called out to her. The young man remembered how Yegem had reached out to his subordinate and realized that he had aimed for her face but had hit her in the stomach. The man took a fighting stance, and the player realized that his opponent had predicted everything. Watching the fight from the side, the adventurer concluded that Lin alone would not be enough. The protagonist frowned and said his comrade's name. The girl opened her mouth wide and asked her boss to stop. Chief Jeonghak raised his eyebrows in surprise. The woman rose to her feet and asked if her leader really wanted to call Caesar. She looked back and said that she had not lost yet. Hoyoung frowned furiously and shouted that it would be too difficult for her alone. The martial artist's eyes widened in amazement. As a child, he trembled from pain but insisted that he had not lost yet. The student burst into tears and said that he was also capable of something. The fighter frowned in displeasure. Yulmu rushed to the captain and handed him the sword. The villain's hair was fluttering in the wind. The mercenary jumped up to him and asked what he was thinking about. The villain gritted his teeth. The assassin smiled widely and said that her boss was watching them. The guy opened his mouth in shock and thought that she should have taken advantage of the moment instead of chatting. The fencing teacher frowned in confusion. Caesar stepped forward when the young man asked him to help their comrade. The man pulled out a weapon from behind his back. Speed's sword rushed towards him. He managed to block the enemy's blow with his katana. The swordsman smirked. The martial artist asked how he dared to interfere in the captain's fight. The warrior swung his blade and promised to make sure that his enemy would not bother anyone else. The player thought that he needed to help Lena, not sort things out. Egom swung his katana. The girl crossed her arms in front of her. She closed her eyes as the enemy struck her arm. The adventurer extended his hand forward and called out to her. The woman jumped back and dodged the slash. There was distance between them. A bright aura enveloped the katana. The mercenary lowered her head and began to breathe heavily. Yulmu turned around and called out to the captain. Waves of energy swirled around the head of Jeonghak. The villain raised his sword in front of him and increased his damage, speed, and attack range. Opening his mouth in fear, the protagonist could not believe that he had decided to use the sword, and realized that at this rate, his subordinate would not have a chance. The assassin furrowed her brows decisively. Lena rushed forward and swung her dagger. Yegem delivered a powerful counterattack. The opponents stood with their backs to each other. The girl gritted her teeth and declared that this fight was starting to irritate her. Her body collapsed to the ground. Hoyen's eyes widened in shock. The man frowned tensely. The woman leaned on her hands and spat out blood. The martial artist raised his sword above her head and said that her defeat was inevitable. The fighter raised his katana and decided to end it. The mercenary looked back and saw a sharp blade in front of her. The boy opened his mouth in anger and called her name. Blood sprayed in the air. The young man rushed towards his friend, screaming. A black cloak flashed through the air. The player froze in place and called out to his comrade. Caesar grinned maliciously. He managed to stop the enemy's sword with his bare hands. Holding the blade with 2 fingers, the man used the Bekpo technique, a banishing rite. The assassin looked in horror at the trembling tip of the katana. The enemy's weapon flew into the air. The swordsman grabbed the fighter by the throat. Waves of light energy appeared around his hand thanks to the Bekpo choke skill. Looking at her friend in amazement, Lena said that she actually almost died and asked why he hesitated so much if he wanted to intervene from the very beginning. The girl ran to her boss. The adventurer wondered since when his subordinate knew the Bekpo techniques. Chief Jeonghak gritted his teeth. Even his dodge skill did not work. The scoundrel looked up in fear and asked what kind of technique it was. The warrior lifted him high into the air and invited him to see it with his own eyes. The marauder opened his mouth wide and shouted that this was the essence of the Bekpo art. Caesar pressed his opponent into the ground. The woman hugged her boss, and they froze in surprise. A giant cloud of dust rose above the square. The protagonist stared at his comrade and wondered if he really had to shout like that. The man released his enemy, and he immediately began to cough. Grinning, the swordsman asked his allies to listen carefully and declared that this was the power they had been looking for so long. Kato's students opened their mouths in surprise. The swordsman clenched his fists and asked if they wanted to learn the art, saying that everything could be learned at Bekpo's dojo for only 10 silver coins. Hoyoung and his subordinate opened their mouths in shock. The boy raised his eyebrows in confusion. The warrior kicked the villain in the stomach. The boy wondered what all the sudden publicity was about. The player turned his head to the side and wondered what was going on. The people shook hands. The fighters widened their eyes in confusion. It turned out that these people were Jeonghak's disciple and Bekpo's disciple. Not long before, when the 2 warring parties were standing opposite each other in the main square. Then the mercenary immediately rushed forward. The martial artist brought his hand to his mouth and asked what was the cause of all the fuss. His comrade replied that the boss of the criminal guild was very angry. The assassin collapsed to the ground after being attacked by the enemy. The man guessed that it must have been very painful. The confused boys watched from the sidelines and took no part in the war. The fighter turned to his friend and asked what they were doing there and what was going on. Suddenly, the enemy approached them and asked if the Black Mountain minions had abandoned their boss and decided to just watch. Kato's students raised their eyebrows in surprise. The martial artist smiled broadly and remembered that they had once eaten rice together. His opponent was glad that he was okay after what had happened recently. There were several dishes on the table. The man from Jeonghak suggested that they go about their business while their bosses dealt with each other. The boys approached the table. The man offered to eat well, since no one knew when they would be able to meet again. Sitting at the table, the villain asked where Peksu was. The fighter closed his eyes and told them that his friend had left due to changes in the dojo, but the main reason for his departure was that he really missed Kato. Holding a glass in his hand, the enemy asked how he was doing. The Bekpo disciple took a sip. The martial artist placed the glass on the table and said that nothing had changed much between them, only that their clothes had become darker. The enemy looked at him carefully. The Black Mountain henchmen explained that they would have gone to Jeonghak if they had known that things would turn out like this, because the conditions there were much better. Sitting in the lotus position, the man added that they now belonged to a criminal guild and asked who knew that something like this would happen. Caesar swung his sword. One blow caused Yulmu's sword to break in half. The speed sword fell on his back. Yegem raised his sword above Lin. The swordsman stopped it with one movement of his hand. The fighters sitting at the table opened their mouths in surprise. The Jeonghak man rose to his feet and concluded that it was time for them to return to the battlefield. He raised his hand and asked his old friend to be gentle with them if a situation arose in which they would have to fight. The boys shook hands. Kato's student nodded confidently. The martial artist smiled and said that he forgot to say something. At that moment, the warrior interrupted him and, opening his mouth wide, offered everyone his services as a mentor. The heroes turned around and stared at him in amazement. The protagonist saw them and his eyes turned white with shock. Hoyan looked at his subordinate and concluded that they had a chance to bypass Jeonghak, but he again had the feeling that his friend was in a hurry. The boy imagined the people training and thought about how the war did not start for the sake of destruction, but that it was a bet, the purpose of which was to seize the enemy's territory. The young man gritted his teeth and decided that it would be better if both sides remained intact. The girl asked why they were holding hands. The player, around whom the dark aura appeared, realized that he could not allow his subordinates to have fun with his enemy and wanted to finish off the traitors. The fighters shuddered in fear. The woman smiled and noted that her boss looked exactly like Caesar. The adventurer asked her to be quiet. The protagonist raised his hand and said that he understood everything perfectly. The students of the different dojos looked at each other. Hoyan asked if they still thought they were in the middle of Muram. The man approached him from behind. The guy said that he would bring his minions to order. The swordsman smiled and warned that only death awaited the traitors. The martial artist closed his eyes. A light aura appeared in his hands. The member of the Black Mountains asked for forgiveness from his old comrade. The enemy asked if he was really going to use a technique. All the members of the Bekpo dojo took a fighting stance and activated their skills. Egom opened his mouth wide and ordered them to stop. The boys turned around, confused. Chief Jeonghak covered his face with his hand and admitted defeat. The villain gritted his teeth. In the past, when they were in the dojo, the villain frowned. Barden spread his arms and asked if his comrade didn't know how things worked in this city, and explained that it was a political issue that was beneficial to them from any point of view. Yulmu frowned sternly and said that they shouldn't collude with a criminal organization, and asked if their principles would allow them to do so. The fighter crossed his arms and asked him not to dwell on the words of fools. The man tried to object. The villain opened his mouth wide and ordered them all to shut up. Turning to his comrade, Egom said that he trusted him with the negotiations and asked him not to delay and contact the criminal guild as soon as possible. Barden turned and left with a malicious grin on his face. Turning around, Speed Sword asked why his captain would do such a thing, stating that colluding with a criminal organization was too much. Putting his hand to his chin, Chief Jeonghak explained that he had left Master Jeongal and opened his own dojo, and asked what his comrade thought was the secret to their rapid growth. The fencing master frowned and replied that it was because the captain had abandoned tradition and taught the boys mostly practical techniques, which is how he was able to expand. The man looked at him and asked if that was all. Yulmu suggested that his leader was also able to charm women with ease. The martial artist crossed his arms and was surprised that his comrade would say something like that. Speed Sword stated that he had heard the other boys say the same thing. The fighter's mouth dropped in shock when the scoundrel said that he was no different from their enemy and asked him to refrain from criticizing Barden in front of him. The boy raised his hand and asked how these actions related to their duty. The villain frowned, not understanding what was being said, and asked what the warriors who were obsessed only with duty had achieved. The fencing master looked at him, puzzled. Yegem introduced a crowd of monsters and said that the onslaught of the labyrinth monsters was rapidly increasing, and that criminal guilds had appeared in the city that hunted ordinary people. The leaders of the various dojos gathered at a round table. The head of Jeonghak was indignant that they had all this time sat in their halls to adhere to traditions. With a flash of burning eyes, the man explained that such things could not be called principles, and added that this was a pathetic escape from reality. Turning away, the martial artist said that the dojo appeared precisely for the sake of resistance to such things, and decided that he would not exist if he cared about duty or laws. His comrades watched him go in amazement. Without turning around, the fighter declared that whoever spoke out against him could leave immediately. The night sky hung over the city. Yulmu opened his mouth wide and called on his comrades to forget their past lives because they no longer exist. The students summoned waves of energy. Their master shouted that martial arts without practice are nothing. The boys fought with swords. The coach said that they must train hard to defeat the enemy. The fighters trained in a spacious hall. Speed Sword said that this is the essence of the Jeonghak Dojo. Barden opened his mouth wide and asked what this was about. The villain sat silently in his chair. Standing in front of him, the martial artist reminded him that gaining influence within the organization was their original goal and asked why he did not need his man there. The villain frowned sternly. His friend explained that if this was not done, there would be neither a criminal organization nor a dojo. A wave of energy hit him in the stomach. Holding his hand out in front of him, Egom was disappointed that his comrade had not understood his intentions and was outraged that he was so quick to chase a handful of power. The man put his hand to the wound and asked for his forgiveness. Chief Jeonghak pointed at him and promised to kick him out if something like this happened again. Barden looked at him sternly from under his brows. The martial artist headed for the exit and said that he understood everything. The fighter covered his face with his hand and sighed heavily. His eyes lit up. The villain turned to his master and asked if this was really the right path. A full moon shone in the sky. There was a lush tree growing next to the house. The stranger looked down and noticed that the captain looked tired. The villain removed his hand from his face. The girl said that she had learned that he had solved a long-standing problem. Egom narrowed his eyes and asked if the guild knew about it. The man turned to her and asked her not to tell them about his condition. The woman nodded and asked if this was really his way of hiding his weakness. She frowned sadly and decided that her friend didn't want anyone to know about the promise he had made with the master. Chief Jeonghak's eyes widened in shock. The martial artist turned away and allowed her to report everything to the guild. The sun rose over the city. People were walking around the main square. The fighter was kneeling in front of the protagonist. Hoyoung gave him a disdainful look and asked if it was true that he had been a bad person in the past. The villain looked down. Yulmu was sitting behind him. The guy asked if the enemy had colluded with the criminal guild to retrain bandits in the dojo because of the promise he had made to the master. The villain frowned sternly and confirmed it and added that it was their secret. Egom introduced Caesar standing behind Kato and explained that everything was ruined by a monster who came with his flawless fight, which is why he had to go out for a duel. The man remembered how he hit the old man and said that he understood the meaning of that fight only after some time. The mentor gritted his teeth. The head of Jeonghak said that it was all in vain. Lena raised her fist and realized that her friend was so obsessed with the idea of a flawless fight that even several people died because of it. With his mouth wide open, the martial artist admitted his guilt and said that he remembered his promise, but he himself did not notice how he became evil. The player raised his eyebrows in surprise. The fighter lowered his head and added that he began to think that he could control this evil without much effort. He frowned furiously and said that now that he was defeated in front of so many people, all candidates will go to the Bekpo dojo. The adventurer silently lowered his eyes. The protagonist looked at the enemy in amazement. The scoundrel concluded that this was a dream that he and the master had failed to achieve and asked his opponent to bear this debt in his stead. The people standing in the square froze in anticipation. Yulmu closed his eyes and called out to the captain. Hoyoung tensely pursed his lips and thought that this was simply unbearable. The sun rose above the mountains. Meanwhile, the sun's rays illuminated the second base of the Black Mountain Association. The bandits embraced each other when the construction was completed. Clad walked to the window. She adjusted her glasses and smiled. The people of the city walked along the street, wondering what happened when a notification appeared that the Black Mountain defeated the enemy in a fair fight. In the Eastern District, there was Tom's mansion. The association's reputation increased by 300 points. Hoyoung scratched his head in surprise when his reputation increased by 1,000. The sword on Caesar's back began to glow. The system awarded him a special characteristic called Fighting Spirit. The man grinned. He now had a new trait, Martial Arts Genius. There was a dense forest beyond the eastern wall of Bram City. There was a noise in the bushes near the fortress wall. Several arrows pierced the man's body. The sun's rays illuminated the crossbow. Its owner complained of incredible boredom. The stranger turned around when he heard the death rattle. The man closed his eyes and said that he could not bear this pain. Suddenly, blood gushed out of his wound. The boy looked at him sternly, holding the crossbow in his hands. He narrowed his eyes and called his opponent too weak. Lena was standing near the destroyed wall. A few days ago, a hunter was sitting in a tree. The bandit pointed his weapon at the girl who was looking for the perfect hiding place. The criminal pulled the trigger. The woman caught the arrow in flight. She turned around abruptly. The mercenary threw the arrow back. It pierced a tree growing in the forest. The stranger opened his mouth in surprise and activated the stealth skill to become invisible for a while. The boy trembled, and cold sweat appeared on his face. The assassin grinned widely and asked who did this. The hunter approached the body of the wounded man. A crow rose into the sky. The bandit looked away when he heard a noise. He went to the main gate to find the man. Between the houses, there was a rope with laundry hanging on it. There was a beautiful building nearby. The sun's rays were shining through the latticed windows. The protagonist stood in the center of the hall in the first headquarters of the Black Mountain Association. Hoyoung crossed his arms over his chest and decided that this looked more like a base than a headquarters. The boy introduced his guild members and thought about how he wanted to unite all the guys with the so-called team game, and the buffs of the association base are key to team play. After stretching his arms, the young man realized that it was worth it, despite the price, and was glad that the property would never betray them. The interior walls of the building sparkled. The player clenched his fists and felt incredible delight from the new headquarters. Suddenly, smoke appeared behind him, and the adventurer turned around. Lena clapped her hands when Rave used his skill and destroyed the floor of the hall. The girl smiled and asked the boss to look at the progress of his slave. The protagonist angrily clenched his teeth and called him shameless. The boy immediately apologized. The child trembled with fear and explained that he just wanted to repeat what he was taught and did not think that it would turn out like this. Hoyoung angrily stomped his feet and asked if he really needed to be praised for destroying their new home. Clutching his head, the pickpocket said he didn't want to do it and claimed that the mercenary had already taught everyone in the Bekpo dojo. The woman smiled happily and asked if he really thought she was a good teacher. The boy turned to her and asked why no one had told him about it. Hitting his back, the assassin asked what would happen if he knew about it and was indignant that the boss had left her to watch this petty thief. The boy covered his mouth with his hand and asked why his subordinate was so angry at him. Lena raised her burning hand and asked him to answer the question. The player frowned menacingly. The adventurer closed his eyes and said that he didn't want to send her to a place where a lot of men were training. The girl ran around him and said that he can't spoil his subordinates like that, no matter how beautiful, cute, and valuable they were. Rave's eyes widened in surprise and he wondered what his boss was planning. Caesar stood in front of the students. Many adventurers would come to the dojo because of his strength. The man gritted his teeth menacingly, but these people would run away immediately when they got to know him better. The woman raised her hand to hit her comrade. The slave noticed that such people thought through every little thing. The boy's mouth opened in surprise and assumed that his leader was going to make an elite squad that could withstand Caesar's training. Suddenly, the child looked up and noticed something strange. A man was sitting on the second-floor balcony with a crossbow in his hands. The stranger prepared his weapon to fire. The boys turned around when the pickpocket warned them of the danger. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in fear. The hunter fired. The arrow pierced Hoyoung's body. Blood gushed from his mouth. A warning appeared that if the user receives damage that goes beyond the system, it can lead to shock in his real body. Lena looked at her wounded friend in horror. The world outside the headquarters went cloudy. A loud scream was heard. Birds soared into the sky above the city. The setting sun illuminated the houses. There was a storm drain by the road. Wastewater flowed inside the sewer. There was a chest on the table, and a wanted poster lay next to it. Barden, holding a pen in his hand, said that so much money had been spent on Heifel. The man gritted his teeth and hoped that it would work. It turned out that he had a one-time immunity to death. The martial artist paced back and forth. The bandit approached him and asked why he was so tense. The fighter turned around and frowned in displeasure. Pointing a finger at the criminal, the villain said that he had already heard the news and asked why his order had not been carried out. Spreading his arms, the villain said that he needed to kill Caesar and reminded him that he had even paid him a good advance. The mercenary narrowed his eyes, and Barden asked why he had shot another man. Crossing his arms over his chest, the assassin asked him not to worry so much and explained that he had learned that the man was Caesar's boss, so he had shot him. Heifel frowned and guessed that he must have suffered a severe pain shock that could be felt even in reality. The man raised his index finger and declared that this was a breach of contract. The human hunter said that he was not given such a nickname because he fought some monsters. The martial artist grabbed his head and asked what the hell he was talking about. The fighter waved his hand and explained that if he wanted to get the rest of the amount, he would have to do what was stated in the contract. The bandit looked at him with displeasure. With a stern frown, the villain asked what kind of expression he was wearing and stated that his informants had already told him everything about his pathetic behavior. Gritting his teeth, the villain spoke about Lena, who was the closest assistant to the head of the Black Mountain Association, and asked if his ally had encountered her. Barden raised his hand and guessed that he had failed his mission when she was declared wanted and decided to take revenge on her. In the memory, the criminal aimed his crossbow at the enemy. The mercenary narrowed his eyes and said nothing. The protagonist's eyes widened in confusion, and the man asked why his comrade had shot him instead of the girl. The martial artist scratched his beard and suggested that fear was to blame. The fighter frowned thoughtfully and rejected the idea. The villain grinned and decided that he was jealous. In the past, the killer looked at Hoyoung and his friends. Back then, the woman had smiled happily. The villain raised his index finger and declared that she was a beautiful and strong bandit, because of whom he had suffered his first defeat. Heifel pushed him in the shoulder. The boy swung his hand and slapped him. The human hunter put a sharp arrow to the customer's neck. Barden grinned and urged him not to be so brave. The bandit gave him a stern look. The criminal put away the arrow and said that he did not want trouble. Frowning, the mercenary explained that attacking a man who was connected to the 6 ranks was not profitable and promised to finish off the subordinates of the head of the Black Mountains. The assassin turned and left. The man tried to stop him. Haefel used stealth and disappeared into thin air. The martial artist darted from side to side, wondering what was going on. The fighter covered his face with his hands and exclaimed that no one in this city could be trusted. The villain spread his arms and said that he only needed to deal with one person. Standing in the sewers, the villain realized that the boy could frame him, since if he was caught, he would definitely tell who the customer was. Barden clenched his fist and thought that he could not allow this to happen, since his plan was not yet complete. The man looked up and decided that he had only one choice left. The martial artist introduced the criminal group and realized that he would have to turn to them. Clouds floated above the temple of the Order of Healers. The heroes gathered around the bed. The wounded protagonist lay on it. Elaine raised his hand and used the skill of pain suppression and wound healing. Light energy appeared around Hoyan. The system reported that the state of the body returned to normal. The healer opened his mouth wide and asked if all the bosses in dark organizations were like him. Lena pressed her hands to her chest and said that her leader always looked like this. The guy removed the towel from his face. The healer explained that he had a very serious injury. The girl said that her comrade really liked all sorts of dangerous and painful things. The young man rose from the bed and said that he did not feel any pain at all and that one mid-level potion would be enough to cure him. The priest asked him to at least rest a little. Elaine raised his eyebrows in concern and said that his friend might not feel pain due to shock, but they don't know what the effects of an ancient curse might be. Frowning, the player said that nothing would happen to him and decided that his ally had an overactive imagination. With tears in her eyes, the woman asked if her boss was really going to die. The adventurer looked at the frightened subordinate and was outraged by what was happening. The protagonist put his hand to his head and asked if he hadn't asked his comrade to keep this a secret from his friends. The healer remembered this, but it was too late. Squeezing her eyes shut, the mercenary asked why the leader hid this from them, and explained that she only beat him all the time because she didn't know about it. The system reported that her loyalty was lowered. Hoyan looked at her in amazement. The assassin said that she hated whoever did this to her boss. The boy opened his mouth in anger and wondered why her loyalty began to decrease. The healer thought that he did not quite understand the feelings of women. The priest tried to talk to her, but Lena clenched her teeth and said that she did not want to hear anything. Elaine clutched his golden cross in his hand. The healer picked it up and explained that their friend did not want his subordinates to worry about his pain. He closed his eyes and said that he understood perfectly well that she was very upset not to know about his problems. The girl stared at him and blushed. She wiped her tears and confirmed this. The young man's eyes widened. The woman asked him to talk about when he was in pain. Bursting into tears, the mercenary exclaimed that at first her leader was on the verge of death and now he could die from a curse, and said that he cannot be so terrible. Her loyalty decreased even more. The player shook his head in shock and realized that at this rate, his ally would run away from him and big problems would begin. Looking at his crying girlfriend, the adventurer wondered how to calm her down now. The healer frowned worriedly and asked if he could go about his business since they were done. The protagonist asked him to say something smart. Hoyan lowered his head and realized that if the killer left him, all the women in the city would think of him as a terrible boyfriend. The guy imagined muscular men and realized that in that case, he would definitely have a hard time in the men's bathhouse of the Black Mountains. The young man trembled with fear and thought that he could not allow this to happen. Lena continued to cry, flooding everything around with tears. The player frowned and decided that he simply had no other choice and that he would have to do it. The adventurer grabbed the priest by the collar. He clenched his teeth and menacingly said his name. The protagonist flashed his fiery eyes and declared that they would have to answer for this since they ended up in this situation because of him. Elaine closed his eyes and asked him to calm his anger. A bright light was shining through the windows. The healer explained that if his friend encroaches on this temple, he will receive a call from the system and knights will immediately rush here. Rave's eyes widened in surprise. The healer said that it will be a headache for everyone. Hoyan approached him and asked if this was true. The guy stood on the bed and decided that they should not attract unnecessary attention to themselves. The young man turned to his subordinate. He handed her a medallion with a blue stone. The girl extended her hand to take it. The woman looked at the healing necklace in amazement. The system reported that this artifact constantly restores the health of the owner. The priest put his hand to his chest and asked when his comrade managed to take it. Looking at the shining medallion, the player wondered if his friend really liked the decoration that much, and thought that he expected something more modest from a mid-level priest. Elaine frowned and called out to him. The healer's eyes widened in fear and said that it was theft. The healer imagined a crowd of knights and realized that if he himself handed over the necklace to take responsibility for it, their temple would be accused of collusion with a criminal organization. The guys looked at him in surprise. The priest explained that a simple theft is not enough for the guards to start an internal investigation. The adventurer frowned in confusion and wondered what they were talking about. Clutching his shirt, Elaine said that he was amazed at his attention to such trifles and said that there was simply no other boss like him in their city. The system reported that his favor had increased. The heroes froze in place. The protagonist wondered how this happened. Rave raised his hand, apologizing for interrupting them and reminding them that they forgot something important. The mercenary clenched her fist furiously and asked why her boss thought she would accept the necklace. The assassin turned away and said that she did not need it. Hoyan asked why his friend had extended her hand in that case. Lena waved her hand and asked her leader not to irritate her. The healer extended his hand and explained that in such cases they asked to accept a gift. The girl smiled and was surprised that even a lone priest was smarter than her friend. The woman happily twirled the medallion in her hand and decided to accept the gift. Her loyalty increased. The guy looked at her and thought that dealing with the opposite sex was too difficult. The young man looked back and asked what his slave wanted to say. The boy asked who wanted to kill him. The player's mouth opened tensely and realized that he had completely forgotten about it. There was a green garden around the Bekpo dojo. The beaten students lay on the floor. Caesar stood in front of them on the platform. The wounded man raised his hand and decided that it was time to leave. A throwing knife immediately flew into his back. The other fighters turned around in horror. The swordsman smiled broadly and explained that they had come here of their own free will, but they could not leave so easily. The man burst into tears and said that he simply wanted to learn the Bekpo style that he had seen in the square and not fall into the hands of such a monster. The warrior smugly crossed his arms over his chest. The marauder grabbed the boys by their robes. Someone shouted that this was not martial arts, but one-sided violence. The mentor bowed his head and smirked. The trainer picked up the sword and explained that skill without basic strength was nothing more than an accident. The head of the dojo smiled broadly and said that they still had a lot to learn and that it was time to take up the sword. Caesar began to destroy everything around him, and the students ran, begging for mercy. They hurried to the exit. Someone loudly asked who could withstand such training. The man turned around and asked if they really thought they were the only ones going through this. Suddenly, something flashed between the two fighters. Something hit the swordsman in the stomach. Blood gushed from his mouth. The warrior grabbed his wound. The system reported that the unexpected attack had dealt damage to a critical point. The marauder gritted his teeth and asked who dared to do this. The doors of the hall swung open. Heifel entered and said that his opponent had a too weak body. The boy narrowed his eyes and said that he did not understand why he was called a monster, since there was nothing special about him. The trainer smirked and asked what that meant. The manhunter pointed a crossbow at him and explained that he had learned that he had managed to defeat Tom. The arrowhead flashed. The mercenary decided to finish off the enemy and take his sword. The dojo leader raised the weapon above his head and shouted that this would not happen. The assassin fired and declared that his haste had exposed all the important points. Caesar cut the air with his sword. The scoundrel's eyes widened, feeling the strong pressure of the wind, and realized that the enemy was trying to change the trajectory of the arrow. The man lunged forward and struck a powerful blow. The crossbow broke in half. Heifel wondered why even after being wounded, his attacks were so strong. The boy grabbed the knife and activated the skill Permanent Invisibility. The manhunter ran behind the enemy and decided to strike in the blind spot. The swordsman smirked as he approached him. The warrior grabbed the enemy by the head. The mercenary opened his mouth wide and asked how he managed to catch him in invisibility. The marauder threw him aside. His eyes lit up. The trainer said it was his instinct. A huge explosion was heard in the martial arts hall. Someone approached him as the cloud of smoke cleared. It was a group of people. The dwarf smiled and asked what kind of power this organization had that they were called here. The man in the robe frowned and said that they should be careful. The dojo leader's eyes sparkled. The scoundrel explained that a man from the Black Mountain Association had gotten rid of many strong opponents. The girl narrowed her eyes and asked if rookies could do such a thing. The strangers walked towards the martial arts hall. The system told them that they were 6th-rank assassins. Caesar pressed his opponent's head into the floor. The man smirked and said that he forgot one thing. The swordsman asked where he came from. His hand trembled. The warrior took it away. The boy smiled and asked if he thought that putting him on the floor would be enough. The marauder's eyes widened and asked him to stop talking nonsense and answer the question. The manhunter spread his arms and called him a mere newbie, explaining that it would be hard for him to even imagine how deeply rooted the local organizations were. The 6th-rank assassins were approaching the dojo, and the mercenary explained that due to the enemy's carelessness, the people who had previously kept their distance from each other had decided to unite. Lying on the floor, Heifel added that they would create an even greater force and that his opponent would still end up in his place. The trainer raised his eyebrows and called him too talkative. A huge explosion was heard in front of the martial arts hall's doors. The dust cloud cleared, and the 6th-rank assassins appeared from behind it. The girl lit a fire in her hands and asked if they had made it or not. She released a wave of fire forward. The monster opened its fanged mouth. The enemies pounced on the dojo's leader. Caesar swung his sword. The dark mage summoned sharp blades in his hands. One of the daggers created a bright flash. The villain frowned angrily and used the crushing power of the dark sword. Caesar covered his face with his cloak to protect himself from the blinding light. The man cut the dark energy with his weapon. The swordsman gripped the hilt tighter. He threw his sword forward. The villain looked back and noticed him approaching. His comrade swung a giant column. He managed to throw the sword back. The opponents rushed towards each other. A cut from the blow of darkness appeared on the marauder's chest. The trainer clenched his teeth, through which blood seeped. The sorcerer lowered his hands and decided that the rumors about him being on the same level as the named ones were just a bluff. The dark mage lowered his gaze and asked him to say thank you for not killing him, although he would very much like to end this. The head of the dojo looked away with displeasure. It turned out that all 6 ranks were thirsting for him. The killer looked back and said that they would kill him if he did not obey. Caesar smiled and said that he would obey only one person. The woman raised her clawed hand. Taking the enemy by the chin, the stranger asked him not to worry about it and said that his previous master was already dead. The man bared his teeth and shouted that this was a lie. The dwarf adjusted his glasses and decided to show him what had happened. A projection of an arrow piercing the protagonist's chest appeared in the air. The swordsman's eyes widened in shock. The villain standing behind him explained that there could be no mistake and that his end had definitely come. The warrior clenched his teeth in fury. The marauder rose to his feet and concluded that this was inevitable. The girl raised her hand and was surprised that everything was so simple. The trainer straightened his fingers and asked what they were talking about. The dojo leader, with an ominous aura, declared that they would inevitably follow his boss to hell. The villain frowned and called him a fool. Caesar opened his mouth wide and screamed. The system reported that the berserk skill had been activated. The wizard jumped into the air and said that they had no choice but to kill him right then and there. Rave bent down to the ground and sniffed the air. The boy looked up and concluded that they were almost there because the smell was getting stronger. Lena smiled widely and realized that they were heading towards the Bekpo dojo. Looking at the crawling slave, the protagonist thought that he was good at hiding and finding traces. The child pointed to the side. Hoyoung suggested that sometimes being a juvenile delinquent was even useful. The pickpocket looked back when the boy asked if he had any idea who could have done this and suggested that someone might have a grudge against them. The thief frowned and said he didn't know anything about it and explained that there were a lot of bad rumors about them, so it wasn't surprising. Rave looked up and smelled the sewer smell, which was so strong it felt like it was right in front of his nose. Suddenly, the boy turned around abruptly. Rave put his hand on the ground and summoned a bright flame. The fire threw Haefel into the air. The manhunter opened his mouth in shock and said that they couldn't detect him because of his stealth skill. The child raised his eyebrows and said it was his instinct. With tears in his eyes, the bandit remembered that Caesar had told him the same thing. Birds were circling above the city. The criminal thought about how he was in trouble again. The members of the Black Mountain Association tied him up. The mercenary frowned and explained that he had originally targeted Caesar, but he got tired of watching them flirt. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl shouted that he should have attacked her then and asked why he shot the boss. Looking at the young man from under his brows, the killer asked how he managed to survive, and said that his arrows kill even high-level monsters that can only be found on the black market. The player's mouth dropped open in surprise when Haefel decided that this was to be expected from the head of a criminal organization, and added that then he could be trusted with Len. Smiling and tearing up, the adventurer said that he had a sharp eye, and thought to himself that the damage did not go through due to low synchronization. The system reported that its level was only 20%. The boy was very surprised that he managed to survive. The protagonist raised his hand and said that he had one question. Hoyin's crazy eyes widened and asked who paid him and what the customer's goal was. The human hunter raised his eyebrows in fear. The bandit replied that he couldn't tell. The girl put her hands on her hips and said that it was time for her to have some fun then. The guy's mouth dropped open in surprise when the criminal said he could tell him something about Caesar. The mercenary frowned menacingly and said that the monster should be dead by now. The dark mage looked up and began to breathe heavily. The wounded man lay on the floor. Standing behind his comrade, the dwarf asked what he had been doing here all this time and suggested that the rumors about his strength were just rumors. The woman pressed her hand to her chest and said that this was the first time she had seen someone so persistent. The swordsman's mouth dropped open. The sorcerer frowned in confusion. The warrior rose to his feet and asked why they hadn't killed him yet. The marauder grinned and wondered if that was all the criminal organization that ran this city could do. Pointing a blade at him, the villain asked him to watch his words and asked if he had any courage left when they started fighting in earnest. The villain looked at his enemy from under his brows and gave him one last chance. The killer introduced the man in the Oni mask and told him that in the criminal world there was one creature that came from the distant eastern continent and was able to defeat all 6 ranks at once. The unknown man stood against the backdrop of the full moon. The dark magician added that people called him the Destroyer of Souls. The sorcerer pointed his finger at the enemy and said that at the last meeting of the 6, it showed special interest in him. The coach lowered his head and asked what this meant. He clenched his fist. The head of the dojo asked if he really needed to bow his head to the one who killed the man to whom he promised to be loyal until the end of his life. The killers of the 6 ranks stepped forward. The villain realized that they would not be able to convince him. The villain smiled and said that they would not even try to do that. Caesar smirked and said that his enemy had understood everything correctly. The bandits rushed into battle together to put an end to this. The man with glowing eyes used a fatal blow. A cloud of bright energy appeared in his hands. The swordsman used the ultimatum skill. The flash lit up the entire martial arts hall. The criminal raised a giant column in front of him. The dark mage gritted his teeth. The protagonist's eyes widened in shock when the system reported that his subordinate had activated the ultimatum skill. Hoyang froze in place in the middle of the square. Lena turned around and asked why the boss had stopped so suddenly. The boy trembled in fear, and his face was covered in sweat. The young man screamed and ran. The player looked ahead in horror and thought that he could not allow this to happen at any cost. The adventurer gritted his teeth and realized that he had invested his entire game life into this character. The warrior gathered all the energy of the martial art in his hands. The protagonist burst into tears and decided that his time had not yet come, wondering why his comrade had done such a thing. A powerful explosion of energy was heard in the Bekpo dojo. Turning around, the sorcerer realized that it was a self-destruct skill and ordered everyone to go on the defensive. The marauder smiled maliciously as he cast the spell. With his mouth wide open, the villain thought about how he had never seen a subordinate willingly follow his dead master, and wondered who the head of the Black Mountain Association really was. His comrade looked at him and said that they needed to leave immediately, since otherwise they would all die. Little Franken frowned and said that Israk sent him here, and said that self-destruction can only be defeated by self-destruction. Taking a step forward, the subordinate of the High Vampire bid his comrades farewell and wished them luck. The dark mage frowned and called out to him. His red eyes lit up. Suddenly, a wave of fire flashed next to him. Someone threw his comrade into the wall. Little Franken's eyes turned white. Someone entered the dojo and explained that he was curious about what was going on here. The sorcerer frowned in confusion. The martial artist flexed his arm and complained that the enemies had destroyed everything here, and said that just when he wanted to end his thirst for wandering, this had happened. The man turned around and asked how his comrade had thought of using ultimatum. Sato shouted that he had come here to calm him down. The fighter put his hand on the dojo leader's wound. The system reported that his skill had been interrupted by the allies' intervention. Caesar frowned sternly and said that he had forgotten to warn them about something. 4 of his comrades stood at the door. The swordsman asked them not to interfere in his battles anymore. The martial artist smiled and agreed, asking his friend to entrust this fight to them. The girl took the warrior's sword and said that she would lend it to him for a while. The 6 ranked assassins looked at the strangers in surprise. The guys went to meet them and decided to start fighting in earnest since they were now in equal numbers. Squinting, the villain wondered who these people were and noticed one newcomer among them who had recently become famous in the labyrinth. The student's eyes lit up. The villain wondered if the Black Mountain Association had managed to recruit these people and realized that they had stirred up a hornet's nest. The dark mage imagined the menacing look of the protagonist and decided that they had lost their boss anyway, and an organization without a master would soon fall apart. The sorcerer clenched the dark blade in his hand and realized that they just needed to survive this battle. At that very second, a fighter approached him. The man swung his hand and said that the enemy had no time to be distracted. The brute pushed the man with the pillar in his hands. The woman swung her sword to hit her opponent. The boy attacked the monster with a shower of sparks. The villain looked away and mentally wondered where they got such a fast attack. Sato swung his fist. The villain called his team crazy monsters and felt like they were fighting 5 Caesars at once. A bright flash knocked him off his feet. The killer gritted his teeth and realized that at this rate, they would soon die. A black silhouette appeared in the doorway of the Bekpo dojo. The dark mage frowned sternly and decided that they had to retreat since they had no other options. The protagonist stood in a cloud of dust. The sorcerer looked at him in horror. Hoyang's eyes widened in shock and asked what was going on here. The villain opened his mouth in fear and wondered if he had returned from the dead. The boy frowned in displeasure. The villain could not believe that he had managed to survive. The assassin swung his dark blade and asked himself how this could have happened. The dark mage shot an arrow forward. The boy looked at it in confusion when it appeared in front of his face. Lena hit him on the cheek, which allowed him to dodge. The sorcerer spread his arms in confusion. The player froze in place, and his subordinate smiled happily. The adventurer looked angrily at his enemy. The villain could not understand how he managed to dodge if his body was on the verge of death. Caesar approached the enemy from behind and asked how this was possible. The bandit held his column on his shoulder. The swordsman opened his mouth wide and suggested that the mercenary, instead of delivering a fatal blow, hit an acupuncture point, awakening the absolute martial art. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise and he wondered what the hell they were talking about. The martial artist grabbed his opponent by the hood. The villain said that from this distance, their boss looked more like a corpse. Hoyoung narrowed his eyes and thought that he was very glad that his subordinate was alive, and he mentally wondered what had happened this time. Chunks of rock fell from the ceiling above his head. Wooden debris lay everywhere. The system reported that the Bekpo dojo had 15% of its durability left. The boy frowned menacingly when he learned that repairs were impossible and reconstruction was inevitable. The 6th-rank assassins looked at him carefully. The dark mage narrowed his eyes suspiciously when the boy promised that they would not leave here alive. The player raised his hand and said that he was willing to give them a special chance since killing them would not give him anything. The adventurer widened his crazy eyes and asked them to pay for the dojo's repairs. Lena smiled widely and called her boss very kind and said that the enemies should have been executed immediately. The criminals glared at the enemy when he asked them to convey this to their bosses. The sorcerer frowned sternly. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and explained that he was not talking to them, but to their masters. Hoyoung introduced the Great Six and said that they should personally apologize and compensate for the damage. The villain's eyes widened, and a message appeared about the start of a special event. Smiling widely, the villain exclaimed that he liked this insolence and decided that this was definitely the head of the Black Mountains that was rumored. The criminal raised his hand and explained that killing here would be considered self-defense and would end in a simple raid, but thanks to the special event, they would be able to expand their organization. The guy's mouth opened in surprise when he heard that the meeting of the 6 would be in 4 days. The dark mage offered to see if he would remain so fearless. Rave noticed that his boss had made a good move. Turning around, the young man asked what they were talking about and suggested that he should just rip the people's bellies open. Caesar smiled widely and shouted that he expected nothing less from his boss. Standing behind the bandits, the man noticed that his leader had revealed his ultimate martial art and demonstrated a fighting spirit. The player thought that this was not the case at all. Raising his hand, the swordsman declared that they absolutely had to come to this meeting and explained that this was their chance to make the top 6 kneel before the leader of the Black Mountains. The adventurer's mouth dropped open in horror as the warrior called him the true king of the underworld. Grabbing his hood, the sorcerer decided that there must be a reason why everyone was paying such close attention to them. Removing his hood, Raman introduced himself and formally invited the enemy to participate in the meeting. The bewildered protagonist drooled. Hoyoung stood there, completely confused. The villain told him that failure to show up would be considered treason and would result in the destruction of the association by the other members. The coach and his students smiled. Clouds floated above the city. The boy tried to think about what had just happened. There were pieces of broken walls on the floor of the dojo. The villain looked back and said that they would see each other in 4 days. The boy and his team watched the 6th-rank assassins with bewildered looks. Rave raised his eyebrows and apologized for interfering. The player frowned and asked if he really wanted to say something about this. Cracks appeared on the ceiling. The boy replied that he meant something else. Slave's eyes widened and asked if the boss wasn't going to look for the one who tried to kill him. The dojo leader asked what he was talking about. The adventurer pouted in displeasure and realized that he had completely forgotten about it. Light was shining through the grate into the sewer. The system reported that as the organization's boss grew in power, he would inevitably become a target for assassination and that he needed to do everything to avoid being killed. Barden stood in front of the desk. Frowning, the man realized that even the rank 6 assassins couldn't handle Caesar and asked why these bandits were so strong. The martial artist clutched a piece of paper in his hand. The fighter placed his hands on the desk and wondered what would happen if things continued like this. He raised his head when he heard a noise. Suddenly, the villain's eyes widened. The ceiling above his head exploded. The man jumped down, holding his leader in his arms. The protagonist stood up. Hoyoung raised his hand and asked if that was the one who ordered his assassination. The guy's eyes widened as he said that he saw his subordinate kill him and asked if it was a moderator buff. The villain spread his arms and asked how they managed to find him. The young man imagined the slave sniffing the ground and told him that a capable man had first found the killer and then this place. The player raised his hand and explained that his slave was a little out of shape, but still managed to do it quickly. Barden stared at him in confusion. The man summoned fire in his hand and asked how the enemy knew that he was a moderator. The adventurer gave him a disdainful look and said that with his actions, he had slapped the entire management. The martial artist opened his mouth wide and asked him to answer the question. The protagonist's eyes widened and he named the real name of the informant Sujono from the Great Six. There were scrolls on the table. Hoyoung called his opponent an active player who was an intern at the Korean branch of the Labyrinth world. The fighter trembled with fear. Frowning sternly, the guy greeted him and said his real name and the name of his past character. The young man raised his eyebrows and asked what he was planning. Bright lights were burning above the shops. The guys were sitting at a table in a cafe. They clinked glasses, celebrating some kind of holiday. Blushing from intoxication, Yuldong proclaimed the man's victory and said that he was surprised when he found out that his friend got into the top 100. The player narrowed his eyes and asked him to be quiet so that no one would hear. Grinning, the intern asked if he was really that worried about his image and wondered if it wasn't enough to just think about the rankings like everyone else. Smiling, the protagonist asked what the point of playing this game was then, and explained that its main goal was not that. Hoyoung pointed at his friend and said that the most important thing is that it is interesting, because simply repeating after others is boring. The guy handed him a shot and asked for more drinks. The moderator filled the shot and asked what the point was in following the NPC every day. The young man replied that he did more than that. The blonde man frowned and asked if he had any suggestions for what the development team could do. The player tilted his head and asked what kind of sudden question this was. With a sly frown, Yuldong asked for help on behalf of a company employee and explained that it would be useful for them to get a recommendation from a real player. The protagonist pursed his lips and thought about it. The intern smiled widely when Hoyoung agreed to share his thoughts with him. Holding a shot glass in his hand, the moderator asked him what ideas he had. The guy asked him to pay for the drink. The full moon shone in the sky. The young man wondered if his friend would be as pathetic if he hadn't helped him back then and left him alone with his problems. Barden fell to his knees. The man gritted his teeth. The player asked him to stand up. There was a giant hole in the ceiling. The tied-up martial artist called himself a subordinate of one of the six. The heroes stood before him in an empty room. The adventurer raised his eyebrows and called it strange. The fighter looked at him from under his brows and asked if he didn't believe him. The protagonist raised his hand and asked what the point of the player being a subordinate was. The villain opened his mouth wide and shouted out Clad's name. Hoyoung raised his eyebrows in surprise. Frowning, the villain remembered that they had met her during the construction of the base and declared that she was also one of them. The guy asked who it was with his eyes wide and remembered the woman with a beautiful body. Barden frowned sternly and said that he should be careful with girls, especially her, and added that she was not just an ordinary employee of the real estate department, but a subordinate of someone higher up. The city hall employee smiled. The boy realized that she had been watching them and that she had her own motives. Caesar suggested killing her. The player furiously opened his mouth and forbade him to do so. Turning to the enemy, the adventurer thanked him for the information and asked how it related to him wanting to kill him. Turning away, the man replied that he did not know his true identity and explained that he was afraid that there would be many bloody battles due to his terrible actions. Frowning, the protagonist asked if they were not similar in this way and called it disgusting that a moderator who works for a criminal organization would decide to kill a user. Raising his hand, Hoyoung asked if the labyrinth was not supposed to be the main element of the game and wondered what the moderator was doing there. The martial artist closed his eyes and admitted that he was going to seize control because he also wanted a good life. The full moon was shining in the sky. The fighter said that he was going to be fired due to staff reduction, but then he came across the top 6, thanks to whom he was able to find a new path. Caesar smiled widely. The villain said that everything would have been fine if it weren't for that crazy monster, and added that he was going to buy users and NPCs to absorb the top 6. People with weapons in their hands gathered in the square. The villain said that after the appearance of the Black Mountain Association, everything changed because criminals began to die one after another, and in the end, he was left with no other choice. The guy sternly knitted his eyebrows and realized that his opponent chose a new path for himself because he learned about the dismissal and wanted to get rid of him because his number of customers decreased. Barden lowered his head, confirming this and saying that he was sincerely sorry. The young man stepped forward and said that his old friend was wrong. The player smiled slyly and asked how long his enemy planned to live off others. Approaching him, the adventurer asked if he thought he didn't know that his success was due to other people's advice, and realized that the moderator was fired because he couldn't do anything on his own. Imagining the Soul Destroyer's eyes glowing, the protagonist realized that he had failed with the 6 because another person had taken possession of them. The man's eyes widened and asked how that was possible. His body trembled. Hoyoung asked him to pull himself together. The martial artist opened his mouth wide and asked permission to join the Black Mountain Association. The boy looked at him in surprise and asked why he wanted to do that. Frowning, the fighter reminded him that they were friends in real life and explained that he had nowhere else to go. The boy silently looked down at him. The villain shed tears. The player said that he hoped that he would not say that. Caesar pulled out a sword from behind his back. The man dealt a crushing blow. The adventurer said that it was time for him to rest. The sun's rays broke through the hole in the ceiling. A bright sun hung over the city. The protagonist stood in the middle of the street. The swordsman approached him from behind. Hoyoung said that it was time for them to go. The warrior frowned and asked why his boss made such a choice. Without turning around, the guy explained that they would simply stop communicating. Some time ago, the heroes searched the Barden hideout, thanks to which they managed to get a lot of money and information. The marauder thoughtfully knitted his eyebrows. The young man introduced a man in a luxurious fur coat and told that his former comrade was the source of Sujono's financing. The knight rushed towards the mansion. The dojo leader asked if one of the Great 6 would seek revenge for the loss of income. The player frowned and said that there was no need to worry about that. The adventurer introduced a team of his strongest warriors and stated that their association's strength was more than enough to compete with the six. Standing behind his leader, Caesar said that he expected nothing less from him. The guys rushed to attack. The man suggested that all the damage that would be done in the future would not have happened if he had left Barton alive from the beginning. The swordsman smirked and asked why there was a need to complicate things, and suggested that his boss was simply eager to spill as much blood as possible. With a wave of his hand, the protagonist said that his subordinate was wrong, and reminded him that he never did anything without reason. Hoyoung smiled slyly and asked if what happened would not make things better for them. The stranger stood by the window. The guy told her that in the Labyrinth series of games there is a merchant that only the strongest can meet. The girl turned to the window. This merchant can tell the location of high-level weapons and other important information. The young man widened his crazy eyes and said that he would take advantage of the situation with the 6 ranks to meet her and become even stronger. The guards ran to Tom's mansion. Members of the Black Mountain Association stood at his door. The knights raised their weapons. The guys rushed to meet them. A fight broke out between them. The woman looked out the window. She walked towards it and folded her hands in front of her. Her face was covered by a mask. The stranger said that the time had come. Dust rose above the headquarters of the organization. The heroes walked along the street where the beaten guards were sitting. The player looked at them. The adventurer raised his eyebrows in surprise, but said nothing. The protagonist headed towards the mansion and concluded that everything was already over. Caesar smiled and called the 6-rank organization pathetic. Hoyoung asked if he was really that eager to destroy everything here. The guys approached the building. The man decided that the enemies looked down on the Black Mountains and asked if the boss wanted him to punish them. The guy asked him not to even try to do it. Elaine was standing at the entrance. The healer smiled and said that they came just in time. The young man widened his eyes in amazement and wondered what he was doing here. The player spread his arms and asked if a priest was really allowed to come to the lair of a criminal organization. The healer explained that he was just helping as a paramedic. The adventurer raised his eyebrows and asked what it meant that they arrived on time. Elaine leaned over to him and asked if he saw that lady. Behind the happy Lena stood that same stranger in a mask. The protagonist narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Bright rays illuminated a figure in a white dress. The healer said that she seemed to have come out of a painting, and explained that he had dedicated his entire life to the god, but for the first time he saw someone who looked so much like him. The girl stepped aside and asked what kind of nasty words these were. The priest decided that his ally had misunderstood everything, and added that this woman looked like a warm sun. Hoyoung frowned and asked who she was. The mercenary asked if he really had problems with his eyesight. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened in shock. The young man saw an information broker in front of him and wondered what brought her here. Caesar dashed forward. The stranger looked back. The man approached her and asked her to introduce herself. The swordsman grinned and warned that disobedience was punishable by death. Waving his arms, the player asked if his subordinate had really gone crazy and ordered him to stop. The girl's mouth dropped open in amazement. The adventurer explained that this was the one he had been telling her about a while ago. People bowed before the woman, who was a high-ranking informant. The warrior raised his hand and asked her to take off her mask if she still wanted to live. The healer clenched the golden cross in his hand and cast a spell. The healing shackles embraced the marauder's body. Under the influence of magic, the dojo leader spread his arms out to the sides. His body flew high into the air. Caesar asked what was happening to him. The killer called him a flying bandit. The player opened his mouth in fear and wondered what it was. Elaine clutched his cross in his hands. The healer knelt before the information broker and asked her to accept his faith. The adventurer turned white with horror. With wide eyes, the priest explained that he had lived this all his life, but when he saw her, he realized that it was all in vain. The healer burst into tears and declared that his faith, body, and mind were now completely hers and urged her to accept his intentions. The stranger lowered her head. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock and realized that everything had only gotten worse. The girl raised her hand. Hoyoung asked what they should do now. Standing behind him, Lena asked the boss to rely on her and explained that if they did not beat him, he would burn with shame for the rest of his life. The boy decided to do it for his comrade. The mercenary swung his blade. At the same moment, Rave pushed her away and counterattacked. The young man's eyes widened in shock and asked himself where this underage criminal came from. The masked woman lowered her gaze. The boy apologized and said that he tried to pretend that he did not know anything. The child frowned and said that he could no longer just stand and watch. A cloud of dust crawled across the floor. The slave approached the information merchant and asked how she was doing, calling her mom. Sitting at the table, the stranger told her that she not only does trade, but also plays an important role in various major events. People in suits stood at the table. The girl explained that her mission is to make the best choice between several interested parties. The player looked at her sternly. She said that war is an exception. People in robes walked along the street. In war, none of the possible choices will be correct. Small children watched the procession. The woman added that all her decisions were based on a sense of duty, but she failed to stop countless deaths and reduce the number of orphans. The information merchant lowered her head and said that she made an important decision at that moment. Rodrigo stood in front of a bunch of children. The stranger told how she began to imitate one legendary player who ran an orphanage and helped children in the previous generation. The adventurer frowned and realized that they were talking about him. The girl said that this man was the one who protected the weak and gave them the most expensive medicines. She remembered how they met in the palace and said that she also opened her own orphanage after a short consultation. The children smiled happily. The woman explained that she wanted to take responsibility for those who were harmed by her past decisions. Rave turned away in displeasure. The information broker said that this was not enough to wash away all the wounds of war. Bandits hid in the alley. The harsh outside world and childhood traumas made wanderers of the lowest status from orphans, and some even ended up in criminal guilds. Rodrigo fell to his knees. The owner of the orphanage said that even the man who gave her advice used children to go through the labyrinth, which ultimately destroyed them. The stranger lowered her gaze and concluded that she needed to reconsider her choice. The slave approached her and asked if this was the reason he was abandoned. The boy lowered his head and realized that they were just dolls that helped her ease her guilt. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and said that she never asked him to become a criminal. The child clenched his teeth in anger. The protagonist put his hand to his head and asked if she really came here for her son. The woman looked at him and said that she was not reckless even when it came to her personal affairs. Hoyoung raised his hand and said that he did not understand anything and reminded her that people like her could not be tracked so easily. The boy's eyes sparkled and asked if such a person would come to the Black Mountains when a war with the 6 ranks could start at any moment. The information broker turned away and remained silent when the boy asked what her intentions were. The player raised his eyebrows in surprise when the owner of the orphanage replied that she came here on orders from above. A cloud of energy appeared in her hand. The stranger declared that she must punish the head of the Black Mountain Association. A purple light illuminated the room. The adventurer pursed his lips and decided that she would not have come here for no reason. The flash in her hands increased in size. A magic circle appeared on the floor of the room. Someone's hand appeared from it. The guys widened their eyes in amazement. A black silhouette appeared from the magic circle. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in shock. 2 purple eyes looked at him. The creature that came out of the circle darted from side to side. The stranger stopped and asked what happened. People from the 6-rank guild stood outside the mansion. The silhouette shrugged his shoulders and asked what this place was. Caesar and Lena rushed forward. The entity looked back and asked who they were. The heroes froze in place in bewilderment. The creature narrowed its eyes suspiciously. The man frowned menacingly. The swordsman raised his weapon and shouted that he didn't care about the punishment and that the enemy would never touch his boss. The unknown man waved his long arm and asked them not to hurt him. The mercenary threw a throwing knife at him. The dagger pierced the silhouette's chest. The weapon completely disappeared into his shapeless body. The assassin opened her mouth in surprise and asked if the enemy had simply absorbed her knife. Spreading out its long limbs, the entity screamed and asked why they were doing this to her. The creature waved its arms, complaining that it was very annoying. Hoyoung thought it was understandable. The boy looked back and asked what kind of punishment this was. Without turning to him, the girl explained that she was simply sharing information and was not going to answer anyone's questions. Lena rushed forward and urged her boss to dodge. The boy looked in her direction tensely. The unknown man swung his hand. She crashed right into the player's chest. The mercenary opened her mouth in horror and called out to the leader. The monster's eyes widened and asked if it was because of him that he became like this. The player trembled in pain and wheezed. The edge of a black cloak flashed in the air. The silhouette looked up. Caesar pounced on him and said that he couldn't believe that someone attacked his boss, who had discovered the ultimate martial art. The man covered his opponent with his cloak. The swordsman narrowed his eyes and decided to tie him up since his weapon was useless against him. The entity got entangled in his cloak. The adventurer clutched his chest. A notification appeared in front of him. The protagonist realized that he had just been robbed and that he had not been damaged. Hoyoung looked at his friends. Purple eyes appeared through the cloak. The assassin asked what this meant. The creature turned around. It frowned and asked who did this. The swordsman gritted his teeth and heard an English accent in his speech. Lena stabbed the enemy with a dagger and asked what he was doing. The warrior looked at his torn cloak. The girl asked him to help the boss. The guy opened his mouth in shock at what he saw. The marauder was shaking with fear for the first time in his life. The woman waved her hand in front of the leader. The young man noticed that his comrade immediately became more cautious. The mercenary touched his chest to check if everything was okay. The player realized that his subordinate did not attack because he felt threatened. The dojo leader clenched his fist, cursing at the silhouette. The adventurer's eyes widened and recognized the true identity of this monster. The mercenary peeked out from behind him when the stranger realized that he had already noticed it. The protagonist looked back. The girl explained that this entity was also a player. The man covered his face with his hand. It turned out that due to excessive increase in a certain ability, people can receive a divine curse. The killer smiled and asked if his skills had really gutted him that much. The woman lowered her head and confirmed it, calling him named. The creature turned around. Clouds gathered over the city. Hoyan looked at the monster and thought that he couldn't believe that it was a named user. The guy glanced at the information broker and realized that he still didn't know what his punishment was. The stranger's eyes widened. The young man assumed that this monster was supposed to kill him. The player looked at Rave and felt something strange. The adventurer imagined Tom behind him and decided that subordinates should immediately follow any orders. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and was indignant that this monster, having many opportunities to kill him, simply robbed him. The creature stared at him in confusion. Hoyan's eyes widened and realized that no one gave the order to kill him. A sly smile appeared on his face. Lena asked what was wrong with his face. The guy took a step forward and remembered that even cursed users could be restored with character points. The young man spread his arms and decided that his punishment was losing those same points. Caesar asked him to be careful. The player leaned towards the silhouette. He smiled broadly and said that they were looking for full-time workers with 4 basic insurances and payment for accommodation and food. The stranger looked at him in confusion. The man opened his mouth in amazement and asked what he was talking about. The guys stared at the silhouette, waiting for an answer. The swordsman frowned and asked what his offer meant. The entity pointed at the adventurer and replied that it did not want to work for him. Its limbs rose up. The creature raised its hand and asked who they were and what they needed. The ceiling of the room began to crack. The mercenary raised her hands above her head and warned that at this rate everything here would collapse. The protagonist squinted and thought that this would cost him dearly. The frightened warrior's face broke out in cold sweat. Hoyong raised his hand and decided not to think about the consequences and continue to press even if it hurt. The boy leaned towards the named one and promised to double the guaranteed bonuses. The cursed user looked at him incredulously. The stranger widened his eyes and asked if it was true. Rave raised his eyebrows in amazement and asked if he had always been like this. The stranger replied that she did not know. The silhouette pointed to the side. The girl explained that this man had become like this a long time ago and that people should change themselves. The boy looked back and called it strange. The dojo leader continued to tremble with fear. The child asked where his reckless spirit and desire to rush into attack had gone. The information broker thoughtfully lowered her gaze. She turned her head and replied that she could not say this, but it was quite natural. The pickpocket's eyes lit up. The sun illuminated the headquarters of the Black Mountain Association, the strength of which was 89%. The young man gritted his teeth and asked if this was the punishment they were talking about. The player raised his eyebrows and was indignant that his base had almost collapsed. The owner of the shelter brought her hand to the mask and found it strange, since this creature usually destroys everyone silently. Clutching his head, the adventurer asked why he cared and said that his game life would have been doomed. The stranger was glad that he managed to cope with everything. The main character stuck his index finger in front of her and said that he was just lucky. Hoyong picked up the plate and assumed that she still didn't understand the situation. The entity looked back when the boss called out to her. The boy threw the plate to the side. He opened his eyes wide and ordered his subordinate to bring it back. The monster looked at him with glowing eyes and asked if he really had to do something like that. The boy frowned menacingly and confirmed it. The unknown one narrowed his eyes in disbelief. The cursed user rushed to get the plate and shouted that it would be very easy. Rave looked after him. The system reported that the reward for completing the event was a normal pet. The player, with his mouth wide open, was indignant that he had to go through all this for this and asked what use he could be if the meeting with the 6 ranks was coming soon. Looking at him, the girl explained that if he managed to remove the remnants of the curse, the named one would become a useful force for him. The adventurer frowned menacingly and said that he first needed to know how to remove this curse. The woman extended her hand and offered to buy this information from her. The protagonist screamed in indignation. A fire ignited in her hand. Hoyan realized that this matter was supposed to lead to a deal from the very beginning. The information broker looked at him silently. The guy realized that her essence had not changed, and thought about how she was using the troubles of others to benefit from them. Coins fell to the floor. Having complete information about the income and loss of the entire city, you can set a price beyond imagination. Looking at the system window with the amount of money, the young man decided that he had no other choice, and remembered that he spent all his strength and soul to be here. The player looked at the slave and wanted to use him for his own purposes. Rave opened his mouth in fear and asked what his boss was thinking. The adventurer assumed that the owner of the shelter would be able to pay a good ransom for him. His eyes lit up as the boy tried to get an answer out of him. The protagonist closed his eyes and realized that he had tried so hard to play the leader of a criminal organization that he had become rotten from the inside. Hoyong raised his hand and said that he couldn't accept her offer because he didn't have any extra money. Sitting in a chair, the stranger asked how he was going to deal with the 6 and asked if he was sure he would be okay. The guy clenched his fist and said that he always thought it was no big deal. The young man looked up and asked if it wouldn't be more fun to go into the future without knowing what awaited him. The player smiled and thought that was cool. The girl tilted her head and offered him a loan. The adventurer's mouth dropped open in amazement. His eyes widened and he wondered what the hell they were talking about. The protagonist looked at the woman and wondered if one of the best information brokers who could see all the money flows was offering him a loan. Beads of sweat rolled down his cheek. The owner of the orphanage looked at him silently and waited for an answer. Hoyoung grinned and realized that she wanted something from him. A crescent moon shone in the sky above the slums of the Eastern District. Ramen of the Great Six was walking through the palace. A stranger was standing on the balcony. The villain approached him and called out to him. Soul Destroyer turned around. The villain said that the meeting of the Six would soon begin and that the Black Mountain Association had also arrived. The boy was walking along the street accompanied by his comrades. Without turning around, the masked man sensed that he had arrived. The criminal raised his hand and added that their financial reserves had been growing exponentially lately. The man imagined his comrade in a fur coat and suggested that they had intercepted Sujono's sources of income. The bandit imagined Barden spreading his arms and explained that if things continued like this, the Black Mountains would threaten them faster than expected. The leader of the group turned around and asked what he thought about it. The Soul Destroyer's eyes flashed and asked if the Black Mountain Association was worthy of attending the meeting. Ramen frowned sternly. The villain smirked and said that he had no doubt that they did not deserve it. The villain turned away. The boys from the association walked forward. The masked man frowned menacingly and said that if the leader of the group could not prove himself worthy of the Six at this meeting, they would immediately destroy him. The young man looked up and asked what this place was. Lena, waving her blade at Caesar, realized that her friend had gotten lost again and decided that he had already gone completely blind due to his stupidity. The player cast a dumbfounded look at them and wondered if they were not nervous at all. The adventurer looked at the moon. The protagonist imagined the leader of the Sixes against her background and remembered that he had received some important details from the information broker, but the most important thing remained hidden. Looking at the stranger, Hoyoung thought that even the best merchants did not know his true intentions. The bandit turned around and said that he would have to kill him. The guy imagined himself being stabbed with a sword and decided that this could definitely happen. The young man took a step forward and thought about what to do. The swordsman followed him. The player realized that for now he only had a feeling that he was going to certain death. The warrior placed his hand on his shoulder. The marauder smiled and explained that it was time to show his true value as a boss. The adventurer widened his eyes and wondered what his subordinate meant. The girl also smiled and agreed. Her red eyes lit up. The woman called her leader very strong and asked if he would be able to defend himself from the Six if they all attacked together. The heroes stood in silence in the middle of the field. The protagonist clutched his head in his thoughts and realized that he just wanted to go home. Hoyoung raised his hand and asked them to calm down, as this would definitely not happen. The boy frowned and said that the Black Mountain Association would use this meeting as an opportunity to secure a place in the top 6. Caesar flinched. The woman smiled widely and asked what that meant. The man smirked. The young man furrowed his brows sternly and said that they would strike their leader as soon as they entered. The people were sitting at a round table. The blade of a sword flashed. The swordsman cut off the villain's head. The guys entered the hall. The Soul Destroyer looked at them sternly. The masked stranger looked ahead. The system reported that the higher the importance of the information, the more veiled it is, so the user must guess the true intentions themselves. 2 days ago, the sun rose over the horizon. The player stood in front of the girl. A light appeared in her hand. A notification said that the information transfer skill was used. The woman opened the book and explained that the best information can be integrated into the player. The pages turned by themselves one after another. A bright light enveloped the adventurer. His eyes lit up. The system announced the beginning of the special event scene. People were standing in the gateway and discussing the death of the chairman and who could replace him. A child clutched a stuffed toy in his hands. Someone said that their leader was trying to leave the business for the sake of his daughter. The little girl looked up. The criminal asked what they would do with her. The villain looked at her with disdain and decided that she could still be useful to them. The child stared at them silently. The bandit suggested keeping her and using her as a puppet. Between the houses there was a high staircase. 9 years later, the girl was sitting at a table with alchemical supplies. Standing next to her was one of the top 6. The woman assumed that her father would not want her to continue doing this, as selling medicine during the war had led to wealth and victories, but had serious consequences. In the memory, the man was holding his daughter in his arms. The man looked at his ally and asked if this was the Fallen East. Smiling, the criminal confirmed this and told her that her father had often taken her there until he got tired of it. The mountains towered over the city. The girl decided that this was a mixture of regret and stupidity. The villain looked ahead silently. Spreading her arms, the woman explained that in the end, his only daughter, who should not have been involved in the business, became a puppet in it and expressed regret that everything had turned out this way. She looked up and declared that she was not going to just sit and do nothing. The villain turned to her and asked what her plan was. The criminal lowered her head and said that she wanted to avenge her father's death at any cost. The stranger touched her comrade's chest. One of the 6 looked at her. The girl explained that she would need his help. The woman looked him in the eye and said that it was natural. She raised her eyebrows and asked him to pass on the news of her death to everyone and to continue to act in her name. The laundry was drying on the lines. The poisoned people collapsed on the table. The bandit spat out a clot of blood and realized that the drinks were poisoned. The killer watched him, his hands folded behind his back. The criminal frowned furiously and said that his subordinate could not make a poison of such strength. He raised his hand and realized that the girl was still alive and that she ordered him to kill them with his own hands. His eyes turned white and blood gushed from his mouth. His head fell on the table. The woman clasped her hands. The stranger brought them to her lips and declared that her revenge began now. The villain's hand withered. The criminal thought that her father simply wanted to ease the suffering of people. Phantom turned away and headed for the exit. The girl decided that the 6 who made a villain out of her father would be the first to feel the consequences of their actions. One of the strongest looked back. The system reported that the special event scene had ended. The protagonist widened his eyes and thought that this could not be. Hoyoung imagined the characters in the scene and realized that one of the 6 was a traitor who was going to destroy her. The boy smiled widely and decided to use this information to his maximum advantage. Caesar swung his bloody sword. The Soul Destroyer looked at him menacingly. The young man frowned confidently and realized that he could take the vacant seat if they could prove that it was a fake that had been deceiving all the other members of the 6 all along. The swordsman grinned. Suddenly, the player's eyes widened in fear and wondered what this meant. Phantom stood in front of his dead comrade. Sujono's head was cut off. The adventurer opened his mouth in horror and realized that his subordinate had killed the wrong one. The thug froze in the middle of the round table. The head continued its mystical path without a body on the floor. His body sat at the table. The system reported that the leader of the Black Crown organization was dead. Hone looked at his mercenary in horror. The crazy competent subordinate turned around and said that he did as he asked. The hero screamed, mentally saying that this idiot had gone too far again. The hand covered in energy slowly rose. Yellow eyes flashed under the destroyer's mask. He called the big guy impudent. The leader of the Black Mountain looked at him questioningly, and while he was looking, energy shot out of the masked man's finger. The wind hit the armor of the gray-haired warrior. The girl turned around and screamed that she couldn't cover him. Hone looked ahead in shock. His subordinates shouted for him to dodge. He saw the face of a dragon in front of him and didn't understand how he could dodge it. At the same time in the city, the 6 were sitting in the waiting room. Rasputin hugged the column and silently looked ahead. The blonde man sat in front of everyone and was silent. The man frowned contemptuously and called him pathetic. Joe said that he took his original form, but still stayed with Henchmen. Is it really about money? The girl in red licked her lips sweetly and said that an outcast who grasps at any straw is not at all attractive. The guy continued to look at them and remain silent. The sect leader looked at the others and asked them not to offend others unnecessarily. He remembered the meeting and reminded them that after this meeting, a black market would open. Currently, the actual owner of the market is Sujono, who enjoys great influence, although he has seen many ups and downs. Hayful frowned. The leader added that because of the Black Mountain, the plan had to be cancelled. The warrior raised a finger and said that there was a rumor that a large number of legendary items would be exhibited. Did they really want to say that the Black Crown had problems? He called it funny. He introduced his boss and asked if they underestimated him too much. His leader smiled, sitting at a round table, while a subordinate said that after the appearance of the Soul Destroyer, the hierarchy of the 6 was built exclusively by force, and they thought that he was only fixated on money. Joe looked at him with concern and asked him to repeat what he said. Did he really mean that Sujono was going to take the place of the leader? The guy smiled unkindly and asked, "What can ordinary bandits know, who do not think even one step ahead?" Suddenly the man with the column swung at her, demanding that the blonde shut his mouth. The guy looked at the masterpiece of art and said that such behavior suited the big guy more. He made a graceful jump and struck the man in the throat. Blood spurted. At this time, the girl in red began to call upon the flame, while the warrior said that it was stupid to challenge the killer when you are such a slow thug. The blonde smiled with excitement and asked, "Do weak males always fight like this?" The guy turned around abruptly. A pulsating porcupine was heading towards him. The killer was thrown back. He spat blood. His pupils narrowed. He noted that the girl used such a powerful skill in a confined space. The whole 6 shuddered. Hayful did not understand. Weren't they one team? Raman looked at his partner in fear and asked if she was in her right mind. Margot stretched out her burning hand forward and said that she could kill all the males except her dear husband Quer. Sweat ran down the traitor's face. He realized that the girl in front of him was Quer's subordinate from the 6, which meant that he also planned this meeting to turn the hierarchy upside down. Without thinking, he took out a knife, realizing that everything would end in failure for them. It was time to get the item from Schwen. A creepy smile appeared in his head. Caesar cut off his boss's head. The system reported that Sujono was killed during the attack of the people from the Black Mountain. Haefel looked at the red window in front of his face in wild shock. Everyone in the room froze. Without thinking, Ramen cut down the traitor. He became bored. He turned to the girl in red and suggested that she sort it out right now. At this time, the blonde was smiling behind him. His veins were bulging and his eyes were red. With a swing of his clawed paw, he chopped off Rasputin's head. The system reported his death. The rivals turned around in surprise. The changed Haefel grabbed Joe by the hair. He opened his fanged mouth and reached for the small neck. The couple became wary. Joe, Ponen's subordinate, had died. The monster crept up on the enemy from behind and said that judging by his appearance, the berserker was smiling. His hair was sticking out in all directions. The monster asked if he had really used Lycan's forbidden drug. The psycho immediately hacked him to death while he was saying that the guy would not be able to return to his previous state, so Nosferatu, a subordinate of the High Vampire Izrak, died. The berserker looked at his claws with satisfaction and noticed that this power was at the same level as that of the Six. He smiled menacingly, realizing that he had risen to the same level as the strongest Izrak. At this time, his boss's head was bleeding. The subordinate did not know what he wanted to achieve, but he thanked him. After death, he now had nothing to worry about. The guy went forward. He made a powerful dash forward, deciding that now he needed to take his place. The wind blew over the remaining couple. Meanwhile, the Soul Destroyer held an outstretched finger. A new dragon headed for the hero. Lena screamed that she could not cover her boss, after which the girl shuddered. She looked at the frightened look of her master and assumed that he had other intentions. She ran away, realizing that the hero was not going to dodge. The dragon enveloped the man's body and crashed into the berserker, who was already behind him. He screamed in pain. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Haefel was lying on the floor, his body smoking. Hone looked at his old friend in amazement, not understanding why he was here again. But he saved him. But what happened to him? Lena looked at the boss and asked if he was okay. Suddenly, an armored carcass flew over their heads. Caesar landed epically. The guy looked at him in confusion. The swordsman swung and hit the claws of the transformed one. The blow was followed by a second one. Haefel went around the big guy. He clenched his teeth and screamed that this time he would never lose. He made powerful cuts on the warrior's body. Caesar glanced briefly at his leader. A smile appeared under the hood. He extended his hand forward, taking the blow. The hand caught fire after activating Bekpo, but the system reported failure. The hero covered himself from the strong wind and asked his subordinate to wait. The villains silently watched what was happening. The swordsman made another blow to the block. The vampire frowned and asked his master if his attack was aimed at the berserker. The masked man watched the fight in silence. The subordinate asked if he was interested in the Black Mountain. The two psychos were relentlessly beating each other. Caesar struck with a smile. Haefel caught it with his teeth. He clenched the sword, laughed. His face distorted. He asked the big guy if he didn't have enough strength even for this. The man's hand trembled. Hone stared at them without blinking. The enemy asked if the mercenary really wanted to protect his poor master. He flinched. The blonde assumed that this was why his rival was not taking risks. The berserker shook his head, throwing the hero's sword back. He jumped up and swung his paw, said that the gray-haired one had great potential, but it was a pity that he made such a stupid choice. Hone screamed, worried about his subordinate. The psycho activated his powerful skills and began to cut through the armor on the warrior's chest. The couple covered themselves from such a sight. Suddenly, blood spurted out of the brute. His powerful body fell lifelessly. The monster smiled contentedly. He loomed over the dying body with a grim expression, and the system impartially reported Caesar's death. Haefel cast a quick glance at the Black Mountain. In an instant, he appeared in front of Lena. He smiled, touching the frightened face, and declared that now the Black Mountain was finished. The villains looked at them thoughtfully. The guy said that after what they did in front of the Six, their fate was predetermined. The berserker looked at the dejected hero and noticed that his face showed no emotion when his subordinate died. He decided that she would have the same reaction to her death. The mercenary looked at her master with alarm. Hone trembled with horror, slowly pronouncing the name of the dead man. The transformed one pointed at the girl and told her to decide. He pointed to the corpse and said that if she wanted to become a moth that would uselessly lose its life because of its loyalty. After these words, he proudly pointed to himself and offered to become part of the Six to serve him. Lena froze. The villain added that this was the only way she could save her life. All three froze. The boss looked at his subordinate in fear. Pink hair flew up. The girl gently clung to the new boss and asked, "Isn't it obvious?" Haefel smiled contentedly. The killer said that it was more important for her to survive. Hone's eyes bulged from what he heard. The psycho's eyes narrowed. He groaned. The knife was stuck in his chest. The killer's skill activated and he received additional damage. The guy tried to attack. Lena began to make faces at him and say that if they get out of here, then she will get all the property of the murdered man. Hone looked at his friend indignantly, asking, "Does this matter now? They can die." Lena smiled and reached into her subspace pocket. She offered to guess what her favorite item was. Suddenly the berserker screamed, demanding to stop. The mercenary covered her ears. The roar skill was activated. The guy's pupils jumped inside his eye socket. His face twisted. All the males in the radius of action were temporarily stunned. Hayful was shaking with pain and swearing. He screamed that the Black Mountain would pay for everything. He made a dash. He swung his claws and promised to tear them to pieces with his own hands. The werewolf was approaching the target. The claws almost touched the hero's mutilated face. He understood that he was finished. Suddenly the savage looked at him questioningly. The revived Caesar threw him back. He smiled and struck with his sword. Hayful looked at him in amazement. He tried to counterattack. He jumped on his old enemy, swinging with both hands. Then he struck, not understanding how this was possible. Caesar took the blow with satisfaction. He began to be pushed back. The man smiled. He froze. An object lit up in his hand. The guy began to ask how he could survive. The gray-haired man laughed and pointed to his necklace. He just prepared a good thing. He laughed and advised calling it Mbao. The couple silently looked at the revived man. The swinging necklace flashed under his armpit. Lena pointed at it in shock and asked if this was not the healing necklace that the boss had made to seduce the innocent Lena and do something to her. The hero immediately screamed that this was different from the truth. The berserker frowned and hissed. He screamed and asked if there was any sense in this, because the resurrection skill is not easy to activate, even with a healing necklace in your hands. Caesar looked at him in confusion. The guy screamed that they did something in the healing temple. The man just grabbed the sword and said that it was a burden back then and he had nothing to do with that fight. Hayful realized that the brute didn't even know the capabilities of the necklace. He waved his paw, realizing that in this case, this was his chance. The gray-haired man smiled, ready for battle. The enemy decided that he didn't notice anything, so he had a gap until it became obvious. The psycho's body was covered with thin red energy of a passive ability. The blonde one rushed to attack. He had no choice but to quickly deal with this idiot. He was approaching the warrior, and he screamed, striking, intending to kill him once more. Caesar patiently pulled the sword back while the enemy's highest skills activated. The leader and subordinate covered themselves from the bright light. Hone gritted his teeth. Caesar looked like he was alive only to die again. Hayful flinched. The man smiled and raised his sword above his head. He did not defend himself from the attack. The transfigured one was already approaching and asked at the end, did he really notice that his temporary strengthening had begun? The mercenary screamed hysterically that he was not interested in the talk of weaklings. He raised his sword even higher and struck, cutting the werewolf into two parts. The fierce warrior smiled and noticed that his body had become lighter. The wind enveloped the villains. They fell questioningly at the flash of the blow. The cultists screamed that the leader needed to dodge, because this was not an attack that he could easily block. The destroyer pointed his hand at the traitor and said the word defeated. The elf began to twist under the forces of gravity. The boss brought Phantom to himself. Yellow eyes flashed under the mask. The voice said that all this time the man was unworthy of being in their group. Terrible cries of pain were heard from outside. Dust rose. The round table collapsed into two parts. Caesar smiled contentedly. The system reported that he had defeated the highest pearl of the Black Crown, and rewards for defeating strong characters had been added to him. Hone grimaced and began to cough up blood. Lena picked him up. She noticed that he hadn't even really shown anything. How could they reach their goal? The gentleman covered his face, realizing how weak his body was. His stamina was almost non-existent, and this was only damage from the shock wave. The mercenary pointed at the big guy and began to insult him, because he really turned away from his sick and old boss while stealing many healing items. The girl was surprised. 6 villains surrounded the warrior. The swordsman smiled and decided that they had something to say. The man with the cigar approached him and said that they only presented the best of what could be seen. He smiled and suggested that the mercenary leave those brats from the Black Mountain and offered to join him. Something in the tombstone said that although he was neat in appearance, he was extremely rude and had no sense. However, the eyes glittered under the statue. She said that the aesthetics of this warrior were obvious, weren't they? Issachar smiled and noted that the man constantly crushed his opponents without fear of death. He had become an outstanding personality a long time ago. Caesar chuckled and asked if that was all he could say. He called their 6 incredibly boring. The Soul Destroyer looked at him and asked what he expected from him then. Caesar smiled madly and said that now the question was, who would be the one who could amuse him? Everyone silently looked at the psycho. Hone looked at his subordinate in horror and mentally said that this idiot should know when to stop. The masked man showed his katana. The hero looked at him in surprise. The gray-haired man dodged a thin cut. The boss of the 6 pointed the blade at him. Lena put her hand on the guy's head and sat him down on the ground. The Soul Destroyer looked at the mercenary darkly and called him a brat, then asked his name. The swordsman looked at him silently. The villain said that from martial arts, in addition to the sense of combat, as well as a sense of calling to protect the master. Caesar smiled. Incognito added that he acted instinctively, but was quite cold-blooded with such a level of strength and talent. The man smiled. The destroyer asked, should he not then claim to become someone else's advisor? The gray-haired man shook his head. The head of the mountain had a heart attack. The mercenary ordered him to stop, because the boss had already predicted all possible outcomes and he had been giving him orders all this time. Everyone looked at the guy in surprise. Hon made a face of rejection, and the big guy laughed and said that it was all from the voice of the soul. The system showed several reminders about subordinates who can act expressively. The facial expressions of both of them created incredible faces. The leader asked himself, was this idiot really saying that he was thinking with his soul? Caesar suddenly froze. He took out his sword, smiled menacingly, and said that he was starting to hear it again. It was about the last command from the boss. The guy mentally begged him to stop. The mercenary smiled and gloomily said that this time he was ordered to make their hearts stop. Hon could not stand it and screamed. A laugh came from under the villain's mask. He swung his katana and said that it was interesting. Only this was enough to knock the sword out of the thug's hands. The healthy sword spun in the air. It flew straight at his boss. The black-haired man jumped back in horror at the last moment, almost dying. His jaw dropped. He screamed. The destroyer pointed his sword at him and turned to him. The master looked at him questioningly. Everyone turned to him. The leader of the villains declared that he officially appointed him as the new member of the Six. Thus, the leader of the Black Mountains took up a position in the Six of the Brahm underworld. Smoke rose above the mountains. The destroyed dojo was being inspected by people. The system reported that a repair order was issued to the employees of the Black Mountains Tavern automatically when the damage reached a certain level. The owner of the tavern looked around and gave orders. Everyone dispersed around the room, not understanding how it was possible to fix all this. A satisfied guy appeared in the company and asked everyone to work hard. He shook the owner's hand and introduced himself as Sato. The man looked closely at the stranger. He frowned and said that although he was new, he had already heard about him. He said that this was a good place for a Ronin of his level. Sato smiled and told him to stop. Did he really not have any thoughts? The man looked at him in confusion, although he already knew in advance under what circumstances he ended up here. The black-haired man smiled and asked that if that was the case, did he understand what he meant? The owner frowned and asked if the guy was going to measure ranks now. The dojo was covered in the fog of battle. The guy's eyes lit up. Suddenly, the blonde hit him on the back of the head, almost knocking out his eyes, and then began to scold him. She continued to press him and said that they were family. Did he, a snot, really want to fly out of here right away? The subordinate approached the manager and began to tell rumors that this relationship between the couple began after a fight. The blushing girl grabbed the lifeless body and began to ask how she could fall in love with such scum. She suddenly turned and grabbed her mouth. The men smiled at her kindly and began to say that they did not hear anything. Obviously, this was a lie. They turned away and beamed. The owner spoke of a close relationship. Was it not fate that they were drawn to each other, training to exhaustion in one place? The mustachioed man smiled and spoke romantically about how wonderful it was. After their Black Mountain entered the Six, he hears only good news. It was night in the city. The young guy giggled and asked if the owner felt how their organization had grown. At this time, the red-haired man looked at the city. He made a menacing face while the guy said that they were planning to attract labor to rebuild this place as compensation for the invasion. The crowd gathered in front of the destroyed building. The owner majestically raised his pickaxe and told everyone to get to work and quickly. While the owner was happily talking, the unknown man approached his people. The fat man meanwhile shouted that they need to demonstrate to those idiots who will soon come their potential as rookies of the Six. Suddenly, the unknown man hacked to death one of the workers. Everyone turned in surprise. The Ronin noticed that he did not even feel him. People began to evaporate from one presence. The man said hello and asked how they were doing. The owner broke out in a sweat, recognizing the intruder. The red-haired man looked at them sullenly and said that they looked good. He called them old subordinates, then changed his mind and called them traitors. Yakuza looked at them angrily and said that they still looked pretty pathetic. He jumped into the attack. He caught up with the manager and said that he was still too much. The good-natured old man's head flew off his shoulders, and the villain said that he was still too weak. Meanwhile, among the Six, Lucas caught up with the hero. He blew smoke out of his mouth and said that the leader had an ugly face. Hon looked ahead gloomily and told him to shut up and go where he was going. The man laughed and began to pat the boy on the shoulder, admiring his spirit, and asked if he knew anything about this world. He looked at him contentedly and said that looking at his playing time, he was definitely a noob. But who was covering him? He saw something so powerful and fast for the first time in his life. His eyes flashed ominously and asked if the hero was then a mad ranker who refused to follow the character of the previous game. Caesar grabbed his hand. He looked at him darkly and asked if he heard that he was asked to shut up. His hand trembled. Lucas grinned and asked if his hand was really going to be broken. Suddenly, there was an explosion. The mercenary let go of his hand. The man began to kick. Then he hit the gray-haired man in the throat. A warm glow appeared. The head of the market told him to watch carefully. A shot rang out. The columns behind him began to collapse. The scarred man smiled and said that this was just the beginning. Caesar blushed with anger and was about to take revenge, but the hero stopped him and asked what did he mean by saying that this was just the beginning. Lucas smiled and said that if they were brats, then they probably didn't know anything. He remembered the advice and said that the black market would soon open. Before the Soul Destroyer appeared in the old Eastern District, there were big and small wars every day. Everyone was throwing themselves at each other. That was the logic of strength. Like this, killing each other barely managed to save your life. And if a war of attrition began, even if you win, you will soon be betrayed. Dozens of corpses lay on the ruined streets when Lucas began the path to self-destruction. Suddenly, one strong man appeared in the crowd. He looked at everyone from under the hood. That's when the situation began to change quickly. With him was Raman, a pagan who took refuge in the old church, and also, he remembered the vampires and said that there were representatives of other races, whom he collected from all over the continent and brought to Bram. Everyone gathered under a tent. Their abilities were regularly carried out there without any fights. And so the black market was opened. Sujona was put forward as a mediator. Now the man waved and asked, aren't they now interested in who the tough guy was who pulled this off? Hone suddenly shuddered. Lucas pointed at himself and said that he was the handsome guy. Caesar glared at him and called him a talkative idiot. Hone gave him a tense look. The man rubbed his chin and reminded them that the market leader had recently lost his head. He walked forward and said that everything had gone well this time and it would be very entertaining to watch more cockfights, right? Lucas shook his head and guessed that people would probably think that fighting each other would lead to big losses. The trio felt an electric shock. A member of the Six suggested attacking the newcomer and trampling him before he became even stronger. The system reported a new event and told them about the black market. It showed the meeting room and said that there were no restrictions on transactions in the market. A pile of corpses lay among the columns. Ronan was kneeling among the bodies with a dead girl in his arms. The trio arrived at the destroyed base, which had 18% of its durability left. Sato cried and looked at the sky. Hone looked at him in surprise. The squad looked around. The hero looked around and said that they came here because there was a message about the invasion. But did the enemies really go that far? The subordinate folded his arms and assumed that Yakuza attacked, and if so, then this is quite expected consequences. But there was no news about this man for the past few years. The leader looked at him in confusion. The guy decided that he had crossed many people. Hone clenched his fists in anger and asked if the soldiers just hid and watched. The warrior replied that they also came here after everything happened. A nasty smile appeared under the hood. The guy said that they were just laborers and they were sent here by a wanderer and they just needed to fix the base. The black-haired man glared at him, realizing that he looked like a drug dealer because in what world would laborers wear dark combat gear? The hero didn't know who Yakuza was, but one thing was clear, these people had followed his subordinates. The leader shook his head, introducing Lucas, who noted that the Black Mountain had already begun to be destroyed and devoured. Hone looked at the wounded man. He suggested starting by discussing the current damage situation. Lena noticed something off to the side, while the guy was saying that 90% of the tavern workers had been killed. Off to the side were the dead Ronin, Sato, and Instructor Sowa. The mercenary took a small piece of cloth, while the man was saying that no additional damage had been done to the building. The wounded man shuddered, because he remembered that there were still hostages, which greatly angered the leader. The guy remembered the warrior with the man on the pole. It was the tied-up Rave, who had come to control the situation at that moment. Hone trembled, realizing this thought. He imagined his mother, realizing that he cared about him the most because of his connection with the information broker. The boy in his head smiled slyly. His skills were useful enough that he even invested precious SR in him. The boy turned away, remembering his eloquence and negotiation skills. This time, in the black market, he could be used as a major player. While he was angry, Lena suddenly frowned and said that she would find him. The leader looked at her in confusion and asked what she was talking about. He said a definite no. The girl gloomily opened her mouth and asked why. Hone looked at her with concern and said because if he destroyed the dojo like that, then she might be in danger too. The mercenary looked down. The hero said that if he lost her, it would be a huge loss. The girl asked if she could come closer to the master. The black-haired man pulled back, not understanding why he was so nervous. Lena looked at him with a very serious look and asked until when he was going to treat her like a child. The leader remembered her silly behavior and wondered why she suddenly became so serious. The mercenary went forward and asked her to stop prohibiting him. She said that she went to look for him. Suddenly, Caesar blocked her path. He asked if the girl really disobeyed her boss's order now. Lena looked at him menacingly and told him to get out of the way if he did not want to die. The man looked at her menacingly and said that any subordinate who broke the rules would be expelled. The girl's eyes widened and she offered to try. The swordsman attacked her, but the pink-haired girl dodged. She jumped over the slow attacks. She did somersaults, ending up above the big guy's head. Lena took out a knife and attacked. Caesar managed to dodge. The mercenary ended up behind him. Purple smoke poured out of the warrior's chest. The system reported that he was disarmed. The girl sighed heavily. She looked at the boss in front of her. He pointed his sword at her, although he did not know her motive. A blow flew to her head. She fell. The hero offered her to rest for a while. Lucas smoked cigars. Hone thought about him in the black market. He imagined Yakis with Rave on a pole and thought about his attack. Lena's serious face and her growing up popped into his head, although they made a promise, but it seemed like the opposite. There were many more problems. The leader looked ahead gloomily. He understood that he could not waste time like this. Meanwhile, in the dojo, people were working around. The guy asked himself, when will there be a raid in the labyrinth? One of the workers looked away in surprise. The player was sullenly silent. He looked at the one who came up. He said that he found something. The gentleman gloomily raised his hand and asked what they were talking about. Did Yakuza leave something? The man turned away and grumbled that the Black Mountain base was a strange place. A hand covered in glitches appeared. The cursed player approached the young man and said hello. He pointed a finger at him and said that he was bored. Caesar looked at him and grinned. The man took out a board and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He threw it at the player, causing him to get scared. The strange creature broke the distance. The couple looked at him in confusion. The cursed one made an angry expression in his eyes and began to swear. He approached the laughing mercenary and demanded not to do that again. But the man threw the board again, and the player's body did not obey him. Hone watched this in surprise and thought about how this was slavery, using him as a pet. Since when did this become a slave contract? Caesar grabbed the player's chin and began to giggle. An idea came to the boss's head. He decided that he could not just stand there and watch this. His eyes widened. He remembered that the information broker called it a punishment, but before signing the contract, even Caesar trembled from it. The mercenary continued to have fun, although everything ended this way due to the introduction of a punishment to limit control. The hero opened the system window and thought that if they reviewed the current contract and removed the punishment, the situation could change in their favor. The guy peered closely at the terms of the contract and thought about the era of capitalism. He decided that if he gave the damn player SR, then the restrictive punishment would be lifted for a while. Caesar threw the board again. The boss decided that everything was for this moment. Hone pointed forward with tears in his eyes. There were no other options. The damned player turned around in surprise. A pillar of light hit him. The system reported the transfer of 1,500 SR. Hone just waited with tears in his eyes, and Caesar closely watched the transformation. The other workers froze in anticipation. The system reported the ongoing process. A silhouette of a girl appeared in the dojo. She screamed piercingly. Bare feet stepped onto the dirty floor. The blonde in a tight jumpsuit staggered, not understanding what was happening. Hone's eyes bulged at her. Blood flowed from his nose. The girl with an excellent figure looked at him in amazement. The hero did not understand why she was such a beauty. Moonlight beat through a hole in the ceiling. Silence fell in the dojo. The girl examined her body and smiled tenderly. She adjusted her hair and languidly said that this was truly an ideal return. The guy opened his mouth wide and remained silent. The blonde clung to him and began to call him by name. She kneaded her still reddened cheeks and asked how he did it. Did he really give her the precious SR? It seemed that nothing like that happened, but it was really cool. The workers around looked around in bewilderment and asked what was that. One guy looked forward and said that the Soul Destroyer must definitely know about this situation. The blonde began to exude an aura of love and sexuality. The wounded man was taken aback by such attention. His nose started bleeding. The player smiled happily and said that her abilities had returned. The leader's eyes opened wide. He again asked himself, why is she such a beauty? He introduced the fat man and the girl and said that with the advent of third-generation VR, the border separating the virtual world from the real one gradually erased, so the number of users using a false appearance increased. The beautiful girl liar smiled. Because of the feeling of presence and that the character exists in the real world, more and more players appeared using a fake identity. This situation began to worsen and eventually led to serious social problems. Realizing the situation, the authorities took control again. Now, according to the rules, the user and the VR avatar synchronize appearance. A cursed player appeared in his head. Hone noted that a small correction is possible, but even so, the result should be similar enough to a real player. He looked at the girl without stopping and realized that she looked like an advertisement for this game, and in general, why did she get punished by the developers? He opened her characteristics window, and in shock, he gritted his teeth, seeing that she was level 583. Was her level really that high? But she did not have outstanding abilities. The girl approached him again and compared his face to a dead man. She spun around and asked what he was thinking about. He spent a lot of SR on her return. What was his next plan? The player hugged the leader and said that even just looking at her, she was like those boomers from the past, although he did not look like someone who would go crazy over a woman. She began to spin around him on one leg and said that if he had such thoughts, it would be great if he threw them away. Her hand touched his face. A sly, languid smile appeared on the blonde's face. She said that she was talking about other guys over there. Suddenly, she slapped the gentleman and said that before he was enchanted by the world of beauty. The guy's cheek began to smoke. He did not understand what she was talking about. The stranger smiled maliciously. The mercenary called out to her. He looked at her furiously and asked what she was doing. The girl grabbed her face and coquettishly said that she felt the aura of a real man from somewhere. Was it really him? Caesar grabbed the hilt of his sword and hid behind a pillar. He said that it was dangerous, so they had to be careful. Hone looked at his crazy subordinate in shock and mentally asked what he was doing there. The player asked if they had met before. The leader suddenly realized that they might be old acquaintances. The lady looked at the man excitedly and said that in those days she could do many things in the arms of the man who ruled the demon world. Then she had nothing to fear. The thug just twisted his mouth. The blonde suddenly appeared in front of the swordsman and said that he looked exactly like him. How is this possible? It's unbelievable. She put her hand on his chest and said that only she could know about this, that this part of the body is exactly the same. Hone suddenly walked up to her and told her to wake up, because Caesar is his subordinate. The man watched the temptress warily. The hero said that the fact that she recognized his appearance was just a result of the settings and, moreover, not much time had passed since his creation. Caesar grimaced. The girl continued to study the man with her gaze and said that she knew about it, but it simply could not be. She turned around displeased and asked if the hero was really going to use her beauty. The guy looked at her menacingly and asked what hidden abilities she had. He walked around the dojo. He received information that the punishment from the developers was imposed for increasing certain abilities. The player lowered her hands and looked closely at the gentleman. He said that after looking at the player's card, everything was at an insignificant level, and compared to the player's level, the abilities, on the contrary, were absurdly low. The black-haired man came closer to her and said that there was only one answer to this. The undisclosed contract spoke of her hidden abilities. Hone made the most brutal face he could and said that it could not be that the developers imposed a punishment just because her abilities were so bad. He spread his hands, talking about the mosaic, what kind of trouble it created. The gamer made a mess, right? The girl's face was covered with beads of excitement. She stepped back and assumed that the hero knew about it. The stranger adjusted her hair and called herself a beautiful woman who destroys countries with her beauty, although she was a little ashamed to talk about it. The hero looked at her in surprise. He clenched his teeth and screamed to himself that this simply could not be. The blonde smiled sheepishly and said that there were so many thrones and powers that were trying to get her. Even Caesar sweated. The seductress said that all they did was show off their power. She put her hand on her chest and said that some of them were enchanted by her beauty. The blonde stroked her cheeks and added that others saw her as just a trophy to prove their power, which could also be used for political purposes. The worker behind him involuntarily dropped his mouth. The player looked around and said that all the men who owned her were destroying not only countries, but her too, of course. Hone opened his mouth and screamed, realizing that there was only one such user in the entire world inside the Labyrinth series. The girl touched his face again and turned to him. Her eyes widened. She said that this time it was different. She needed him. She needed the SR that he had. The young man's face turned red. The stranger said that her special hidden ability was the highest class of attractiveness, charm. She arched her back and said that usually even the slightest physical contact can lead to obsession, but it seems that the hero is different. Suddenly, the cursed player kissed his savior and asked, "Will that be enough then?" The boss's eyes opened wide. The system showed that this girl's charm indicator was more than 13,000. Caesar screamed in horror. The workers still stood with their eyes bulging. The young man began to fall. There was silence in the city. Hone realized that this girl was dangerous. After a while, in the headquarters of the Black Mountains in the eastern region, the wounded man looked at the doctors. They decided that the leader was shocked. Could it really be a woman who did this? The guy sighed. Lena in a cloak frowned at him. She recognized that this was the boss's first kiss. She passed by, and the men shuddered because they did not feel any signs of her presence. The mercenary approached the bed with her boss. He was lying delirious. Lena looked at him coldly. Tears were streaming down his inflamed face. The girl put a compress on the martyr's forehead. She gave him a sad look and said that she was worried, because now no one would worry about him like that. She turned away and said goodbye. Tears glistened in the corners of the mercenary's eyes in the moonlight, and in the end she asked him not to get sick and to take care of himself. Caesar gritted his teeth and held his sword tightly. The system reported that at the end of the second generation during a military event, the first warrior who managed to stop the Demon King was corrupted by the power of power and began the path to becoming a devil himself. Then he ascended the throne of the great Demon King. Numerous brave men sacrificed their lives. The system reported that in order to defeat the Demon King, they did this for 3 long generations. The energy was concerted into a blue ball. The system reported that the Demon King had been defeated and sealed in a prison called the Labyrinth. Inside it he was trapped in a deep abyss. Monsters were gathering into armies. The system reported that the Demon King's powerful darkness was still a threat as it was teeming with monsters that were born from it. Magma was burning in the stone walls. The system reported that eventually some of the power that was used to create the seal was converted into defensive magic to build a city and protect against what was born in this darkness. The fourth generation, the city of the Labyrinth. Shadria walked across the battlefield. The system reported that the fourth generation warriors were strong and were able to approach the center of the labyrinth. There were many corpses on the ground. The system reported that in the end they were defeated by the Demon King's powerful power and fell. The demon smiled. The system reported that the moment had come when the Demon King was ready to step out into the world again to completely absorb it. This was the beginning of the fifth generation labyrinth world. In our time, the hero looked tiredly into space. Shadria smoothed her hair and said that it was strange. There was not a single person who could not be captivated by her charm. What kind of person was he? She walked away and said that the fact that her charm did not work indicates that he was so greedy that it was not enough. The room was illuminated by soft light. The girl laid the guy on the bed and suggested that he delve even deeper into her charm. Hoyang sweated. Suddenly, a system warning appeared. Shadria looked at him in shock. The hero coughed saliva. The system reported that excessive mental strain was detected. Due to overheating of the synapses, the player is at risk of shock in real life. She grabbed the guy by the chin and laughed. Was he really going to die? The girl tore off a piece of his shirt and screamed that he was ridiculous. He couldn't die like this. The hero passed out. The system reported that the player's synapse overheating level had reached the limit. The girl lowered her head and screamed. Does he know how long she waited to get closer to the Demon King? Shadria looked at the guy. She reached out to his face. The hero rolled his eyes. Suddenly, he woke up in another dimension. He was lying on the floor. Hoyang rubbed the back of his head and realized that his head hurt a lot. He raised his head. There was a gray ceiling above him. The guy lowered his head. Snot flowed from his nose and he realized that since he was in room X, it meant he was dead. He barely got up. Hoyang ran forward with all his might. He was crying. The guy ran, waving his arms. He remembered how the information merchant handed him the ball and told him about the punishment. The hero ran forward and cried, thinking that it was very cruel. He remembered when Shadria kissed him. He thought that the charm didn't work properly that time. The boy's face distorted. He thought then that it didn't work on him due to the low synchronization speed. And he also remembered when he looked at her closely. His eyes then opened wide. That face definitely. He imagined Shadria, a fourth generation ranker, the queen of mercenaries. Both humans and monsters served her. She, like Rodrigo, a monster user, caught and absorbed by the concept of the game, she fought using her charm against the enemy. She was a girl who was able to get the Demon King himself. Hone found himself in a white space. A question arose in his head. Did Rodrigo meet the Demon King? Sweat poured down from him. He didn't understand why he couldn't remember it. His eyes flinched when he left the labyrinth city. He created an orphanage. He remembered how he was beaten by children and he thought that he was having fun with them. Then he left the game and then started again. Hone screamed in glasses that he could not stand it and that now a professional player does not have much time left. Now the guy looked around and tried to remember why he left the labyrinth at all. He rubbed his chin and chuckled. Caesar and Lena appeared in his head. The black-haired man looked ahead. He hit himself on the head, deciding that on the already broken head, asking himself, what's the point? The head fell, saying that he does not know anything. Thinking, he decided that the afterlife is also quite comfortable. There is no stress here. He put his hands behind his head, smiled and said that unlike the previous one, there is no blinding light, and in this life there were fewer regrets than he thought. Tears flowed down his happy face. A great idea arose to sleep a little for starters. Suddenly his eyes opened wide. The system reported that he was leaving a special subspace. Hoyang sat up abruptly, not believing what he heard. His body began to teleport. He saw a bunch of system windows. Some of them reported external interference in the player's body. A forced disconnection from the game began. The player fell into the abyss, disintegrating into pieces. Suddenly he woke up and roared, drooling. The sun was shining on the city. Cars were driving on business. Hoyang's apartment. Yildong handed the hero a glass and he thanked him. The blonde looked at him in shock. The brunette looked half dead and asked what he was doing here. The fat man was confused and speechless. He scratched the back of his head and said that he came to apologize. The boy spread his arms out and swore his sincerity. He said he was sorry for attacking. He didn't know it was him. Yildong frowned and said he had a fit when he arrived. Hoyang remembered how bad he felt and thought he came at the moment the warning sounded. This state was reflected in reality. The blonde scratched the back of his head and said he was really sorry. The hero told him not to worry and asked if he remembered Chandria. Yildong looked at him in surprise. He said that Chandria became a big problem because she killed other users and went over to the devil's side. She was active in the 3rd generation, but with the arrival of the 4th, she was punished and wandered around the Labyrinth City. Hoyoung lowered his head worriedly and asked if he remembered why he left the game. Yildong looked at him with confusion and said that he didn't know much about what happened when he went deep into the labyrinth. The boy's eyes widened in shock. The blonde put his hand on his chest and asked if he said something wrong again. The hero widened his eyes and mentally told himself that he couldn't believe he was saying that he went deep into the labyrinth. Now it was clear what was bothering him all this time. He looked at his glasses and realized that he didn't remember what happened after entering the labyrinth. Hoyoung lay back down on the bed. Yildong asked him if everything would be okay. He didn't even rest, he reassured him. The hero clenched his jaw and thought that only God knew what this woman would do while he was gone. The blonde looked at him and asked why he didn't use Rodrigo's data. He rubbed his neck and said that he thought it would be more convenient to continue the game for him. Hoyoung agreed with him. The fat man looked away and said that he thought it would be great to go back and see how Rodrigo was doing. The hero looked at him in shock and asked what he was talking about. He wanted to crush the labyrinth. His friend extended his hand towards him and said that if that was what he wanted, then he would really need Rodrigo. He put his hand on the hero's glasses and admitted that he was sorry for using him all this time and didn't even say thank you. Yildong pressed the button and Hoyoung screamed what was going on. He extended his hand and screamed that he was an idiot. The system said that loading had started. Then a notification appeared that he was entering the labyrinth world. Did he want to cancel? The hero jumped up in bed and screamed cancel. He pointed to the system screen in irritation, which said that his cancellation was denied because he had already entered, and screamed why ask then. Chandria smiled and noticed that he had become more energetic. Hoyoung turned around and asked in disgust, was it really her? He widened his eyes and asked what was wrong with her. She responded by asking if he slept well. Caesar suddenly brought his hand down on his shoulder and said that he tied her up before she could hurt them. He smiled darkly and said that he could deal with her right now if he wanted. The hero looked in shock at how his hand was glowing. Caesar said that although she was strong, he was no pushover either. Hoyoung jumped off the bed and tiredly asked how he even tied up a woman who had received a severe punishment. Did she not resist? Chandria moved her shoulders and said that she was unable to use her power since he looked so much like her beloved. The brunette narrowed his eyes in confusion. He took a step forward. Caesar looked at Hoyoung when he asked if her beloved was the Demon King. The hero looked at the girl darkly. She opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. The brunette straightened up and told Caesar to leave for a minute. He tried to object. The hero turned around and harshly told him to leave. The big guy blushed with joy, said that he understood him, and he thought that this expression on the boss's face meant that he was back. Chandria looked at the guy. Silence fell. She smiled and asked why he continued to hold her if he was going to do something stupid. Suddenly, her pupils narrowed in shock when Hoyoung asked if she was the queen of mercenaries. The girl looked at him indignantly and asked what he was saying. He replied that everything was obvious. The hero got down on one knee and said that there was only one user who is in alliance with the Demon King and uses his charm. The brunette looked piercingly at the girl and asked directly if she had any memories of what happened before she was punished. Chandria closed her eyes in displeasure. She lowered her head and said that she had no memories. Hoyoung approached her and said that he had the same thing. He untied the girl and assumed that the reason she was looking for the Demon King was because she wanted to get her memories back. The blonde looked at her hands with caution. She jumped and screamed, how did he know about this? Was he a developer or was he somehow involved in this? Chandria looked at the hero in shock when he asked her to take his hand. Hoyoung extended his hand to her and offered to go to the Demon King again. He frowned and admitted that he was Rodrigo Eldrigo, a user who also lost his memories like her. The blonde looked at him suspiciously and asked if they went there again, their memories would return. The guy spread his hands and said that she was right. Suddenly, his gaze changed when she asked why he wanted to get his memories back. Hoyoung scratched his neck and asked if there was a reason for that. Chandria looked down when he asked why she wanted to give them back. She hid her gaze and said that she felt the same way. She didn't need a reason. The girl remembered how she fought in the past. She smiled then and thought that it seemed like it was fun. Chandria laughed and said that she felt sorry for losing happy memories. Hoyoung looked away and said that he felt the same way as she did. The girl grabbed his chin and said that it was a great happiness that they understood each other. She moved closer to his lips and said that there was something that needed to be kept a secret. The guy asked excitedly what it was. The blonde pulled away and said that he shouldn't spread the word that she was Chandria. Hoyoung turned pale from the tension. He pulled his hand away and said that of course he would keep her secret. The hero placed his hand on his chest and mentally noted that he thought she was using charm again. He eyed the girl suspiciously, wondering if it was worth teaming up with the one who tried to take his life. She said that thanks to him, everything is easier. Chandria smiled and said that she originally thought to use everything that is used, turn everything upside down and go into the labyrinth alone. Hoyoung thought how lucky he was to team up with her. Caesar returned the sword to his back and asked if they were done talking. He confirmed and called him along. The hero scratched his chin and said that the black market will open soon, so they need it. But Caesar interrupted him and said that he was delighted. He smiled bloodthirstily and said that for the sake of his ambition and greed, he easily discarded the weak subordinates who were with them all this time. The big guy laughed and said that he thought he had feelings for that girl and boy, but he didn't even have the thought to start looking for them. Hoyoung froze, not understanding who they were talking about. Suddenly, he grabbed his head and realized that he completely forgot about Lin and Rave. Lucas kicked the bars and shouted, "What is this?" Ramen turned around and asked who he was. How dare he talk to him so brazenly? Suddenly, a body flew at him. The man frowned and attacked him. How dare he send a cultist to his base? Is he also a spy? Lucas was smoking a cigar and said that the leader of the dark sect cares about his subordinates. He raised his eyebrows and asked if he really became a garbage rat. Ramen looked at him and said that he had a reason. He frowned and said that he needed his help. The man raised his eyebrows and said that he had this or that. What kind of nonsense is this? The white-haired man frowned and said that the Soul Destroyer was targeting the Black Mountain Association. Lucas came closer and asked what would it do if the Black Mountains disappeared. Ramen frowned and asked what he would do if the Soul Destroyer did not get rid of the Black Mountains. He remembered the hero and asked what they would do if that monster Caesar and the Soul Destroyer teamed up. Hoyoung sent his subordinates to attack. They destroyed the standing on the corpses. Ramen asked if the remaining 4 of the 6 could defeat them. Lucas clenched the cigar in his teeth. He put his hand in his pocket and asked what he was going to do. The white-haired man frowned and suggested an alliance. Candles were burning behind him and he said that the black market was the starting point this time. Skull heard Ramen say that they would get rid of Wilhelm. He clenched his fist and said that if they combined their efforts, it would be enough to kill him. Lucas looked at him and said that Caesar would go mad without his master. Was he really going to take advantage of this gap? Ramen frowned and confirmed, adding that if they said it was an order from a soul destroyer, then all the wrath would fall on him. The man bit his cigar and chuckled. Then he laughed so hard that the cigar fell out of his mouth and shouted that he was even worse than he thought. Lucas frowned and asked what the others said to that, and he replied that there was nothing to worry about. He turned around, and 2 of the 6 appeared behind him. The vampire looked at them when Ramen said that everyone was already there. Lucas smirked and told them not to even think about killing him if something went wrong. It was night outside and only a few lanterns illuminated the street. Hoyoung looked over his shoulder and said that the original leader of the criminal guild was Yakuza. He looked up thoughtfully and said that he was very strong, so they would not be able to defeat him easily. Sato approached the hero and said that those who were in the criminal guild said so, and they also had Caesar. Hoyoung introduced Yakus and said that since he took hostages, even Caesar would have a hard time defeating him. The brunette looked at his team and said that they would first go to the black market. He thought that there were a lot of things there that were hard to find. The hero clenched his fist excitedly and thought that when they went there, they would get items or new comrades, and then save those 2, then their chances of winning would increase at least a little. The gate was illuminated by the moonlight. The guy opened it and thought that he was sorry that Lin would not be with them. They had finally reached the black market. Behind the gate were all the villains who wanted to kill him. The brunette carefully closed the gate. He smiled tensely and thought that it was still worth looking for Lin first. The moon illuminated the city. The girl walked through the fog. She raised her head up. In front of her was an abandoned mansion. Lena walked into it. She looked back. The girl took off her hood. In front of her hung a huge portrait of Rodrigo. His face was covered with torn cloth. Lena frowned and studied the portrait intently. She remembered how he turned his back on her and said that he did it while it was fun. The little girl looked at him in surprise. The pink-haired girl hugged herself and said that she missed her. 10 years ago, in her time in the Labyrinth world shortly before the start of the Imperial War, the Eastern District. The basement was lit by the moon through a small window. Cages and hooks hung from the ceiling. Yakuza folded his arms across his chest in displeasure and said that she still had unnecessary feelings. She could not even learn the basic skills of an assassin. Lena was breathing heavily. She turned around abruptly and threw down her weapon. The man turned around. The sword pierced the wall. The girl looked at her mentor in shock. Her eyes lit up madly and she asked what feelings were. If it was not something edible, he might not even explain. Yakuza condescendingly exhaled and said that she was not a killer, but more of a pig who only wanted to devour something. Lena was indignant. Who else was a pig? The man smiled and said it was good that she had no other feelings. If she reduced this useless thirst for food, it would be even better, and through her bread, the girl was happy with the food. Lena sank her teeth into the bread and thought why it was so stale. Yakuza turned around and told her to follow him. It was time for her first mission. They moved along the rooftops. The girl took off her hood. The mentor looked at her and said that she ran slowly like a pig. The girl screamed indignantly and he told her to be quiet. Yakuza walked up to the edge of the roof and asked if that building caught her eye. The girl confirmed it and asked if it was a fortress. In front of them was an orphanage. Lena looked at the man in shock and asked what kind of place was this. The red-haired man frowned and said that it was the most useless place in this country. The boy smiled and said that he was throwing. The brunette hit his ball. The girl looked ahead in shock and asked in admiration if they were really learning to throw. The man opened the window and called the children to dinner. The ball flew inexorably forward. It landed right in the headmaster's face. The children looked at him and said that he had chosen the perfect moment to appear again for the 15th time this week. Yakuza looked ahead and said that her first target was that man. Lena asked if he meant a weakling who couldn't even dodge a ball. The headmaster was lying on the floor and thought that he just wanted to call them to eat. The mentor turned around and said that moreover, he was her only target. The girl was glad for such an easy task. Yakuza turned around and said that the trials of the criminal guilds are never easy. Lena went ahead. The mentor wished her luck and said that she needed to prove that she was not useless. The pink-haired girl frowned. The system reported that she was a subordinate of the leader of the criminal guild Yakuza. Now she was 6 years old. After some time, the brunette was lying in bed. His servants were standing behind the door and discussing that he was still unconscious after being hit by the ball. Did this happen often? The butler stroked his chin and asked if a spy could have sneaked in. The girl exclaimed, "What nonsense." She looked at Bramberg and said that it seemed that after going to the labyrinth, the director became weaker. What happened there? Lena appeared behind the man's back while he was saying that he was not strong to begin with. She slipped behind the servants as they were discussing that he had slipped in the labyrinth. The girl slipped around the corner. She looked around. Lena put her hands on the door. She closed her eyes and magic enveloped her. The pink-haired girl walked through the door. The system reported that the unique assassin skill spatial projection had been activated. The girl staggered and thought that she would not be able to do this a second time. Her head was spinning. She noticed the bed. Lena raised her head. A portrait towered over her. She wondered if he had hung such a huge portrait in his own room. This man really was strange. The brunette lay and muttered something about dinner and the guys. The girl reached for her sword and thought that she had been told to kill this strange man. She swung and prepared to strike. Lena thrust the weapon into the man and thought how good it was that the task was so easy and asked the strange man for forgiveness. Feathers flew around the room. Lena was tickled by one of them. She realized that she had plunged the sword into the pillow. The brunette dodged in his sleep. The little killer swung again. Her sword flew inexorably at the man. The system reported that she had activated a combo skill. Lena began to deliver multiple blows. The man dodged in his sleep. The girl looked at him in shock. The brunette dodged another blow. The girl thought, "Is this man really sleeping?" She cocked the sword to the side. Looking ahead, she thought, now he has nowhere to run. Lena gritted her teeth. The system reported that a high-level hornet sting skill had been activated. It ignores any dodging. Someone entered the room. The girl turned around in panic. Bramberg looked ahead and called the director. His pupils narrowed. Lena's eyes widened. The guy turned pale and screamed that there was an intruder. The girl hissed like a cat and screamed that there was a witness. There was a gloomy atmosphere around Yakus, and he said that another purpose of murder is the fear that comes before an unexpected death. Lena's eyes glowed red when the mentor said that this is a tense state, a power that killers can use. The brunette frowned in shock and said that this can't be. How could this little girl be a criminal? Lena tried to get out of it by any means necessary. She threw her head back and screamed that if he didn't believe her, she could untie the rope and she would kill him right away. The hero looked at her in shock and said that knowing their goal, it seemed that this killer was sent by a criminal guild. The man smiled and asked if she underestimated him too much. They were in the dining room. The hero looked at the little girl and said that several guys who wanted to kill him had already come to this orphanage. The maid bowed her head and said that he looked weak. He was even weaker than he looked to have chosen such a little girl as his killer. He wasn't even as good as the local rabbit. She crouched down and asked the child why they would kill their useless principal. She screamed that she didn't know, that she was hungry, and asked her aunt for food. The maid's expression darkened and asked did she really call her aunt. She braced herself for a blow. Her eyes glowed red and she stated that she was a killer after all who didn't chicken out to come. Did she want her to tell her how their useless principal earned a high rank? The hero stopped her and reminded her that despite being a killer, she was still a child. The girl faked a smile and said that if they let her go, she would continue to try to kill him, and if they couldn't kill her, then they should educate her. Lena gritted her teeth in anger. The brunette opened his eyes and said that she was right. He frowned and told the girl that she would become his subordinate. There was silence. The girl opened her eyes and asked what did that mean. The maid started beating the hero and said that he did it again. He couldn't break the habit again. Suddenly they looked at the girl. When she asked what a subordinate was, she looked at them with interest. The brunette scratched his neck and said that it was like she could eat here for free. The woman asked him not to say that. Lena started drooling. She asked if the food was really free. She beamed with happiness and said that she would become a subordinate. The hero looked at her in shock. He laughed and said that this was something new and welcomed her to Rodrigo's orphanage. The maid extended her hand and asked if he remembered their agreement. The brunette turned around and asked what she was talking about. The woman happily slapped him and said that they agreed that she would beat him every time he adopted another child. The system announced that Lena was becoming Rodrigo Eldrigo's new subordinate. Night had fallen. The system announced that the player could create their own subordinate when creating a character, or make a contract with an NPC. The contract with the subordinate could only be broken if the player refused or died. The maid led the girl and said that there was only one rule here, which was set by the director. Lena looked at the woman when she said that she should eat well, sleep well, not swear and have fun. She thought that this was not one rule. The system announced that if the contract was made by force without mutual consent due to kidnapping or trade, and the subordinate receives an offer for a new contract, he can cancel the previous one. The maid leaned over to the girl and whispered to go to the empty bed and get a good night's sleep, and tomorrow she would introduce her to the guys. Lena walked forward. The system announced that the player can have several subordinates at the same time, but a subordinate can only have one master. She touched the bed and thought that it was soft. The girl covered herself with a blanket. She looked up in surprise. Lena remembered her mentor. She raised her eyebrows and remembered her promise. In the present, she was bleeding from her mouth. Yakuza had stabbed her with his sword. She looked at the wound as he said that he knew she would come here. His strength was that he had no feelings. The pink-haired girl frowned and screamed his name. The man pulled out his sword. Blood gushed out of Lena's mouth. Yakuza looked coldly through her and said that killing her was simply his duty. He turned around and the girl fell to the floor. She covered her eyes and asked for forgiveness. She said that she could never protect anyone, neither the director nor the boss. Her consciousness faded. The rulers of the underworld of the labyrinth called themselves the Six. They had a place where they rarely gathered as a group, a large open-air building. It was called the Black Market. Inside there were huge columns in the center. There were many people in the hall itself. They were all the evil spirits of Brahm, a place where you can't survive using only the simplest techniques. Raymond stood on top of one of the columns, who had brought a sword for his purpose. Soul Destroyer stood next to him, and Raymond finished speaking. In order to protect the position in the Six and achieve their goals, the first thing to do is to destroy Soul Destroyer and the Black Mountain Guild. After these thoughts, he came closer to the masked man and asked if he was satisfied. Soul Destroyer looked at the people below and answered, quite, adding that it seemed that they had become even stronger after the annexation of the Black Mountains. Raymond looked at the protagonist with his head down in sadness and said that Soul Destroyer highly appreciated their leader. The masked man also looked at the guy and said that his interlocutor should know well. His eyes lit up, and he finished speaking about the meaning of the existence of the Six. They strive to destroy order and want to leave behind complete destruction. Without taking his eyes off the people present, he continued to say that being strong was not enough. You also needed to attract people's attention so that everyone would be inspired by it. His eyes did not stop shining, and he added that the Black Mountains were very useful in this regard. They had the popularity that they needed. The protagonist and his comrades walked to the center of the hall, and the Soul Destroyer said that the day when all order would be destroyed was just around the corner, so he hoped that his sword would not be aimed at him. Raymond looked at the boss without answering. Suddenly, the Soul Destroyer turned around and began to leave, to which Raymond asked him where he was going, after which he asked in return what he was doing here. As he went down the stairs, he added that he entrusted the Black Market to him. After a while, Hone was breathing heavily with sweat pouring down his face. Caesar was standing not far from him, holding his stomach. There were many small craters from explosions and impacts near them. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his mouth in shock and screamed in his head, wondering what was going on. He remembered how he and his comrades had entered the Black Market not long ago. Then he saw that everyone was looking at him as if they wanted to kill him, but no one attacked. The guy froze in surprise, saying to himself that he was going to be on guard as a new member of the Six, but Shadria put her hand on her hip and suddenly asked if something was wrong. The protagonist looked at the guys in suits on one side, then looked at the monsters on the other and said that everyone had their own weapons. Everyone in the room surrounded the Hone team as if for a show. Shadria extended her hand to the side, saying as if. Raymond clenched his hands into fists, confidently saying that the time had come and all six were assembled. The girl looked up with a smile, adding that they were going to ambush them. With his eyes burning, Raymond extended his hand forward, firmly ordering them to attack. The enraged players rushed forward quickly. The guy fell to the ground with a trembling body, shouting that this couldn't be happening. Frowning, with beads of sweat on his face, he shouted that he was not warned that they were so strong. Caesar bared his teeth menacingly. Swinging his sword, he asked in bewilderment how the guy dared to attack the boss. With a burning gaze, he swung the weapon hard. Hitting the ground with all his might, he threw the players in different directions. Caesar turned back abruptly, asking if the boss was okay. Hone tried to catch his breath, nodding his head in agreement, when suddenly an enemy appeared behind him. The sword was quickly approaching the protagonist. Having received a piercing blow to the stomach, the player began to cough up blood. Looking at the guy with a piercing gaze, the player ordered him to die. Looking around, Hone noticed players surrounded by mana. The girl landed gently on the ground, saying that in any case. Stretching her hand forward, she released a vast charm, adding that the protagonist was their target. The players charmed by mana rushed forward with loud cries. Shadria directed them at the opponents, grinning maliciously. The guys ran forward with swords. Corpses lay on the ground and loud sword strikes were heard somewhere. The girl exhaled heavily, asking why all this. The protagonist put his hand to his chin, answering that he did not understand either, and then asked if they had really planned this from the beginning. A loud laugh was immediately heard in front of him, to which Hone looked up. Lucas waved his hand, shouting that he was surprised because he did not think that everything would be like this. Holding a cigar in his teeth, he grinned and said that he was glad to see the guy again. Footsteps were heard off to the side and the boy said that there was a lot of blood everywhere. Israk smiled, asking the boys if this was what they wanted. Surrounded by girls, Quair said that everyone will die someday because it is fate. Ramen came closer to the protagonist, saying that it is not easy to be in the six, and before the boy attacks them, he stretched out his hands with mana forward, continuing that they will destroy Hone. With horror in his eyes, the protagonist opened his mouth, asking what happened again. Covering his face with his hands, the boy thought that he only wanted to get his compensation. The protagonist and his comrades stood in front of the members of the six. Suddenly, a magic sphere of great power appeared in Ramen's hand, and he said that if the guy is the head of the Black Mountain Association, then he already knows about their plan. Without moving from his place, he continued to say that the main goal of the six is not only crime. The protagonist, with horror and fear in his eyes, asked himself how he was supposed to know this. Suddenly, Caesar clenched his fist tightly and exclaimed as expected. He smiled widely and said that they had a plan. Shadria also smiled maliciously and said that her ally was Wilhelm, after which she asked if he really thought that he had not guessed about their setup. Only Hone stood with his head down in sadness. Tears were pouring out of his eyes, and he was telling himself that the guys should do whatever they wanted. But suddenly, Ramen's voice was heard, who said that if this is so, then now will be the moment when the arrogant players will be punished, which made the protagonist suddenly raise his head and ask himself what. Quair rushed to the attack, shouting that today is the end for all of them. Horror appeared in the boy's eyes and he asked himself what he was talking about. He saw all four of the six flying towards him and wondered if the NPCs really wanted to kill users. Quair's quick attack was blocked by Caesar's sword. Calming down a bit, one of the six said that no matter how strong the evil dog was, a dog was still just a dog. Caesar then gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Swinging it sharply, he shouted, ordering his opponent to shut up. But Quair, dissolving into thin air, said that it was slow. While the protagonist's subordinate looked ahead in surprise, Lucas appeared behind him. He swung his sword deeply and said that it worked if he was the only one strong in the fight. An incredibly powerful aura enveloped his fist and he finished saying that war was teamwork. After that, he punched Caesar in the chest with all his might. The protagonist's subordinate flew back many meters. Seeing this, Hone stretched his hand towards his comrade in shock, but Israk immediately loomed over him, telling him not to get distracted. At the same moment, he rushed to attack with his hand outstretched. But suddenly, one of Caesar's comrades appeared in front of the protagonist, shouting at the same time, "No way." Spreading his arms, he created a barrier that easily blocked the vampire's powerful attack. The guy grinned and mockingly asked if there was really nothing special about the six. Then an incredibly strong magic seal appeared above Ramen, and he asked if Caesar's comrade really thought so. At that very second, the manas collided sharply. Sato gritted his teeth, applying as much force as possible. Having received several blows to the chest, the guy groaned loudly. Caesar stood on one knee, saying that this was not the end. Raising his menacing gaze upward, he screamed loudly, wishing for death. Swinging his sword, he hit the ground with all his might. The weapon flew past Israk's face at that very moment. Another strong swing was heard in the air. Israk jumped up and dodged, rising into the air. Sato raised his head up, shouting loudly, "No." Caesar swung, throwing Hone and Sato in different directions. The protagonist raised his head, thinking that the fight was not equal at all. Having plunged into the past, the guy thought that Lena had previously held back Caesar. A girl immediately stood in front of Hone's body. Shadria covered the guy, asking what kind of nonsense. Looking up, she asked how dare NPS attack users. Ramen raised his hand menacingly, answering that they were free to do what they wanted. Without lowering his hand, he began to accumulate mana in it. The guy was immediately struck with horror, which made him frown. Shadria looked at him with her head held high, ordering him to stop breathing. Ramen suddenly grabbed his throat. The girl threateningly placed her hands on her hips, saying that if she did not order him otherwise, he would die from strangulation. Before she could finish, Lucas hit the girl on the back of the head from behind, asking what kind of dirty tricks were these. Pushing her away, the man extended his hand, saying that he was already tired of this, so he wanted to deal with them quickly. Looking at the injured girl, he approached her closer. Suddenly, he asked if this world would then disappear, which greatly shocked Hone. The protagonist frowned, shouting loudly that then Lucas would also disappear, to which the destroyer replied that this is what they want. Quayer released his tentacles, saying that the enchanted ones were behaving like puppets, and it would be better if everyone disappeared. Sensing something was wrong, Hone looked around, wondering if this was an earthquake. Raising his head, he wondered if the Lecher was really that strong. Quayer's eyes lit up with rage. He started to shout that they would stay here when suddenly a rock avalanche fell on him. The protagonist looked ahead coldly. Looking at the enemy, Hone asked if he was dead. A silhouette appeared in the distance, and suddenly a voice was heard that he was not late. His muscles began to tense when suddenly he added that everyone was talking about this place. The suit suddenly cracked. The silhouette turned to the protagonist, whispering, "Black Market." A shiny shoe stepped on a huge stone, and a male voice said that he was the protector of Mistress Dorothy of the Aegis clan. When the dust cleared, everyone saw a very muscular servant in a maid suit, who continued to say with glowing eyes that she was here to find a worthy groom for his mistress. Shock appeared in the eyes of the protagonist, causing him to freeze in place. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him. Coming to his senses, the guy glanced at it out of the corner of his eye, after which he read that Rena's vitality had dropped below 20%, and the Henchmen headquarters was under attack by the leader of a criminal group, and if the defense fell, his reputation would suffer. After reading everything to the end, Hone raised his hand to his chin and said to himself that now everything was decided, he needed to do this. Putting his hand to his forehead, he added with tears in his eyes that it would be better for him to just die here and abandon this game. Lowering his hand, the guy seriously thought about whether he should abandon all this, but realizing the deplorable situation, he shook his head. He descended into memories and imagined the attacked Henchmen and said to himself that now he was under attack by Yakuza's gang. Yakuza himself was kidnapped by Rave. Rena, with eyes full of hatred, seemed to have broken loose and ran off in search of Yakuza. The protagonist realized that she couldn't handle it alone, so he listened to the offer of one of Caesar's comrades. They decided to try their luck on the black market. Suddenly something valuable would turn up. But inside they were waiting for a 6, who turned out to be ordinary NPCs, thirsting for the death of players. Not only did nothing work out, but also their lives were on the line. Leaving his thoughts, Hone grabbed his hair and screamed to himself that his head was ready to explode. But suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, Yakuza burst into Henchmen again. The bandit pounced on everyone inside, wanting to take what was his, and as if that was not enough. But then out of nowhere this spitting image of a beauty appeared. A man in a maid costume was warming up his arms. Suddenly, tearing off, he delivered a powerful blow to Izrak's chest. Then, with a turn, he hit Lucas in the neck. Their men immediately rushed to the attack. Then the guy in the maid costume got into a fighting stance. The next second, he threw his attackers in different directions with a sharp movement. After that, the man jumped high. Swinging, he hit Ramen on the cheek with all his might. Stretching out his hand, the defender threw the enemy a long distance. It was deep night outside. Suddenly, dust flew from the building and a loud bang was heard. Trying to catch his breath, Ramen looked up, asking where such strength came from. The protagonist looked around in horror. He turned around, looking at Izrak, lying motionless on the ground. Lucas was sitting by the wall, trying not to move from the pain. The defender continued to stand unwavering. Hone looked at him, thinking that he had dealt with 6 opponents single-handedly. The man turned around, menacingly saying that all the candidates for husbands so far were whiners. With burning eyes, he turned to the protagonist, saying that he would see what he was capable of. The protagonist folded his hands together, answering that he would find a worthy groom. The defender frowned in confusion. Hone spread his arms out to the sides in confusion, asking if what had just happened was some kind of test for the candidates. The defender lowered his head in disappointment, saying that they were weaklings, to which the protagonist replied that it was even for the best, after which he asked to listen to him. Suddenly, the guy extended his hand forward. Smiling, he came up with a plan, after which he asked if the defender knew Yakuza. The man shook his head thoughtfully, answering that he had never heard the name. The protagonist happily gave a thumbs up, answering that Yakuza was perfect for the role of a husband. Putting his hand to his chest, the guy added that he would show where Yakuza was. Coming closer to the defender, he asked to listen carefully. The man folded his arms across his chest, saying 3 qualities of a good husband. Hone exhaled heavily, wondering what he was talking about. The defender raised his hand up, showing the first finger. Looking forward, he said that a husband should be magnanimous and accept his wife's whims. He exhaled heavily, saying that the men from the black market could not even pass this stage. Hone turned to him in horror, wondering if these were whims and he had gone crazy. The protector put his hand to his red cheek, adding that the second thing was that he should whisper about his boundless love for his wife. Entering the building, the man finally said the third thing. Yakuza carefully turned his gaze to the side. Holding a sword in his hand, he asked if they would really win if there were more of them. The guy turned his head back sharply. The protector immediately fell to one knee. Yakuza opened his mouth wide in surprise. The man pushed himself away, his eyes shining, saying that a wife should not touch water with a finger. At this time, a man was walking along the floor of the black market. The man in expensive and beautiful clothes held his hands behind his back and said that it was incredible. He stopped in front of the defeated members of the Six and asked if they had all lost. Ramen, with his head shaking in fear, apologized to Mr. Bramberg, who was standing in front of him. The man looked at the boy with his eyes burning with hatred. After a short pause, he turned away and, exhaling heavily, said that he had made great sacrifices, even hired yakas, after which he asked himself if they were weaker than he thought. Ramen looked at the master with fear. Suddenly, Bramberg crouched down next to him and asked angrily if Heishin was stronger than he expected. As soon as he asked this, he violently grabbed Ramen by the throat. He showed his terrifying aura, causing Ramen to scream in horror that everything was wrong. Shaking from lack of air, he shouted that a woman had suddenly appeared. Hearing this, Bramberg raised his eyebrows in surprise. Then he let go of the boy and asked what she looked like. Falling to the floor, Ramen screamed, answering that her body seemed to have been trained for years, dressed in a maid's uniform. When Bramberg heard this description, shock appeared in his eyes and his mouth dropped open in surprise. Suddenly, he smiled maliciously and asked with shining eyes if this was really Gale. Raising his hand to his chin, he quietly asked if this woman really appeared in this world. Ramen, holding his throat, asked in surprise if the master really knew who she was. Bramberg, with a wide smile on his face, answered yes because they were together in the protagonist's shelter. Then he remembered how a long time ago he stood back to back with a beautiful maid. Leaving his memories, the man turned around abruptly and said that it seemed that the protagonist's will was beginning to be fulfilled, adding that he too should hurry up before it was too late. But suddenly his leg was firmly grabbed. Ramen held him and screamed in horror, asking what they should do now. He looked at the unconscious Lucas and Izrak and added that if this continued, they would not be able to defeat the Soul Destroyer. Hearing this, Bramberg turned around and said that they were all idiots, then added that they should not worry about the Soul Destroyer. Hearing this, Ramen raised his head in shock. At this time, the Soul Destroyer was nailed to a tree by a long katana that passed through it. At the same time, Yakuza frowned and asked if this was the end. Gale pressed her fist on Yakuza's sword with incredible force. She suddenly smiled and said that the first point was completed. Gale and Yakuza immediately clashed with their manas. The woman put her hand on his shoulder, saying that she would see if the guy was able to whisper words of love. Shadria put her hand on her hip, asking with a smirk what kind of husband she wanted. With her eyes glowing, Gale swung her sword, asking about the second point. She bared her teeth and ran forward, asking if Yakuza could do it. The guy lowered his head, saying that he was sorry. He was talking about his goal, while the woman was quickly approaching him. Yakuza quickly dashed to the side, dodging the blow. Swinging his sword, he ended up behind the protagonist, shouting, "Not him at all." Hone turned his gaze back in horror. The system suddenly reported that the servant, sensing the death of the master, falls into a rage, after which Caesar began to shout menacingly, raising his head up. His eyes began to glow brightly with anger. Making a dash forward, he swung, asking how Yakuza dared to touch the boss. The guy jumped, landing on the ground. He looked forward furiously, spitting drool to the side. The protagonist clenched his fist with a smile on his face, shouting loudly that Caesar even went berserk to protect him. The enraged subordinate turned back abruptly. The protagonist pointed at himself, confusedly asking if Caesar was protecting him, when the system suddenly reported that the subordinate might not recognize his allies. Caesar rushed towards the protagonist with glowing eyes, shouting loudly that he would destroy the boss's enemies. Hone immediately lay down on the ground, dodging a strong sword strike. The guy jumped up, shouting loudly and trying to dodge the attacks. Folding his arms over his chest, Hone jumped up, shouting to be saved quickly. Yakuza smiled, happy about the discord in the enemy ranks. He grabbed his sword tightly and rushed forward, shouting that he would kill the guy. The protagonist spread his arms out to the sides, looking back at the enraged guys approaching him. Hone's pupils shrank and he wondered if this was the end. He opened his eyes wide, because at this critical moment he instinctively remembered his past, how Rodrigo became one of the strongest. The guy looked ahead, saying that it was time to pass the labyrinth. Lost in thought, the guy began to feverishly search for a way to survive. Rodrigo put his hands on the sword, while Hone, with burning eyes, said that this was an order. Clenching his hands into a fist, the guy shouted that he needed to pull himself together. The servant system is a unique system in the labyrinth world that allows you to control NPCs and players by concluding contracts with them and making them your servants. With the right investment of charisma points, or if you are lucky, you can get a servant much stronger than yourself. However, the owner himself must meet the expectations of his servant. Only in this way can he reveal his full potential, and only the owner who meets these requirements gets access to a special skill for controlling a servant order, which made the eyes begin to glow. Rodrigo Eldrigo, who reached the top of the rankings thanks to his many servants. With some, he was stern, forcing them to kneel, and with others, he was like a friend, drinking beer together. He always walked in front, showing each servant his own special face. But at his core, he united them all with one, thanks to which everyone followed him. Rodrigo could give orders to all his servants, and their eyes glowed. This ability made him a legend. He stood on the edge of the mountain, and an incredibly powerful aura enveloped his body. Currently, his comrade and rival were running towards the protagonist, while he wondered if Caesar was determined to ruin his happy life at all costs. These thoughts made him grit his teeth in anger. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he screamed in his head for him to become his demon king. Hone turned to his comrade and added that for him it was an order, after which he furiously screamed, ordering the man to pull himself together. Hearing this, Caesar froze in place, gritting his teeth. He saw the boss, who was angrily asking if he was going to abandon his master to his fate when Yakuza swung at him. When Caesar heard this, the anger in his eyes faded and he came to his senses, and a notification appeared in front of the protagonist, informing him that the order for Caesar was now unlocked. And below it, it was reported that the efficiency of executing the subordinates' orders was increased by 200% due to his admiration for the villainous nature. In that same second, Caesar tightly gripped the hilt of his sword and tensed his legs. After that, he rushed to attack. With his eyes burning with anger, he shouted, asking how he dared to touch the boss. His face immediately appeared in front of the surprised Yakuza. Then Caesar swung his sword furiously, but Yakuza, having dodged, jumped back. Without relaxing, the bandit looked at his opponent and wondered if he had become even faster. When suddenly the protagonist, turning away, told Caesar not to be a seal and to move. Looking at him out of the corner of his eye, he coldly added that he still would not hit the enemy, no matter how wide he swung. Caesar frowned and turned back abruptly. Stretching his hand forward, he asked the boss what he should do. The protagonist folded his arms over his chest, thinking that he had neither the speed nor the strength to fight, but over the years of managing minions, he suddenly said that this was a stupid question. He remembered himself, thinking that he had no equal in advice, when suddenly he added with a smile that the subordinate would fight according to his instructions. Hone ordered Caesar to first use his incredible speed to get closer, when the guy immediately made a sharp dash forward. He and Yakuza met eyes. Caesar swung his sword with a grin on his face, thinking about Hone asking him not to strike with the weapon, but only to pretend, because that was enough to scare the enemy, and then he grabbed the hilt tighter. Yakuza gritted his teeth, stretching his hand forward in fear, while Caesar thought about the enemy's weakness. Baring his teeth, the subordinate swung his fist to strike with his 100 steps. Caesar pierced the enemy's body with all his strength. Yakuza's face immediately became covered in beads of sweat from the pain. The subordinate's hand was shining brightly with mana, and he listened to the order that the sword should not be touched anymore. Throwing Yakuza over his shoulder, he quickly ran forward. In front of his face, Caesar continued to hold the hand with mana. Yakuza widened his eyes in surprise and his attention was riveted to the 100 steps fist. Gale folded her arms across her chest, smiling and asking if the guy really thought that well. She looked at the boys, adding that Caesar had made the enemy think only about a close attack, and as soon as he tried to retreat to avoid the blow, Yakuza narrowed his eyes, thinking that the enemy would not have time to use his sword or defend himself. Pushing away from each other, Caesar released his mana with a smirk on his face. Gale and Hone smiled, saying that Yakuza would refuse to be in sword range. Yakuza's pupil widened greatly when he saw his opponent's sword raised up. Caesar looked ahead with a wicked smile. Turning to the side, he happily thanked his boss. Swinging his arm hard, the subordinate hit the opponent with all his might. A loud thud rang out in the air. Gale stopped in place in surprise. The system reported that the order for Caesar was deactivated, when suddenly Hone asked in horror what was happening. Caesar held the sword in front of the silhouette standing above him. The subordinate bared his teeth, asking who he was. Bramberg adjusted his jacket, happily saying that no one had asked his name for a long time. Waving his hand, he suddenly pushed the subordinate's weapon away. Looking back, the guy saw Yakuza lying motionless. Bramberg smiled and then introduced himself, calling himself the mayor of the city of Bram in the Labyrinth world. Putting his hand behind his back, he added menacingly that he came to put an end to this battle. People immediately surrounded Caesar and Bramberg. They all held sabers in their hands, and the man said that it was impossible to eradicate crime in one fell swoop. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he added that he could not stand aside when his citizens were trembling in fear. Suddenly, turning sharply, he sarcastically asked if he wanted to say anything. Bramberg stared at the protagonist and called him a stronghold of evil. Hone opened his mouth in shock and screamed in shock in his head, asking what he was doing here. At the same second, he sadly lowered his head and said to himself that he was lost. Bramberg stood with his arms folded on his chest, while the guy said to himself that back in the Bram orphanage, he was a terrible adherent to the rules. With his eyes empty from shock, the protagonist recalled how he constantly scolded him, and said to himself that even if he found out that he was Rodrigo, he would still finish him off. Then Caesar turned to the boss and asked if he should kill him, to which the boy asked in surprise if he could handle it. After a short pause, the man approached the owner and said that he now understood that this was an impossible task for him, adding that having received the order, he understood everything. Turning away, he added that for starters, he would follow the boss's advice and refrain. Hearing this, Hone raised his eyebrows in surprise and wondered if it was only at times like this. After a short pause, he turned to Bramberg and wanted to say something, but a female voice behind him said, "Unbelievable." Then the boy turned around abruptly and saw Gale, who was walking towards him and saying that she did not expect to see his face here. Stopping, she added that the mayor himself, who always sits in one place, had come here at such a time. Holding her head high, the maid with burning eyes asked if he was planning something bad. Bramberg smiled sarcastically and with burning eyes answered that she was so narcissistic. He came closer to her and asked if she seriously thought that he had come here for her, to which Gale, folding her arms on her chest, said that if she was interested in him, he would have found the time. At this time, the protagonist, with tears in his eyes, said to himself that if they wanted to fight, they should go somewhere else, adding that Lena was dying, Rave had been kidnapped, his children were dying. Suddenly, Shadria pointed her finger at Bramberg and asked if he knew this man. The guy looked at the man and answered yes, adding that he was a strategist in his shelter. After that, he remembered how, while still living in the orphanage, Bramberg clenched his hand into a fist in rage. Suddenly, he jumped up and shouted at the protagonist, asking what all this meant, adding that he promised him that he would not accept children into the orphanage anymore. At this time, Hone wiped away drool with his hand. Confusedly scratching the back of his head, he asked if he really said that, to which Bramberg, spreading his arms, shouted that he definitely said that, adding that there were already more than 70 of them. Continuing to wave his arms, he shouted that he did not even remember who joined them. Getting even more angry, he clenched his hand into a fist and shouted that they were a combat unit whose goal was to pass the labyrinth. He also understood that abandoned children evoke pity, but if the director continued to pick up everyone in a row, then they would go bankrupt before they reached their goal. The protagonist, leaving his memories, said dejectedly that he always liked to chat. He was useful, of course, but scary. Shadria looked at the man and asked if he knew her too, to which he replied, no. Then the girl put her hand on her hip and asked how he could be so sure if he didn't remember anything. She looked at Gale's huge stone muscles and said that if they had such a monster, they would have finished off the Demon King long ago. The protagonist took a step forward, wondering what happened to the monsters and why they suddenly became so ferocious. The woman clenched her fist in anger, saying that if the man dared to show himself to her after that day, he would be ready to die. Bramberg waved his hand, saying that Gale promised not to interfere in the city's affairs anymore after that incident. The woman frowned, answering that she was here as Mrs. Dorothy's nanny to find her a husband. Bramberg grinned and wanted to say that he was also acting in his official capacity as the mayor, but suddenly the woman interrupted him, asking him not to talk nonsense. Gale looked at him with burning eyes, saying that he was talking about some kind of will of Rodrigo, although he himself had betrayed his comrades. Hone opened his eyes wide in horror. Bramberg continued to smile, saying that Rodrigo wanted to change this world, after which Gale grabbed him by the collar, ordering him to shut up. She narrowed her eyes, menacingly whispering that if he once again hid behind the director and talked nonsense with his vile language, then she would rip out his tongue. She bared her teeth, adding that she was warning him for the last time. Letting go of the collar, the woman pushed him away. Bramberg straightened his jacket, answering that he should do what he wanted. Pointing to the corpse behind him, he asked with a smile if he could take this criminal. Gale turned around abruptly, saying that she could take it and leave, because as a fiancé, Yakis was simply terrible. Bramberg grinned maliciously when suddenly he was called out. Hone clenched his hands into fists, asking what Rodrigo's will meant. The guy looked at him carefully. The man slowly turned his head towards him, answering that as a criminal, he did not need to know. The protagonist frowned, asking what if he was related to Rodrigo. The man exhaled, smiling slightly. Stretching his hand forward, he laughed loudly, asking if it was really him. Putting his hand to his forehead, he added that he saw how the guy was trying to act like Mr. Rodrigo. He suddenly fixed his gaze on Hone. Taking a step forward, Bramberg said if the protagonist decided to hide behind his name. The man put his hand on his shoulder, slyly adding that the guy should be prepared that all of Bram would become his enemy. He narrowed his eyes, saying that power has its price. After patting the boy on the shoulder one last time, he said goodbye. With a smirk on his face, Bramberg walked away from him, while the protagonist wondered who he really was and what Eldong meant back then. Hoyang immediately remembered the boy's words about checking what Rodrigo was doing here. Looking at Bramberg's path, he thought about what he wanted to say. Without looking away, he did not understand what happened in this labyrinth world when suddenly a boy appeared behind him. The protagonist turned to Rave, who was shouting that something bad had happened. Clenching his hands into fists, he shouted a name, Lena. With a trembling voice, he shouted again that Lena was dying, while the girl lay motionless on the floor. A few minutes later, Elaine used up all his strength. In front of him lay an injured Lena. Around her were also 6 healers from the temple, including Elaine, who were working tirelessly. Only after 3 days and 3 nights, Lena came to her senses in a large temple. The protagonist was standing in front of the girl's bed. His eyes were full of sadness as he looked at Lena. Imagining the battle between Lena and Yakuza, Hon said to himself that according to Rave, the battle was fierce, and they seemed to have known each other for a long time. After that, he remembered Bramberg and said in his head that he had changed a lot. That day, Gale took the protagonist by the shoulders and said that she would probably choose him as a husband. Leaving the memories, Hon continued to stand in front of Lena and said to himself that it would be better for him to continue messing around with her and Caesar. After these thoughts, he put his hand to his face. A cloak and shiny shoes appeared from the darkness, while the protagonist said that he just wanted to play quietly, adding that his head was spinning now. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice was heard, which said that it was understandable, causing the guy to open his eyes in shock. He turned sharply to the stranger, who added that he knew nothing. From the shadows came the Soul Destroyer with glowing eyes. The protagonist immediately drew his sword and shouted, asking who it was, if it was an assassin sent by Bramberg, to which he replied, no. In that same second, he appeared in front of Hon, saying that he was just a player whom Bramberg almost killed. He stared the guy in the eyes and added that it was a shame that he didn't take Caesar with him. Hearing this, the protagonist gritted his teeth in fear. Less than a minute later, he was sitting on the floor near the wall he had split. With difficulty raising his head, he asked in displeasure what he was doing again. The Soul Destroyer stood in front of him and told him to listen carefully because he had something to tell him, after which he said that Bramberg was going to start a rebellion using the NPC. Hearing this, Hon raised his head in shock and asked what, to which the man in the cloak added that the 6 generals were part of this conspiracy. He wanted to take advantage of the confusion while Rodrigo was fighting the Demon King in the depths of the labyrinth and start a rebellion. When the protagonist heard this, shock appeared in his eyes, and he, imagining Bramberg and himself in the past, asked himself, fought the Demon King? Did he really get to the Demon King? What was she even talking about? The Soul Destroyer did not move from his place, continuing to say that Rodrigo, who was supposed to die at the hands of Bramberg, simply disappeared. He said that Rodrigo disappeared, and Bramberg put his plan into action. Recalling the man's meeting, the Soul Destroyer added that those who were Hon's servants united. Turning his gaze to the worried boy, he said that they called themselves the Will of Rodrigo. The protagonist frowned, asking what did he care about that. The Soul Destroyer approached him, holding the blade to his neck, and answered that all of this was started by those who grew up in the boy's orphanage. The man in the cloak ran his hand over Hon's skin, adding that if he had not raised his servants so diligently, none of this would have happened. Their frightened gazes met when the man called out the protagonist's past name. The Soul Destroyer held his sword at arm's length, ordering the boy to accumulate charisma points. Without taking his eyes off Hon, he added that he should collect a huge amount and then he could buy back his past character data. He also said that if the protagonist inherited the title of the orphanage director, Bramberg and the other NPCs would become his servants again. He lifted Hon's head up with his sword, saying that he was the one who started this mess, so he should clean it up himself. Suddenly, she reached for her mask. Taking it off, the girl asked Bramberg and the other NPCs to stop this stupid plan. Turning around abruptly, she added that all this happened because his subordinates were too capable. Suddenly, she stopped, saying that she almost forgot the gift. Without looking up, she began talking about Lin and that nanny. Pity was visible in her eyes. Without turning around, the girl added that they were also from the orphanage, which greatly shocked the protagonist. Hon was confused, asking if Lena was really at the orphanage. Without getting up, the guy said in confusion that he had never seen this nanny, to which the girl asked him to ask her. Turning slightly, she asked him to ask if she was Gale. The protagonist looked ahead in shock, scrolling through this name in his head. Lost in his memories, Hon remembered that she was the same teacher from the orphanage. The protagonist rested his hands on his knees, asking how the Soul Destroyer knew about Gale. The girl did not turn around, answering that she was playing this game to stop their plan. Hon bared his teeth. Making a dash forward, he stretched out his arms. The guy grabbed the girl by the shoulder, furiously asking why she was doing all this. Before he could react, the girl immediately pushed him away, hitting him with her hand. Hon groaned, rolling his eyes in pain. Losing his balance, he suddenly fell to the floor. The girl asked for a hood, saying that she had lost her friends. Turning around, she added with a sly smile that she hoped those guys would be capable enough. She looked at the lying protagonist, adding, even more capable than before. Clad went into Bramberg's office. Stopping, she asked with a smile on her face if it was really Rodrigo. Bramberg frowned angrily and answered that even though his appearance was different and his servants were different, he could not hide his essence. Then the girl spread her hand to the side and said that considering that the nanny was on his side, after which she asked what the man was going to do. Suddenly Bramberg smiled ominously and asked what the difference was. Then he pointed his finger at the ad and added that whoever was hiding under that mask was now Wilhelm. On the ad sheet was a photo of the protagonist. Bramberg unexpectedly crumpled the ad and added that his Rodrigo was still alive. After that, he stood up and said that it was time to speed up their plans. Turning to the window, he added that they needed to get rid of him before he became Rodrigo again. With his eyes glowing, he turned to Clad and ominously said, "Destroy." A few days later, the sun was shining brightly outside. The protagonist, with a dried-up face, said with the last of his strength that this could kill. Sadly, he lowered his head and said to himself that he had a lot of trouble to deal with since that day. Remembering the sleeping Lena, the guy added that fortunately she was getting better, but she was still unconscious. Then he remembered Shadria in a cloak and said in his head that she said she needed to check on something, and since then she has been flying around like a meteor. After that, he introduced Caesar, who said that he was impressed by his abilities and went into training, so now he wonders how his 100 steps and the rest of the dojo are doing. Leaving his memories, Hone stopped in front of the door and said to himself that the problem was this. He slowly opened the door. In front of him, he saw a huge Gale, who, upon seeing him, said that he had finally arrived. A cold sweat of horror appeared on the guy's face, and he said to himself that this monster was not leaving the room when suddenly she asked him if he had found a husband. Hearing this, the protagonist came to his senses and folded his arms, answering that just a little bit more, to which the maid with a wide smile on her face ordered him not to test her patience. Then Hone came closer to the girl and said that he wanted to ask about something else. Holding his hand to his mouth, he asked with a smile if she was by any chance from this orphanage. As soon as Gale heard this, she froze in shock. Seeing the expression on the maid's face, the guy became even more scared and asked himself that if she asked why he was interested in this at all and if he gave the wrong answer, this monster would kill him. Suddenly, Gale firmly answered yes, causing Hone's eyes to widen in shock. The girl turned away and added, "Gale." Looking out the window, she said that was her name, adding that she kept order and cooked at the orphanage. The maid frowned and quietly said that it was a long time ago. Then she reminded him about Lena, who is currently in the hospital. She continued to look ahead, adding that the girl was also raised in that orphanage. The protagonist became wary, wondering if the Soul Destroyer was right. Gale covered her eyes with her hand, tearfully calling Lena poor because you can't tell from looking at her that she has grown up so much. Suddenly, she abruptly turned around to Hone, who mumbled something under his breath. Frowning, the guy looked menacingly ahead. Gale looked into his eyes with pity, saying that since the guy is now responsible for Lena, then he should know. Raising her head up, she added about Rodrigo's past and what happened to the orphanage. Lost in her thoughts, she said that it all started that day. Rodrigo held a scroll in his hand, looking forward. The girl stood in a circle, saying that everyone was gathered. The protagonist looked around, thanking everyone for coming from different parts of the world. The guy looked at the servants, adding that he raised them without sparing his efforts. Penbauer looked closely at the boss, answering that this was an unexpected meeting for them. Stretching his hands forward, he said that Rodrigo often called them one by one, but for everyone at once, this had never happened before. The subordinate narrowed his eyes, saying that the guy gathered mostly frontline fighters, and did this somehow relate to the raid deep into the labyrinth? The guy looked down without a word. Gale remembered how she stood behind the boss because she still remembered that day. Without looking up, Rodrigo called out to Hygrid. He found his subordinate with his gaze, asking what he thought about going through the labyrinth to the end and defeating the Demon King. Hygrid suddenly smiled. Raising his hand, he replied that he considered it their duty. He also added that he had prepared information about the depths of the labyrinth, as the boss had requested, to which Penbauer wanted to be indignant. Rodrigo nodded, asking to briefly tell what they had found out. Hygrid frowned, answering that over the past month they had been tracking the actions of high-level players, and all the squads that had attempted to pass the labyrinth had been destroyed in its depths. Recalling the killed player from the top 20, the subordinate said that they had high hopes for him. He suddenly added that the player had fallen on the 8th floor of the dungeon, to which the protagonist pursed his lips, answering how difficult it was. Hygrid looked ahead from under his brows, adding that there were rumors that some players had died not from monsters, but from the hands of another player. Rodrigo looked up in surprise. The subordinate smirked, answering that an unknown female player had appeared on the 7th floor, who could single-handedly destroy even the most experienced squads, and her stats were incredible. Penbauer was indignant, asking if players were really killing each other, and why was that even necessary. The protagonist closed his eyes, saying that the labyrinth itself was difficult, and then there was this killer player. The subordinate clenched his fist, jumping forward, shouting that they shouldn't stop the Demon King when they had gathered enough strength. Rodrigo didn't look up, saying that he had a reason to immediately head deeper into the labyrinth. The servants looked at the boss attentively, waiting for an answer with interest. The protagonist abruptly stood up from the table, hitting it with all his might. Clenching his fist, he shouted with a crazy look that this would be simply incredibly exciting. Looking forward thoughtfully, Gale added that she couldn't forget his stupid expression, which made Hone purse his lips, thinking that it was about him. The protagonist swallowed nervously and said to himself that he didn't remember what was in the depths of the labyrinth, but there was horror in his eyes and cold sweat pouring down his face as he added that judging by her words, it was definitely him. After that, he put his hand to his forehead and said in his head that he had always been like this, adding that Rodrigo's will was just some kind of nonsense. Gale, who was standing in front of him, suddenly said that his face was really funny, to which the guy asked in surprise, "This is not a crime." The maid frowned at him and answered, "A crime? No, but a problem, yes." She remembered all the servants of the protagonist and said that his servants were too capable. The protagonist frowned and said to himself that first the Soul Destroyer and now Gale were saying the same thing, and then asked what capable meant. Without taking her eyes off the guy, the maid replied that it meant that they had more important things than entertaining the master. They had a goal, and then added that she had not finished her story yet. Penbauer spread his arms and shouted, asking what all this was for, to which the boss ordered him not to contradict him. Suddenly Frost, the battlefield sage, Rodrigo's servant of the 108th rank, approached the man and said that they were loyal servants of the protagonist and the system did not allow them to disobey, especially him, as the first servant. Penbauer turned sharply to his comrade and exclaimed that he was not arguing, just. Without turning away from his comrade, he asked if they would really allow the boss to risk their lives. Wasn't that reckless? Turning to face the owner, the man shouted at the top of his lungs that only in the last month, 10 high-level players had died in the depths of the labyrinth, and then asked why he was so obsessed with the Demon King, knowing the danger. On one side, Bramberg looked at Penbauer, who continued to shout, asking why he would expose them, his lackeys, to such a risk. What did he want to find in this labyrinth? On the other side, Hygrid and the others were looking at him, while he continued to ask why the boss needed a place he had never been to before, which made him change his mind. But the protagonist, with a very calm face, listened to the lackey and replied that he had already said that it was interesting, adding that he was thinking about a raid that would most likely end in his death. Penbauer calmed down and together with the others, stared at the boss. The protagonist frowned and with shining eyes said if they knew. All his lackeys opened their mouths in shock. Hone stretched out his hand and with a grimacing face shouted with all his might that he wouldn't mind either, after which he asked how he was worse than the others. He lowered his head in disappointment and quietly added, "These precious charisma points." Suddenly he stretched out his hand towards his subordinates and sadly shouted that he had given them so generously, it was time to know his place. His face began to turn red with rage and he shouted, asking if they knew how hard it was to raise them, to do this, to bring that, not to go there, not to touch this. His eyes filled with rage and he shouted with all his might, adding that he just wanted to relax and enjoy the game using his minions. Suddenly he sharply pointed his finger at Penbauer and shouted that although it was fun with them, but, pounding the table with all his might with his fist, the protagonist shouted that at some point all he did was sort through piles of papers, after which he asked who this game was even created for. He started waving his arms and shouting with tears in his eyes that he also wanted to go to the dungeons, to the labyrinth. His servants were shocked outright by what they saw. After a few seconds, Hone calmed down and sadly lowered his head. Only Hygrid looked at the boss with a smile on his face. Looking towards the door, the protagonist said that that was all, so they could go. The door slammed shut, and Rodrigo was left alone. Gale turned to him with interest, asking if he was serious. The guy folded his arms across his chest, asking if she really meant that he should go to the labyrinth for fun. The girl was worried, saying that it was suicide. Without turning to the teacher, the protagonist asked if she knew why he came to this city at all. The guy explained that every high-level player dreams of challenging the Demon King because it is interesting. Remembering his servants, he added that it may seem selfish. Rodrigo grinned and said that he would only take those who wanted it because he had raised this shelter for those who would stay. Turning to the girl, the boss said that if he died, then let her take care of the children. Gale exhaled heavily, answering, "Okay." She left the office with the thought that she did not judge him, because they, the players, and the NPCs thought differently and this was natural. Having closed the door, she looked at Bramberg, asking if he was coming. The man moved away from the door, answering that he was already on his way. Suddenly, he turned to Gale, asking if she approved of Rodrigo's decision. The girl was confused, after which she frowned, asking what he meant. Bramberg looked at her coldly. He turned away with a smile, answering that she, as a simple educator, would not understand this. The man went ahead, adding that if they died, they would disappear forever, while Gale thought that the servants had begun to think differently and had their own desires. The next day, the protagonist pressed himself against the window, saying that this was not why he came to this game. The boys were playing in the yard when suddenly a loud cry was heard, warning about the throw. The boy managed to quickly grab the stick. Rodrigo exhaled, smiling, saying that it was fun. The boy happily looked out into the street, shouting to the children that it was time for lunch. The ball quickly spun in the air. At great speed, it flew into the boss's forehead, causing him to scream loudly. The boy got scared, screaming loudly that the director had once again managed to get into the hot hand. Around the same time, Bramberg was thoughtfully looking forward. Behind him was Lena, who was holding a weapon in her hands. Gale folded her arms across her chest, saying that somehow they were here and now, while Hone thought that she had missed all the fun. The woman placed her hand on the boy's shoulder, asking him to be kind to Lena because this girl had been through a lot. Looking at the protagonist's face, she added that he looked like Rodrigo. She smiled, saying it was decided. With shining eyes, Gale extended her hand forward, happily saying that Hone would become Mrs. Dorothy's husband. The protagonist's face suddenly changed, asking in horror what kind of turn this was. After a while, Shadria folded her arms across her chest and firmly said no, adding that she could not, after which she ordered him to leave. The protagonist folded his arms and screamed, begging her and adding that things would not go like this, because he could truly marry for convenience. Shadria shook her head and said that her charm does not work on everyone. Take this nanny for example, she has such a willpower that no charm can break through. Hearing this, Hone introduced Gale, which caused horror to appear in his eyes. After a short pause, the girl spread her arms to the sides and said that her charm works more on men, to which the guy began to shake and said that this was very valuable information. Suddenly, he fell to the floor and asked himself in fear if there was really no way out. Was he really destined to become a room husband and spend the rest of his second game life like this? When suddenly Shadria said that maybe it was for the best, to which the protagonist looked at her in surprise and asked what she was saying. There was despair in his eyes, with which he asked if he was really suggesting that he betray his human essence, marry an NPC against his will and get stuck in this virtual romance, to which the girl replied that it would suit him. Then Shadria spread her hand to the side and said that, in fact, she found out something about this Dorothy, to which the guy asked in surprise if that was really why she had been running back and forth all this time, after which the girl replied that at first she had had a different goal. She remembered how she used her charms on men to find out what had changed while she was gone. The men, under the spell of Shadria's, told her everything they knew. The girl listened to them with a smile on her face and thus found out something interesting. Then she told her that when this Dorothy was still a child, her family was destroyed by Frost and Hygrid. They say they were a famous clan of adventurers, conquerors of dungeons. After the clan fell, Gale found her and raised her. But even so, there were many in the city who supported Dorothy and who stood up for her. Listening to this, the main character scratched his head in confusion and asked what she was getting at, to which the girl replied that he, it turns out, is slow-witted. Then she exhaled heavily and explained that it was not necessary to become her husband. It was enough to just establish a good relationship, and then they would have a whole army as allies. Having said this, she imagined how all those people who followed Dorothy followed the main character. Hearing this, Hone lowered his hand in surprise. Suddenly frowning, he asked in displeasure, did she really want to say? He stared at Shadria and finished saying that she was going to charm all these fighters and make them hers. Then the girl raised her hand to her chin and with an ominous smile on her face said, it finally got through to him. After a while, the main character stood in front of the gate in the huge wall. Looking up, he said to himself that they had finally arrived. Lowering his head, the guy added that because she was a noble person, the castle was simply huge. When suddenly Gale's hand fell on his shoulder, she said that she was very shy, so he should be more careful with her. Hone turned around in confusion and quietly asked what if she didn't like him. The maid frowned angrily and firmly said that no one had ever left her alive. Hearing this, a cold sweat appeared on the guy's face and he realized that he was definitely finished, after which the girl said that it was time to go because she was waiting. Suddenly, the protagonist found himself in the room. With a blush on his cheeks, he opened his eyes in surprise. At the same second, he saw beautiful pink hair. The girl with beautiful features slightly turned towards him. Hone looked at the girl with surprise in his eyes and a bright blush on her cheeks and wondered if this was really an unexpectedly pleasant labyrinth. The girl smiled shyly, greeting the protagonist. Her arms were covered in muscles. Looking at her arms, Hone noticed strongly protruding veins. A confused smile appeared on the guy's face. In front of him stood Dorothy, who was the only heir of the Aegis clan. Gale blushed, smiling, saying that the girl was beautiful today, as always, after which the protagonist's face changed, asking in horror if it was really a woman who raised the girl. Dorothy bowed, asking if the guy was really Hone. The protagonist smiled, with a trembling voice, answering that it was him, while he was frightened, thinking that he should not be afraid. He extended his trembling hand forward, thinking that he would most likely die from one blow from the girl. Dorothy was frightened, covering her mouth with her hands. The girl looked lovingly at the guy who said, "Very nice." The girl's eyes lit up. She clenched her hand into a fist, thinking that due to the low synchronization, this facial expression again. The veins on her hands began to stand out strongly when suddenly she screamed so gallantly. The fist began to quickly approach the protagonist's face. Dorothy extended her hand forward, hitting Hone with all her strength on the jaw. Blood immediately sprayed out of the surprised guy's mouth. The girl continued to hold her fist outstretched, shyly saying that she was embarrassed. Quickly falling to the floor, Hone wondered in confusion what it was. Bouncing off the floor with his back, the protagonist fell on it, after which the system reported that fatal damage had been received. A girl was lying on the bed. Lena woke up, carefully looking around. Rodrigo was standing next to her bed, his arms folded across his chest. The girl opened her eyes wide, asking if it was really the director. Caesar looked down at her with displeasure, asking what kind of nonsense she was talking, and if he had dreamed it. Lena jumped out of bed, shouting loudly that he was a stupid jock. Caesar angrily reached for his sword, furiously shouting that the boss ordered him to protect the girl, and he even postponed training, after which he asked if she really wanted to perish on this very spot. Lena dreamily put her hands to her cheeks, asking if the boss had said that she was feeling unwell and ordered him to guard her. Sitting on the bed, she breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that she had no director, but she had a boss. Lena smiled happily, asking where the boss was, because he was probably very busy, but she needed help, when suddenly her subordinate interrupted her, answering that the boss had gone to get married. The girl's face changed, looking at him from under her brows. Caesar bared his teeth, repeating that he had gone to get married. With a smirk on his face, he stepped aside, whispering that the main character had gone to conquer the heart of a beauty which was worthy of a true lord of evil. Lena slammed her fist on the table with all her might, saying that the main character had abandoned her and Shadri was not enough. Baring her teeth, she menacingly asked if the guy was really going to get married too. Hone was lying on the floor, looking at the ceiling, when suddenly the system began to report that the rage of Lin's servant had reached its limit, and if it was not stopped, her loyalty level would drop, after which it repeated this many times. After some time, the protagonist and Dorothy were sitting at the same table. The girl was holding a cup in her hands and apologizing for what happened earlier, justifying it by the fact that she was very worried. Hone smiled awkwardly and replied that everything was fine. He was shaking with fear and said in his head that just a little more and he would have died of fear. Dorothy slowly sat down on a chair. With a blush on her cheeks, she looked down and quietly said that she had waited a long time to meet someone like him. Hearing this, the guy picked up the cup with trembling hands and said, "That's how." After that, he looked away with a tense look. Not far from them, he saw Gale hiding behind a tree. She looked at the protagonist with burning eyes and said to herself that if he tried to do anything suspicious, she would kill him on the spot. Dorothy at this time turned her head away in embarrassment and said that he might not know, but she was cursed. When Hone heard this, horror appeared in his eyes, and he asked himself sadly what this time. Blushing even more, the girl raised her hand to her face and added that this curse weighed on her entire family. Then she told the protagonist that the Aegis Barons were under a family curse, a powerful curse placed by an evil witch many generations ago. All members of the Aegis family were required to marry before they turned 25. It had to be a person from a completely different world, with whom they fell head over heels in love. And whoever marries one of the Aegis, regardless of whether his feelings were sincere, or whether he pursued selfish goals, eventually they will feel the pain of death. He will be doomed to eternal suffering, and eventually he will die. The widow can only remember her late husband, sitting in front of his wooden coffin. After finishing the story, Dorothy wiped away a tear with her hand and quietly said that it was so sad. Gale, standing behind the tree, also wiped away tears with a handkerchief. But the main character at this time clenched his hands into fists in rage and, making an angry face, screamed in his head, asking himself what kind of stupid curse this was and why it fell on him. Dorothy looked at her imperturbable nanny and said that this is why she had been looking for a suitable husband for her for many years, adding that she had spent a lot of effort on this. Then the girl put her hand to her chest and with a slight blush on her cheek said, so that they both would be happy. Suddenly she clenched her hand tightly into a fist. She raised her head sharply and exclaimed, "He must be strong enough to break the witch's curse." She suddenly jumped up from her chair and screamed with all her might that she realized that the main character was the leader of the powerful criminal organization Great Henchmen. He must be very strong. Hone at this time looked at Dorothy with eyes full of horror and shock. In his consciousness, he covered his head with his hands, hearing many caustic cries addressed to him about how vile, greedy for power, terrible. But Dorothy, leaning towards him with eyes full of hope, screamed that he was the one who could break her curse. Hearing this, the guy with beads of cold sweat on his face asked himself if she had really just complimented him, and what difference did it make whether he was good or bad, when suddenly a system window appeared in front of him with a notification, which reported that a murderous intent was detected, directed at the master by the servant Lena, after which the protagonist asked himself in fear what was going on, what was she doing? At this time, Lena was running incredibly fast towards the master while the boss read the notification, which reported that his servant was rushing towards him at full speed. Dorothy looked at the dejected interlocutor and shouted that he with such a face, she has hope. But as soon as she shouted this, Lena's figure soared into the sky. Her eyes were burning, and there was a crazy smile on her face with which she flew towards the boss. Caesar and Shadria tried to catch up with her, shouting at the owner to be careful, she was too fast. The protagonist abruptly jumped to his feet, asking himself if something had gone wrong, and Dorothy continued to shout that she really wanted to say something. Enveloped in an incredibly terrifying aura, Lena flew towards the boss. Dorothy slowly and embarrassedly raised her fists. Then suddenly she hit them with all her might on the table and screamed, offering to spend their wedding night. Hearing this, Lena hung in the air in shock. Dorothy raised her eyes full of tears to the protagonist. Hone looked at his interlocutor with his mouth open in shock. Lena also looked at the girl with her eyebrows raised in surprise. Gale, with a blush on her cheeks, rubbed her finger under her nose. At this time, a man entered the spacious office. The man with white hair looked at the servant and said, "So Gale is also in the game." He smiled broadly and added that everything was going according to Bramberg's plan. This man was Frost, in the past, Rodrigo's servant, now the Grand Duke. He understood that Rodrigo had returned. Then he stood up and asked if everything was ready. His servant looked at the boss and answered, yes, adding that he had already informed the council members that a full-scale war would soon begin, to which Frost turned to the window and said, "Excellent." He waved his hand with a smile on his face and said that they would still have to see. There was an army of people with glowing eyes on the street, and Frost added that he thought that with this they would destroy at least half of these worthless players. There was contempt in his eyes, with which he said that this world, mired in vice, would be destroyed even before Rodrigo returned. Having said this, he turned to his subordinate and asked how Hygrid was doing. The man looked up at his boss and was confused. At this time, the man's leg was standing among the bones, and Frost's subordinate finished saying that he went to the labyrinth. Hygrid in a long cloak stood in front of a huge minotaur. The monster with glowing eyes looked at him and asked if this insignificant person dared to come here with his vile mug, if he was really looking for death. Hygrid with a gray beard grinned and said that he did not care about death. Frost, hearing about the labyrinth, threw up his arms and screamed in shock, asking if he was really going to such a place at such a time. His subordinate, with beads of cold sweat on his face, looked at his boss and replied that they said he went there to recruit monsters. Hygrid, with glowing eyes, stretched out his hand and asked if the Minotaur wanted to commit genocide against people. At this time, Lena fell to the ground, shaking with anger. Suddenly, she rushed to attack, screaming furiously and asking what was going on here. But a woman's massive leg quickly slid along the ground. Gale shielded Dorothy and the main character. With her bare hand, she grabbed the sharp blade of the sword. Lena stopped in shock, seeing this. Then the maid, looking at the girl, said that she was still rushing into battle headlong. A warm smile appeared on Gale's face. Hearing this, Lena came to her senses and quietly asked if it was really that voice, after which she screamed loudly, "Gale." The maid looked at her with kindness in her eyes and asked how she was. Lena lowered her hands and said in a trembling voice that this could not be, after which she asked if it was really her. She began to shake, and a blush appeared on her face. Tears suddenly appeared in her eyes. They flowed down her cheeks, and the girl quietly asked where she had been, where she had disappeared to. Anger appeared in her eyes, and Lena screamed loudly, asking why she had abandoned her and appeared only now. Sadly lowering her head, she continued to scream that she had been alone all this time. Then she remembered how Penbauer was killed by a sword strike to the stomach, how her sister and comrade was killed by powerful magic, and how her brother was stabbed with a long spear. Lena, with tears pouring down her face, screamed loudly that they were all dying before her eyes. Raising her head to Gale, she screamed with all her might that she was all alone. Having calmed down a little, she lowered her head and quietly said that everyone had abandoned her. Opening her eyes, the girl added that she had nowhere to go. She wiped away her pouring tears, saying that she had returned to Yakuza again, had gotten involved with crime again, and then screamed, asking Gale if she understood how lonely she had been. The protagonist listened to the girl with horror in her eyes. Suddenly, Lena pointed her sword at Dorothy and screamed, asking if Gale had really been protecting her all this time. Had she forgotten what the director had asked? He had ordered them to protect the orphanage. Gale listened to her silently with her head lowered. Lena turned to the maid again and screamed, what was going on? Gale slowly extended her hand. Placing it on the girl's shoulder, she quietly called her name. Then she hugged her tightly and asked for forgiveness. Gale slowly stroked Lena's head. The protagonist stood aside, watching them with horror and shock in his eyes, and then Gale began to tell Lena about what happened then, and this story shocked him. That day, when Rodrigo was defeated in the labyrinth, his men returned with terrible wounds, but those who returned were not waiting for those who remained in the rear. They were met by 3 strategists. They were Frost, Hygrid, and Bramberg. The 3 of them were waiting for them in the shelter. That day, the second echelon fighters who were left to defend the shelter under the leadership of these 3 surrounded those who returned from the dungeon. They clutched swords in their hands, after which they attacked the warriors of the protagonist, exhausted in the battle. They killed every single one. That same night, the shelter was engulfed in flames. Gale realized that something terrible was happening and secretly took the children away. With tears in her eyes, she looked at the burning orphanage that was her home. Finishing her story, the maid clenched her fists and said that they had to hide with a heavy heart. Clenching her fists with all her might, she added that she was too weak to resist them then. From then on, she did not stop training in the forest. She diligently hit the tree with her fists. Feeling great pain, she continued to hit the tree with bloody hands. Sweat ran down her face. Every day she trained until exhaustion. After a while, her blow broke the bark of the tree. From subsequent blows, birds flew away in fear from the nearby trees. After some time, cracks appeared in the tree, and then with one blow it was pierced through. Gale, covered in huge steel muscles, destroyed the tree with one blow. The thirst for revenge drove her forward, and she decided to finish off Frost first, so she broke into his house. But she suffered a crushing defeat. Lying on the floor, a girl came up to her. There Gale met those who, like her. Dorothy, in a cloak, begged for help with shaking hands, asked to help her become stronger. Tears were streaming down her face, and she said that she wanted revenge. Gale looked at the girl with a smile on her face and said that she also lost because she was weak. Lowering her head, Dorothy screamed that she could not just sit back and do nothing. Raising her head high, she screamed with all her might that it was so unfair. Having finished her story, Dorothy silently held her hand to her chest. Gale lowered her head and apologized, adding that she was going to find them all. When she gets revenge, the servant finished, standing in front of the crying Lena. Then the protagonist stepped towards her and asked what he had just heard. It was true. Hone finished his question, standing behind Gale. The maid suddenly turned around sharply. Sharply grabbing the guy by the chest, she lifted him up and screamed angrily, asking if he understood what Rodrigo and the shelter meant to her, to which he firmly replied that he understood. That was why he was speaking. Suddenly his aura changed and he quietly said, "So." The protagonist frowned angrily and asked with burning eyes if his servants really dared to do such a thing. The protagonist sank into his memories, in which the warm evening rays of the sun illuminated the shelter. On the wall hung a huge picture with the protagonist's face. Upon seeing it, Rodrigo pointed at it in shock and asked in a shaking voice what it was. Penbauer laughed out loud and shouted that he had built the guild building, so he couldn't do without a gift. The protagonist hung his head dejectedly and quietly said that people would come here, and if only his face was left on the entire wall. Stretching out his arms, he screamed with all his might, finishing that everyone would think that he was some kind of narcissistic psycho. The protagonist's subordinates looked at the boss with smiles on their faces, while Penbauer laughed and replied that it was intended that way. They all laughed and had fun, looking at the owner, and even if for others it was just a game. Hone sat by the fire with everyone else and roasted pork. For him all this was very important. Gale scolded him for the windows broken by the guys. The evening rays of the sun fell on the shelter, and for the main character these were unforgettable and happy times. In real life, he took up virtual reality glasses, and when he quit the game, he swore to himself never to do it again. Taking off the glasses, the guy sat on the bed and asked himself what made him come back. There were no emotions on his face. He wanted to relive these moments again. But all his servants, his faithful friends, were killed by those with whom he shared these memories. Now, when Gale held him by the clothes, he was filled with rage, asking how his servants dared. With burning eyes, he gritted his teeth and hissed through them, asking to commit such a baseness. Hearing this, Gale was very surprised and asked his servants. After a while, she punched the wall with all her might and screamed that this could not be. Turning around, she glanced at the boy out of the corner of her eye and asked if he was really Rodrigo. The protagonist looked out the window and answered firmly, yes, after which she asked if she had enough evidence. Suddenly, he quickly turned around and said, Penbauer, Ashau, Ryby, Gale, and even Bramberg. Hone looked at the maid and added that he himself had chosen them as his servants. Then Gale put her hand to her face and answered, yes, adding that his words matched his memories. But she suddenly opened her eyes and asked displeasedly why he had only shown up now. Lowering her hand, she asked why he had returned like this. The protagonist lowered his head and quietly said, this. Gritting his teeth, he repeated again, this. In real life, he clutched his head and screamed to himself that he himself had not expected that this would happen. Cold sweat was pouring down his face, and he was telling himself that he had lost his temper, that he had said too much. He was twitching from side to side, asking himself how he knew that things would go this far. After all, he lived without thinking about the consequences. Hone was pointing his finger at her and screaming in his head that she knew him. She should have understood. Gale exhaled heavily, saying that the guy really was Rodrigo, and of course, he didn't think about anything like that, and he had always been like that. Coming closer, she put her hands on Hone's shoulders, adding that if there was even a drop of responsibility left in him, like Rodrigo had. The woman narrowed her eyes, asking him to never abandon Lena again, intentionally or not. The protagonist's body began to tremble when suddenly he answered irritably, "Okay." The aunt remembered the girl, saying that the girl had suffered so much. She squeezed the guy's shoulders with all her strength, adding that Lena had finally met someone she could trust. The protagonist smiled in confusion, saying that he understood everything. Gale let go of Hone, asking what he was going to do. The guy looked at her with a mocking look. He exhaled heavily, lowering his head, and then said that everything needed to be fixed. The protagonist smiled, saying that the nanny was like a father to them. Gale clenched her hand into a fist, wondering if that was all Hone would say after everything that happened. She closed her eyes, saying that it was so like Rodrigo. The guy confidently walked forward. Approaching the door, he firmly said that he would fix everything. Looking ahead, the guy narrowed his eyes, thinking that he would do it his own way. He looked at Caesar in front of him, calling him. The boss asked if the subordinate was ready to become the lord of the underworld, to which Caesar looked up in surprise. Hone's eyes sparkled as he replied that he was not joking, and then asked again if the servant was ready to become the Demon King's real army. Caesar bared his teeth. He walked past the boss and said with a smile that he was always ready. Walking forward a little, the protagonist called out to Lena, who was crying. The girl put her hand on his shoulder, sadly saying that Rodrigo had promised to come back. She clenched her hands into fists, shouting that he kept his word, although it was not right away. Hone put his hand on the girl's shoulder when she said that Rodrigo was probably detained by bad servants, but he still came. The protagonist nodded, saying that it was true, and it was time for revenge. Lena nodded her head happily with a smile. Shadria ran up to them, asking the girl what she was just thinking about that made her have that determined expression on her face. She put her hand on Hone's chest, sarcastically asking what his plans were. The protagonist looked ahead from under his brows, saying that the time for games was over and now everything was for real. Suddenly, he turned sharply to the side, calling out to Dorothy. Pointing his finger at her, the guy with a sly smile shouted that they would arrange their wedding night. After a while, the protagonist walked along a spacious corridor and said to himself that, as Shadria said, an engagement with Dorothy was a profitable move. Then she said that they would be able to enlist the support of those on her side. If her family was engaged in clearing dungeons, then she probably had many strong adventurer friends, so they could easily make them their servants. Opening the massive doors, Hone said to himself that in addition, in the labyrinth there are things available only to those who have power, for example. He found himself in a beautiful room and finished talking, participation in the Council of Aristocrats. Some time ago, during his conversation with the nanny, he learned something about Frost and Hygrid. Frost became the Archduke, and Hygrid became the Chancellor. They formed an alliance, and in the free city of Labyrinth, the Archduke and Chancellor have a vote in the council, and also have great influence. Other NPCs listened to them and followed them. The protagonist remembered the fight between Caesar and Yakuza and said to himself that they would not defeat them by force, because his subordinate needed to become stronger. Introducing Dorothy, the guy said to himself that in this situation, an engagement with her was an opportunity to become the head of the noble house of Aegis. Dorothy had a place in the Council of Elders, so even if nominally, this would give them an advantage. Hone folded his arms and asked himself with displeasure if one of his ungrateful servants thought he was lucky. Suddenly he raised his head and thought with a sly smile on his face that he would show them what a real strategist is capable of. Suddenly the door opened and the guy looked in her direction and told her to go through. Dorothy was standing in the doorway. She shyly tucked her hair behind her ear while the protagonist looked at her and said to himself that he needed to focus on her now. Sitting down on the bed, he kept saying in his head that even though the synchronization was not perfect and he was unlikely to feel anything, this was an important stage, it was necessary. Folding his arms over his chest, he exhaled decisively. Dorothy walked towards him and said that it was time to start, to which he replied, yes. Suddenly the girl rushed to attack. At the same second, she hit Hone in the stomach with all her might. Blood spurted from his mouth and he screamed in his head, asking what this time. Holding his stomach, the boy backed away with a shaking body, asking what she was doing. Dorothy shyly covered her face, covered with a bright blush, with her hand and said that he was so innocent. Suddenly, she got into a fighting stance and quietly said that then she. At the same moment, with a loud cry that she would show him, the girl flew into the wall with her fist. The girl moved away from the dent in the wall, saying that the nanny told her everything. Squeezing her hands together, she looked away, adding what a woman and a man do on their wedding night. Dorothy raised her head, saying that they need to turn off the light. Looking at the shocked boy, she added, "To be alone." The girl blushed with embarrassment, joyfully shouting that until dawn with all the passion to push their bodies. She was suddenly surprised, saying that Hone had a very serious face. The protagonist rolled his eyes, after which Dorothy added that she would not stand on ceremony. Lena sat on the roof, leaning on her legs. Caesar approached her from behind, asking if she was trying to scare him again. The girl turned back menacingly, saying that if he wanted to fight, then let him start, after which she asked why he had come. The subordinate looked forward seriously, answering that the boss had not yet cancelled the order to keep an eye on her. Lena exhaled heavily. Stretching, she said that it was a very touching concern, and then asked if she was the third in the Henchmen hierarchy. Caesar frowned with anger. Turning around, he said that their boss was not Rodrigo. The guy stopped, adding that whoever he was before, he was following Hone. Without looking at the girl, Caesar turned back, asking her to choose who she served. Lena continued to look forward in bewilderment. Without turning around, Caesar said that their boss was on the path of evil. He asked if maybe it was time for the girl to decide, which shocked her greatly. Lowering her head down, she said, and indeed. Suddenly, the girl grinned. Lena smiled widely, saying that thinking was not for her. She clenched her hand into a fist with all her strength, saying that she knew one thing for sure: those bastards destroyed her home, and it was time for payback. Lena jumped up and jumped down, shouting, along with the boss. The protagonist looked down, saying that the Aegis family crest had been obtained. His entire body and face were covered in bruises, and the system reported that the wedding night event had ended. Gale walked up to him, asking if anything had happened. The protagonist gritted his teeth, asking if she couldn't see that he was about to die. The nanny turned around, saying, "Oh well." Lena happily ran up to the guy, asking what's next. Grabbing her knives, she menacingly asked who to kill first. Hone patted her on the head, saying that they needed to return to Henchmen first. He turned around and said with a smile that he would make them the best servants. The protagonist suddenly turned on the hardcore mode. After a while, the guys from Henchmen happily greeted the boss. They were all around him, and Hone himself was smiling. Dorothy and Gale were watching them from the side. The girl put her hand to her chin and asked if this was her new home, to which the maid firmly replied, "Yes." Then she folded her arms across her chest and quietly said that looking at this, she saw the joy on the protagonist's face and said in her head that everything seemed to have returned to normal. When suddenly Hone abruptly turned towards Gale and Dorothy. Everyone immediately turned around following the boss, who was telling them to meet their new comrades from Henchmen, Nanny Gale and young lady Dorothy Aegis. The girls looked at him with warm smiles on their faces. After a short pause, the guy quietly said that it was a long story, which caused Dorothy to blush with embarrassment and put her palms to her cheeks. The protagonist confusedly raised his hand behind his head and said that they were going to get married. After saying this, he turned to his subordinates, who were looking back at him without any surprise. Hone extended his arms towards Dorothy and asked Rave if he wasn't surprised, to which he replied that their boss always knew how to surprise. The boy then pointed to his temple and added that the protagonist had immediately taken control of everything, after which he said that he overheard their conversation with the nanny. They were talking about marrying Lady Dorothy. Hearing this, the boss raised his eyebrows in fear and wondered if he wasn't embarrassed to admit it. After a short pause, the boy put his hand to his chest and suddenly asked what would happen to them next. All of the protagonist's subordinates gathered around him, waiting for an answer. Hone silently looked at Rave. Suddenly, he smiled widely and firmly replied that it was high time to talk about it. After a while, when everyone in the room was assembled, he announced that they were switching to the military management system. Pointing at Caesar, who had a crazy smile on his face, Hone said that he would be the commander of the 1st Legion. Looking at the guys from the 100 Steps Dojo, he added that they would be under his command. Then the protagonist pointed at Lena, who was smiling maliciously, and said that she would be the commander of the 2nd Legion. Looking at the people from the criminal guild, he said that they would be under her command. After saying this, Hone looked at Rave and said that he would be an advisor, causing the boy with a blush on his cheeks to sigh contentedly. After that, the boss spread his hands to the side and said that he would now explain why they needed such a system. He turned to the guys from the 100 Steps Dojo and addressed them. Suddenly, he lowered his head in disappointment and asked to forgive them for everything. Hearing this, the guys raised their eyebrows in surprise, not understanding anything. Without raising his head, the protagonist said that the 100 Steps Dojo was also part of Henchmen, but he paid too little attention to his subordinates. Putting his hand on his chest, he added that they would never lose their comrades again. Sato lowered his head, saying that the boss remembered them. Wiping a tear from his eye, the guy added that this was enough. The subordinates began to jump, loudly shouting that they would not let him down either. Hone put his hand on his hip, turning to the guys from the criminal guild. He nodded, saying that after Yakuza appeared, they could have left, but they stayed, and he was grateful for that. The guys began to scratch their heads, thinking that they were just about to leave. Hone suddenly said that from now on, they would receive a special salary bonus, after which they opened their eyes wide. The subordinates began to shout loudly and joyfully jump on the spot. Then he turned to him, whom the Soul Destroyer left. Looking back, the protagonist asked if he had gone missing, when suddenly the boy asked how he knew. Hone frowned, saying if they had nowhere to go, then let them listen carefully and decide for themselves. The boy closed his eyes, saying that from now on, He looked at Caesar, who gritted his teeth, adding, "The great Henchmen cast aside all doubts and become the embodiment of evil." He looked at the interested Lena, explaining that they had a new goal. Lost in thought, the boy said that this goal was to destroy the rotten center of the labyrinth world. Frowning, he said that they needed to destroy Bramberg, after which the system reported that Hone was choosing the path of absolute evil. From now on, all his servants would strive for one goal, the destruction of Bramberg. The subordinates frowned, shouting that this was madness, and they were alarmed. The rest thoughtfully put their fingers to their chins, saying that it sounded tempting. Opening the gate, the protagonist said that this was their last chance, and whoever wanted to leave, let them go. The subordinates stood at attention because serious training was about to begin. Watching their battle, the boss said that the First Legion, consisting of fighters from the 100 Steps dojo, would train real warriors. With his arms folded across his chest, Hone knew that they were rejecting the light and choosing the darkness. Lena stood close to the wall, because the Second Legion would specialize in training assassins, masters of the shadow. The girl narrowed her eyes because it was necessary to capture all the underground channels owned by the criminal guilds. At that very second, blows were heard. The protagonist looked at the portraits in front of him, asking if they wanted to play his game. Pointing his pen at Bramberg, Hygrid, Frost, the guy called them traitors. Grinning, Hone said that he would show what a true class is. Shadria wrapped her arms around the guy's neck, saying that she had been watching him with interest, not suspecting that he had planned such a cunning scheme. The girl brought her lips close to his face. The protagonist pushed her away, saying that they would take advantage of the weak point in Bramberg's plan, and it seemed that he wanted to seize power first and then go into hiding. Hone looked at the sheets of paper in front of him, adding that they would do the opposite, and first conquer the underground, and then rise to the top, and this would be the first task for the Henchmen commanders. Caesar bared his teeth, exhaling heavily. Throwing his sword over his shoulder, he followed the order to eliminate 6 generals and take their place. Chancellor Hygrid was busy with paperwork and controlled the flow of money. Archduke Frost at this time had the right to vote in the Council of Aristocrats. There, with a sly smile on his face, he created laws that were beneficial to him and his supporters. And the head of Bramberg walked through the streets waving to the residents. He met ordinary players and controlled the most important thing in the labyrinth world. He decided who was allowed to enter the labyrinth. Bramberg looked at the player who passed him with displeasure in his eyes. Then he quickly gave an order to his men, making a head movement. 2 of his men in suits with knives in their hands followed the player because as soon as someone tried to contradict Bramberg, he dealt with them. A few minutes later, in a dark alley, the player was lying in a pool of his own blood. Every day rumors spread that someone lost their character sheet. Bramberg had an ominous smile on his face, and the protagonist wondered who these killers were working for him. He continued to stand in front of the board with photos of his former subordinates, and Shadria asked if he really wanted to say that this was the work of criminals, to which he firmly answered, "Exactly." Raising his fist, he explained that they had pulled off so many deals in the last few months that even the most famous players would have to team up to achieve the same, and then asked if Shadria really thought it was the common players who were settling scores with each other. The girl spread her hand to the side and asked if this simply couldn't be, to which the boss, looking at the board, replied that it was completely out of the question. He imagined a large number of people in the square and said that everything was different in the labyrinth. There were many more NPCs than players, and their artificial intelligence was so developed that they were almost indistinguishable from people. Leaving the room, Hone added that these worthless people were taking advantage of this absolute freedom. Walking along with Shadria along the spacious corridor, he continued to say that if players could set their own rules in the labyrinth, then why couldn't NPCs do the same? Putting up his index finger, the protagonist explained that they wanted to create a world to their liking. Shadria kept her arms folded across her chest and asked if they really needed an army for this, to which he firmly answered, "Exactly." The guy stopped at the window and added that most likely the 6 generals were the ones who commanded this army. He looked into the distance, saying that this is why they grew the black market and the 6 generals. Looking down, Hone added that the problem was that someone had united the 6 generals, and that was the Soul Destroyer. Shadria silently stepped towards the boss. She stood in front of him and asked where he was now. The guy looked away and replied that he most likely first infiltrated Bram, hiding his true identity, and now he was missing. The girl suddenly leaned towards him and asked if he knew where the Soul Destroyer had gone. Shadria put her hands on the protagonist's shoulders, who replied that he did not know, but one thing was for sure, that they would simply take over this entire criminal world that they had so diligently created. Hearing this, the girl smiled sarcastically and quietly said that it sounded good, but closing her eyes, she suddenly asked if Henchmen would have enough to fight all 6 generals. After all, they had recently been defeated. Then Hone removed the interlocutor's hands from his shoulders and asked with an ominous smile what she was talking about, since he was already one of the 6 generals, after which he added that they did not need a war now. He looked at the surprised girl, adding that they were simply changing the old order established by the 6 generals. Caesar stood in front of the corpses when suddenly Hone added that they were offering their own terms since his servants were masters of negotiation. The subordinate grinned maliciously, asking if the opponents were ready for dialogue. Lucas's body was shaking, after which he asked how the guy managed to get so strong. Caesar took out a piece of paper, answering that he would pass on the boss's order. Lucas got angry, menacingly asking if the enemy really thought that it was possible to attack the 6 generals and stay alive. Sato put his hands forward, saying that they were not ready for a conversation. The destroyer knelt down, loudly shouting that he was listening. Caesar slowly began to draw his sword, answering, "That's right." Having struck the enemy with all his might, he said that this was the last time he was warning. Lying on his stomach, Lucas tried to catch his breath from the blow. Suddenly, a strong, piercing blow hit his colleague's body. Lucas stretched his hand forward in fear, asking him to wake up. He held his wounded partner in his arms, while Caesar began to say Hone's words, that he was declaring that the current system with 6 leaders was ineffective. The man clenched his teeth in fear. Holding a piece of paper in his hand, the subordinate continued that Henchmen would take a bold step and establish the autocracy of Henchmen, and if the enemies agreed, then they must swear allegiance to his envoy. With a malicious grin, the protagonist said that in case of refusal, life was not guaranteed. The girl stretched out her palm with a knife forward, saying that this was the proposal. Crouching down, she asked if he agreed. Bringing the knife to Israk's throat, she lifted him by the chin. Lena raised her index finger up, asking if something was wrong. After all, they said that it would be easier to negotiate this way. Israk swallowed his saliva in fear. His clansmen pointed their swords at him, menacingly asking if the man was really against their boss's great plan. Frowning, Israk angrily said, "Okay." Lowering his head, he added that he was entering Henchmen, after which Lena began to jump happily, saying that the negotiations had ended successfully. Lucas gritted his teeth, looking forward in fear. Caesar crouched down, asking to listen to the next order. Lucas's eyes bulged, perplexedly asking if it was really not over, to which the subordinate grabbed his sword, answering, to capture the bosses of the 6 generals alive, but immobilized. Lena quickly pointed the knife down, saying that this was the second order. Caesar quickly swung the weapon. The protagonist smiled, saying that his lackeys. Grinning, the guy added, "Masters of negotiation." The protagonist stood on the stairs and said that his lackeys were masters of negotiation. Not far in front of him sat Lucas and Israk, beaten and chained. The first of them looked at the guy with burning eyes and asked if simply taking their place was not enough, when suddenly he jerked towards the protagonist and screamed with all his might for him to kill everyone, to finish them off. Hone was going down the stairs and, picking his ear with his finger, asked why he needed to kill them. After all, he became the leader of the 6 generals thanks to negotiations. Thinking about the dirty finger, he said that since they did not fight, there was no need to kill anyone. Then he sat in front of Lucas and added that now their organizations were under the protection of Henchmen, and his goal was to completely control the criminal world. Lena and Caesar stood behind the shocked hostages with sinister smiles on their faces. With beads of cold sweat on his face, Lucas asked in surprise what. Then the protagonist smiled widely and said that if they wanted, they would share the secrets of their strength with them and grow together. Lucas looked at Hone in confusion, asking if he was serious, when suddenly his comrade firmly said that he did not believe it. Israk frowned angrily and said that before talking about such things, they had used force against them, which meant that they had some interests of their own. Laughing, the protagonist clapped and replied that the vampire had not lived for so many years in vain. Suddenly, he grabbed both captives by the head. Leaning closer to them, he firmly answered, "Exactly." Holding them, the guy said that everything was very simple. His eyes lit up, and with a crazy smile on his face, he ordered them to give him money. The protagonist walked with a gold coin on his finger and said that the Labyrinth world is a notorious game where the player is forced to spend money. In the game you can buy game money for real money, but back into real money they cannot be converted. Hone tossed a coin and said, however, purchase game money can. The coin quickly spun in the air. A few seconds later, having caught it, the protagonist finished speaking, converted into charisma points, so he began to demand a weekly tribute. Depressed Lucas and Israk listened to Hone, who with a smile on his face praised them for their excellent work. He converted this money into charisma points and used it to strengthen Henchmen. Training took place under the guidance of Nanny Gale. and the boss, with the help of generous investments, provided luxurious life for the members of Henchmen. These rumors reached the ears of ordinary players who began to gather at Henchmen. The warm rays of the sun fell on the quiet city where Shadria's voice could be heard, saying that things were going well. She walked with the protagonist and asked if she was really considered part of the team, adding that charisma points were being handed out so generously. The guy looked at her with a smile on his face and replied that now she would have to work hard. Stopping, he added that he would take care of Queer himself and immediately come to Ramen. Rave, while they were away, would manage Haishana and work with papers, although he was already eager to fight. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist instructed the girl to take care of Hygrid and Frost. Shadria exhaled heavily, asking why he did not entrust this matter to his assassins. Hone looked at her, answering that the girl could handle it better. She put her hand to her chest, smiling, asking what she should do. The guy turned around abruptly, saying that as soon as they conquered the 6 generals and the entire criminal world, Bramberg would contact them himself. Holding his hands behind his head, he said that the problem was that they didn't have any, after which he changed the subject, asking to follow Hygrid and Frost. Without turning around, the protagonist asked to find out what they wanted. Shadria put her hand to her chin, answering that she would try. She took a step forward, saying that for such charisma points. Embracing Hone's body with her hands, she added with a smile, "You can't let her down." The girl closed her eyes, asking if she would really only give information. The protagonist grinned maliciously. Having gone in different directions, he said that it was up to her to decide whether to create an army or not. Standing in the middle of the room, Caesar menacingly waved his weapon. The protagonist appeared behind him, who called out to the guy. Hone came closer, saying that it was unexpected for a subordinate since he always trained hard. Caesar smiled, asking his boss what happened. Veins appeared on his forehead as he suddenly added that he had begun to lose faith in Hone, but his recent actions made him want to act. With his eyes glowing, he began to laugh loudly, shouting, "Exterminate the weak so that only the strong survive," and he was for the world of evil. The protagonist smiled, thinking that this was a crazy idea. Caesar was serious, asking what the boss was planning to do by taking over the criminal world and what his plans were. Hone froze in place, his eyes wide. He thoughtfully put his hand to his chin, saying that these weaklings were on the side of good, so it was time to attack them. The guy remembered the Demon King's army, saying that he could try because it was a good idea. Caesar bowed his head, starting to cough. He clenched his hand into a fist with all his strength. Suddenly, something began to shine brightly in it. Raising his hand with the sword up, the subordinate shouted that he would become the Sword of Hone. The protagonist looked at the system windows in front of him, which reported that the servant's loyalty level was increasing, and every step on the path of evil increased Caesar's loyalty level. Hone put his hands on his hips, smiling, thinking that he could give any orders. Turning around abruptly, the guy said that now Caesar would really become his loyal servant, and now they needed to go to Ramen because he had not given up yet. With a sly look, he turned around, asking to tell Ramen that he had disappeared. The warm rays of the evening sun fell on the building of the Black Mountain, whose society had grown significantly. Caesar smiled madly and said that they had more and more people. The protagonist stood next to him and asked if he was really jealous, to which the latter leaned towards the boss and replied that he was simply admiring. Resting his hands on his hips, Hone said, "It was just experience, probably." The two of them were walking down the street, and the master asked his subordinate if he knew why the Black Mountain Society was thriving so much compared to his orphanage, and immediately replied that it was because it was the second guild he had created. He walked forward with a smile on his face, adding that he had taken into account all the mistakes he had made and learned from them. Regular players still use the guide he had written a few years ago for fun. Moreover, this ancient guide only described a small part of his techniques. Folding his arms across his chest, the guy firmly said that raising pawns was like playing a game. His people trained constantly. It was like an investment. The main thing was to properly pump up the characteristics at the right time. He imagined a player who focused only on pumping up the strength of his pawn. After a while, the subordinate rebelled and refused to follow orders. Introducing a player who only pumped up obedience, the protagonist said that he would need a colossal amount of pumping points. In the end, he would have stupid and useless pawns who would only cause harm due to their blind loyalty. Hone, without a hint of doubt in his eyes, firmly said that he had a different approach. He looked at his subordinates and said that the pawns who were in the training stage received a standard reward. Imagining how they would go hunting in time, he said that when they reached a certain level, they would go on missions. The boss selects tasks for them according to their abilities, thanks to which they cope, and, feeling satisfied with the work done, they themselves strive to develop. And when they cope with another task, they donate the received resources to the Black Mountain Society. In return, the pawn receives pumping points equivalent to the cost of the donation, and of course, the protagonist takes 10% of this amount and all the resources, but no one cares about it. The pawns always have happy smiles on their faces. They pumped up their characteristics, And all because nowhere else can you achieve such rapid growth. The strength of Hon's pawns grew before their eyes. They can use the received pumping points for self-development. They consulted among themselves, saying that in order for the body to withstand the load, along with strength, it is necessary to pump up agility. To which the other replied that if you double the strength, then you need to increase agility and intelligence. They share with each other advice on distributing pumping points. That's how passionate they are about the system he created. In addition, Hon introduced a ranking system. On the large system screen in front of all his pawns, it was shown who is higher than the rest, so now they compete with each other, trying to earn as many pumping points as possible. In the spacious hall there were also the protagonist and Caesar. This system motivates them, and they, seeing the result of their efforts, become even more devoted to the Black Mountain Society, which is why the boss's method of pumping pawns is so effective. He does not need to spend pumping points on obedience. He saw his subordinates rejoicing as they climbed the ranks while he raised loyal pawns, because loyalty is just an illusion, empty words. There was no emotion on his face. He recalled Frost, Hygrid, and Bramberg, saying to himself that they were the ones he had wasted his leveling points on at the very beginning. They had all betrayed him. Lena threw herself on the protagonist's neck with an embrace, shouting that she had successfully completed the quest again today. Hon turned to her, asking if she had really surpassed Caesar and was now in second place. The servant frowned, menacingly saying that he had not been able to complete the quest because he was busy with the boss's special quest. The girl began to jump in front of him mockingly, while the protagonist thought that they would definitely not betray him. After watching the subordinates fight, Hon said that it was time to capture Ramen and become one of the 6 lords. Lena pointed at herself, asking if the boss would go with her this time, since he always took Caesar with him. The angry guy pushed the girl back with all his might, shouting that the boss needed him more since he was his sword. Hon rolled his eyes and firmly replied that he would go with Lena this time. The girl's nose was bleeding from the fall, but suddenly, with her eyes shining with joy, she began to scream loudly. Hon thought that he had already spent too much time with Caesar, so now it was Lena's turn. Sitting on the roof, the guy was surfing the net, laughing loudly. He uploaded a post, waiting for users to react. After a while, comments appeared. After reading them, the guy scrolled down, saying that it was easy for him to manipulate public opinion. Hon thought that the Order of the Evil God was under the patronage of Bramberg himself. The guy knew that all of its members were enemies of all players. They were furious because they were obsessed with the thirst for power. The protagonist was sure that this was why they were the perfect target for the finale. He grinned maliciously and thought that if he captured Ramen, who belonged to the Evil God's order, then the whole world would know about the Great Black Mountain Society. Clenching his hand into a fist, the guy raised it up. Putting his hands on his knees, Hon said that it seemed like everything was ready. Lena stood on the roof, carefully looking down at the building. She turned around to look at the protagonist, who allowed her to have fun. With a smile on her face, the girl turned her back to the edge, spreading her arms out to the sides. At that very second, Lena jumped up. Doing a somersault in the air, she shouted loudly that she would return victorious. She flew down rapidly, while her partners moved after her. The girl grinned maliciously, staring ahead. Breaking the glass, the servants flew into the building. The priest took a frightened step back, shouting loudly that it was time to die. Lena put her knives forward, saying that his hour had come. The next morning, Frost and Bramberg were standing at the windows, and the former was saying that their poor mayor would clearly have a hard time. He was holding a glass of alcohol and adding that he wanted to seize both the underground and power, and now Wilhelm was taking everything away from him. Bramberg looked at his comrade and said with displeasure that he seemed happy about this. Suddenly, he turned away and asked if he really thought that he was asking him, after which he added that this was not a request. As he left, Bramberg said that if he really was the one, his development was a mortal threat to them. He introduced the main character and added that if he regained his former status, they would have to obey his orders without question. Clenching his hand into a fist, Bramberg angrily said that all their plans would collapse, to which Frost suddenly asked lightly, "And what?" He smiled broadly and asked what this had to do with his army. Hearing this, Bramberg looked at his comrade with burning eyes and asked displeasedly what. Then Frost spread his arms out in different directions and asked who had given him permission to meddle in the black market, adding that he should have acted wisely, after which he laughed. As soon as Bramberg heard this, he jumped up. He grabbed his interlocutor tightly by the clothes and asked through clenched teeth if he understood that he had gone too far. Frost suddenly raised his hand and said that he had crossed this line because only yesterday he had insisted that the Archduke should not meddle in Bram's affairs. His eyes lit up, and with a sly smile on his face he finished speaking, and advised him to deal with the affairs of the aristocracy. Having said this, he pushed the interlocutor's hand away and calmly said, so be it. He could only pray for his old comrade to hold out. These words infuriated Bramberg, causing him to grit his teeth. Frost swirled his glass, saying that it was important that their plan be realized, adding that if, because of his mistakes, they would have to fight the entire game world. Suddenly, he poured the contents of the glass onto the floor and finished, then his dream of the end of the world would never come true. Bramberg lowered his hands and quietly said that it all looked like that. His eyes were burning, and he, gritting his teeth with rage, finished. He no longer wanted to be in the same boat with them. Frost, spreading his hand to the side, replied that there was no need to worry because their alliance remained unchanged. He would not let them down in any way. With eyes full of mockery, he looked at his interlocutor and asked him to be more reasonable. Bramberg's eyes were blazing with rage. Suddenly, Frost snapped his fingers and ordered the guest to be escorted out. Two men in armor grabbed Bramberg, and their boss added that he was very busy, so they should be polite. As he passed, he suddenly stopped, saying, "And also." He slowly raised his fist, but said nothing. After a short pause, Frost waved his hand and said, "No," and ordered Bramberg to go and mind his own business. Suddenly, Bramberg jerked out of the guard's strong arms. Pointing a finger at his former comrade, he firmly said that he would remember this insult. Having said this, he turned abruptly. Frost watched out of the corner of his eye as his interlocutor left the room, and wondered why he was silent about Hygrid's departure for the labyrinth. Putting his hand to his chin, he wondered if he was still in the dark, and then added that he shouldn't be. With his arms folded, he thought that Bramberg had gotten everything and his friends were in the wilderness. Watching him go, Frost thought that he wanted to taste some glory and decided to act differently from Bramberg. The man clenched his teeth in anger, shouting that the plan had changed. The veins on his face stood out, after which he asked for Lydlaf to be summoned. The enraged boy rushed to the attack. Swinging his sword, he hit the enemy's weapon. Without distraction, they continued to fight each other. Frost stood to the side, watching their battle. With his arms folded, he said that the girl was a real genius, because with servants they no longer need to bow to Bramberg. He smiled widely, thanking her. The man looked at Ponin, who was standing next to him. The girl silently looked ahead, watching the battle, asking why he wanted to kill his friends. Frost turned to her, telling her that Bramberg was obsessed with power and that Hygrid was madly in love with him. He laughed sarcastically, adding that he was the only one left sane. Spreading his arms wide, the man smirked, saying that it was time for him to act before they ruined everything. Ponin smiled, telling her that he was saying it so easily. Frost looked her in the eye, telling her that it was obvious. Suddenly, he placed his hand on her cheek. Frost smiled widely, asking what the girl could do knowing that. Ponin glared at him, telling him that she was right. She turned around abruptly, telling him that if he needed more medicine, he could come to her, because the girl could make as many zombie soldiers as she wanted. The man put his hand to his head, telling her that if she got bored, she could come to him. Ponin gritted her teeth, whispering that it was sickening. Suddenly, she stopped. Looking up, Ponin saw someone's chest. Surprised, she raised her head higher. Shadria smiled, greeting the girl. Ponin was startled by the surprise. She carefully took a step back. Turning around, there was a group of guards behind her. The guys were advancing on her with burning eyes. Ponin trembled, asking who she was. Shadria leaned closer to her face, answering, "It doesn't matter who she is, what matters is why Ponin came." Shadria immediately grabbed the girl's cheeks. Their faces were next to each other, after which the girl ordered to speak. With a burning gaze, she asked to tell, starting with Frost and ending with the zombie soldiers in the garden. There is one rule that every killer must abide by. This is the principle that they must follow. Never get caught, they must always be in the shadows. It doesn't matter that you can't get caught, in an instant the killer is behind his target. In a few seconds, the victim falls dead to the ground. The killer disappears in a second. When the task is carried out by such a master of his craft, it looks like a disappearance, not a murder. But Lena is different. She confidently stepped forward. There were many corpses lying on the floor. Lena spread her hand to the side and happily said that if there are no witnesses, then it is a murder, right? Raman waved his hand and shouted that they need to quickly go to the temple. The surviving subordinates immediately rushed to the doors. Lena stepped towards them and asked if they really had a temple. Was there anything interesting there? Hearing this, Raman's subordinates turned around in fear. They saw Lena, who was flying towards them, happily ordering them to show. After a while, they were all locked in a spacious room. Lena, with a sword in her hands, walked towards them, while one of them waved his hand and ordered to hold them, because they needed time. A few seconds later, they all suddenly stretched out their hands. They began to concentrate powerful magical energy in front of them. Their eyes lit up as they addressed the god of darkness, the lord of evil and blood. Their aura changed as they begged for mercy on their souls. Veins appeared on their faces. Blood spurted from their mouths as they asked for the destruction of the enemies before them. When suddenly Lena stabbed them with her sword, asking what they were worth. With a smile on her face, she looked at them out of the corner of her eye and wondered if they thought she would sit idly by. Her men also charged, killing all of Raman's servants. With one blow, they killed each one. Blood spurted in all directions from the rapid strikes. Lena pierced her opponents through and through. Her sword was covered in crimson blood. The girl suddenly stopped abruptly when she heard an ominous voice that cast eternal torment upon them. Suddenly, shock appeared in her eyes. A powerful magical energy erupted from Ramon's chest when suddenly he screamed loudly, "The end." A dark light was escaping from his eyes and mouth. His eyes were glowing bright red. The guy started to run and quickly approached the girl. Gritting his teeth in anger, Ramon extended his hand forward. Lena crossed her arms, holding her knives in front of her. Dark Mana quickly rushed past her. The girl opened her eyes wide, thinking that she should not dare because she could die. Putting her foot forward, Lena pushed off the ground with all her might. A loud explosion of mana was heard next to her. Ramon appeared from behind the dust, shouting loudly that this was not all. At that very second, he dashed forward. Waving his weapon, his gaze was directed at the girl. Ramon raised her head up, asking her partners if they were ready. The guys grabbed their knives, starting to swing them quickly. Jumping above Ramon, they loudly shouted to attack. Ramon raised his hand up, hitting his opponents with his weapon. Lena jumped down, placing her hand on the floor. Running forward, she grazed the enemy's body with her weapon. Blood spurted out from Ramon's side. Behind him was a guy who raised his sword up. Approaching the enemy, he pierced his back. Opening his mouth, Ramon immediately spat out blood. There was a knife next to his leg. The masked guys ran past the enemy's legs, cutting them with a knife. Ramon gritted his teeth, starting to look around while his legs were bleeding. Lena appeared in front of his face, sarcastically asking if that was all. Ramon bared his teeth. The girl's eye lit up brightly as she looked down. Attacking him, she said that it was important to choose the right boss for yourself. The protagonist folded his arms across his chest, standing near the gate. With a smile on her face, Lena suddenly opened the doors. Hone came closer, asking if it was difficult. The girl blushed with embarrassment and smiled widely. She threw herself into the boy's arms, shouting that she felt so light and free. The protagonist laughed, thinking that he had done the right thing by putting all his points into reflexes. Lena reached out to him with her lips, saying that it was as if she could fly. Hone grabbed her wrist, saying that it was time to show herself to all of Bramberg. Thoughtfully putting his hand to his chin, he looked around the building, saying that the size was not bad, which he liked. Squinting, he turned to Lena with a smile, asking if she wanted to see the fireworks. The protagonist received a celebratory firework that, when exploded, could write any word in the sky at the owner's request. Hone gritted his teeth in rage, displeasedly saying that so much gold was spent on some fireworks. Then Rave, who was standing nearby, pointed to the tens of thousands of fireworks standing near the temple. The main character folded his arms and said that it would be enough to blow up the building. The boy looked at the boss and asked what he was going to write. Hone smiled widely and said that he would see when they blew them up. That night, a lot of people gathered in the square. People threw up their hands and asked each other why they were all gathered here. Maybe they wanted to brag about defeating the cult. The protagonist stood in front of the temple. After a short pause, he asked Caesar if he was ready, after which he threw his sword over his shoulder. Giving a thumbs up, he firmly replied that he was always ready. Smiling widely, Hone said, "Well." Raising his hand high, he loudly said that it was time to begin. Then Caesar raised a huge sword behind his head. With a powerful blow, he shouted for everything here to burn. His blow hit the fireworks in front of him. A weak flash lit up the temple. A few seconds later, there were more lights. A bright light illuminated the protagonist's back. The fireworks explosions began to engulf the temple. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard behind Hone. A bright trace rose into the sky. What the people saw made them very surprised and said that this could not be. The protagonist's message was written in huge letters in the sky. Rave opened his mouth in shock and screamed with horror in his eyes, asking if Brahma was defeated. He then fainted. The boss immediately caught the boy before he fell. Looking at him with excitement, he wondered if he was really that moved. Tears flowed from his eyes and he firmly said that they would continue his work, to which Rave quietly said that he was still alive. He then slowly extended his hand towards the boss, while the boss continued to say that they would declare war and avenge him, and of course if they lost, they would say that it was his plan. The boy stretched his hand towards the boss with his last strength. Smiling, he suddenly asked to kill him. Dale frowned, asking if he was crazy, to which Lena shouted with a smile, "It seemed like it," after which Caesar nodded, saying that the protagonist was acting like a boss again. Hearing the woman's question about what they were doing, Hone raised his head. Shadria was slowly approaching them, saying that they were going to destroy Brahma, not put on a show. The protagonist abandoned Rave, joyfully shouting that the girl had returned, and then asked if she had found anything. Rave lay motionless on the ground, calling the guy a bastard. Shadria put her hand to her head, answering that she had brought someone useful. Someone carefully approached her. The girl pointed to Panan, who was standing next to her. The protagonist's face changed, asking what she was doing here. Panan was holding a cup of tea in her hand. The protagonist did not take his eyes off her and asked why the girl was here. She suddenly took a sip. Panan looked at the cup sadly, answering that she wanted to take revenge on the 6 masters who killed her father. The girl immediately began to remember how she trained to one day defeat them all. She said that Frost once came to her. The man told her that the real owner of the 6 masters and the black market was Brahm, the chairman of Bromberg. Frost extended her hand and offered her a deal with a smile. Panan took his hand, as the man promised to help her kill Brahm and even the soul destroyer that had killed her butler. In exchange, the girl gave Frost a forbidden potion, the recipe for which had been passed down in their family for generations. The girl said that it was a potion that made soldiers 10 times stronger but deprived them of their minds. Panan said that once Frost had an army, he stopped paying attention to her revenge. The girl gritted her teeth, as she had decided then that the man could not be trusted. Pointing her finger forward, she said that this woman had then kidnapped her. Shadria put her hand on her head, joyfully shouting that she had made her an offer. She came close to Hone, asking if he had learned anything useful, as Frost was up to no good. Hone pushed the girl away, praising her. He looked ahead, saying that they needed Frost to destroy Brahma, which surprised Panan greatly. Shadria leaned over him, asking if the guy really wanted to take over the black market. The protagonist bit his lip, answering that he wanted to become a king. Looking at Panan, the guy asked to take him to Frost. With a sly grin, he looked down, saying that even if these soldiers pumped up with potions were 3 times stronger. His partners stood behind him, when suddenly the guy confidently added that his warriors were much stronger. Frost slowly sipped his coffee. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in, shouting loudly that trouble had happened. Frost glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and asked why he was so worried. The man folded his arms and fearfully reported that Wilhelm of Heichenhui was leading his elite troops straight to this mansion. Hearing this, Frost smiled madly and asked if that was true, adding that it was, on the contrary, excellent. Looking through the window at his zombie army, he said that they could use this opportunity to test the strength of these warriors. After a while, Frost looked out the window with horror in his eyes and asked what he was seeing now. His subordinate stood behind him and answered that it seemed to be Heichenhui's elite troops, to which he turned around and shouted that he didn't mean that. A flame was raging in his courtyard, looking at which, Frost shouted, asking what had happened to them. How did they end up like this? In the smoke, the black silhouettes of Hone's army were visible. An angry Gale and Caesar came out with a wide smile on her face, and behind them came the rest of the protagonist's army, including himself. The boss leaned over to the nanny and asked if she thought she was too strong, to which she cracked her neck and said it was nothing special. She then crouched down and added that she would take that as a compliment. At that very moment, she charged, shouting that she would pave the way for him. She flew into a zombie soldier, hitting him in the stomach. Gale dealt blow after blow to the enemies that were rushing at her. All of Frost's subordinates fell to the ground, and the nanny ran on. Caesar grabbed the hilt of his sword and said that he couldn't sit idly by. With that, he charged. The protagonist watched as Gale and Caesar dealt with an entire army of zombie soldiers together. Suddenly, he looked to the side and raised his head. Hone saw a frightened Frost looking at them from his office. Then the protagonist smiled ominously and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Suddenly, he pointed his finger at him sharply and shouted that they would be there soon. Frost lowered his hand and asked fearfully if he had just pointed at him, to which his subordinate replied, yes, adding that it seemed like he had declared war on them. Frost suddenly grabbed his subordinate by the clothes and shouted, asking if he really thought he didn't understand that he was doing this on purpose. The guy waved his hands fearfully, answering no, and then asked if he needed to call the elite troops, to which his boss ordered them to be called immediately. Looking out the window again, he said that they would have time. Turning away, Frost realized that they needed to escape. After a while, his entire army was destroyed. The protagonist and his soldiers were walking after Frost's soul, when suddenly, not far in front of them, someone stopped. These were Frost's elite troops, 10 people, a mixture of high-level players and NPCs. The protagonist rolled his eyes, saying that the man would put them to protect them so that they could escape. Scratching the back of his head, the guy said that Frost underestimated his minions. Folding his arms across his chest, he asked Shadria with a sly smile to leave. The girl walked away, saying that she was not his servant. She slowly approached the players. The NPCs stretched their hands with swords forward, shouting that they could not pass. Shadria put her hand to her lips, asking flirtatiously, really? Her mana suddenly burst forward. The guy looked forward in surprise. The guy's eyes immediately lit up with a bright light. The girl put her hand on her hip, gently saying that she wanted to be with the strongest. After examining the opponents, she asked who would become the sole owner of her love. The guys frowned, looking menacingly at each other. One of the players cut his partner's neck, shouting that it was him. At that moment, they all got angry, and under the influence of mana, they began to fight among themselves. The protagonist quickly passed by them, opening the gate. The man fell to his knees with a loud sound. Hone looked into Frost's eyes, saying that for the chairman who organized such a conspiracy, he did not look very convincing. The man closed his eyes, shouting loudly that the guy would have been better off killing him. Hone scratched the back of his head, saying that it was always the same scenario. Putting his finger on the man's forehead, the guy menacingly said that in the future, he would need the man's help. Frost began to tremble with fear, asking if the guy really thought he would agree. With burning eyes, the guy stood above him, asking if he really thought he had a choice, then with a sly smile, asked him to choose. Pointing at Ponin, he asked, "Medicine." Looking at Chadri, he asked, "Charm." Pointing to Gale and Caesar, he asked if it was neither, maybe his signature elixir of truth. Pursing his lip, the guy said that you can choose both at once. Frost's face turned blue when suddenly he shouted loudly that he would do everything in his power. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.